Chapter 401, Plowing the Land with a Mecha. The tail flames ejected from dozens of jet holes, at the moment of eruption, seemed to be distorted by the terrifying heat as if the entire space was distorted. The red figure passed by, and a long channel was melted on the ground. Then, the giant iron rake dragged by Chuan Yi plowed a gully more than 10 meters long on it. The weight of the armor plus the iron rake was close to 200,000 kilograms. However, under the 400% flame amplification, a huge propulsion force was generated, and under the propulsion force, it moved forward firmly. Crack, crack. The violent friction between the ground and the metal produced a loud sound of rock breaking. At this time, Chuan Yi's feet were like iron rakes, clinging to the ground. It was the first time that Chuan Yi used the propulsion function of the armor, and he was still not used to it. His arms, legs, and back had not yet reached perfect coordination. Chuan Li looked at the jet tail flame that melted the ground easily, and his heart was pounding. When he achieved a stable forward movement, the next goal emerged in his mind. After walking for several kilometers, Chuan Yi began to slowly adapt to the feeling of rapid sliding. This is the adjustment function that Chuan Yi added to the jet nozzle. Doing so can allow Chuan Yi to make more delicate movements. To exert the true power of this armor, you must master multitasking. When he was basically familiar with the basic operation, Chuan Yi moved his mind, and his whole body tilted to the right like a short-track speed skater drifting. Huo Wu explained for Chuan Yi, "Haha, Grandpa, don't worry, Xiao Yi is still in the adaptation stage, and this is only the speed of using soul power to push. However, the overall weight of the armor is too heavy. Although it can play a very strong defensive role, the speed seems to be limited by its own weight. Moreover, the speed of the Red Dragon Burning Sky armor driven only by soul power is limited, and Chuan Yi's reaction can still cope with it. Coincidentally, Chuan Yi is very good at this skill. Because Chuan Yi forms a special connection with the armor when forging metal, this gives him an advantage over others. What a strong propulsion force! However, doing so will make it very difficult to control. I saw that his mental power went deep into the propeller of the armor, constantly fine-tuning the output power and even the direction of the jet." Chuan Li sighed as he looked at Chuan Yi, who had already walked away. He didn't even summon his martial soul. However, Chuan Yi's speed has only now reached the speed of the Agile Attack Soul King, which makes him feel that the weight affects the good propulsion mode. Chuan Li and Huo Wu, who were standing in place, looked at the loose soil that was turned over, and inevitably showed expressions of amazement. When Chuan Yi controlled the armor, he had already divided his consciousness into more than a dozen, each responsible for a jet. Chuan Yi is now using all his strength to barely control the armor, so he didn't fall. This feeling is like learning to ride a bicycle in the early stages. Although Chuan Yi can't control it freely, he can still move forward with bumps and bumps. With the output adjustment of the jet and the support of his strong thighs, Chuan Yi made a graceful turning movement on the ground. When he stood up again, his body was facing the direction of the starting point. Haha, cool. Chuan Yi was very happy that he had completed a difficult turn. Now that the turn is completed, I can try to float forward next. Now Chuan Yi is like a teenager who is stuck in a level clearing game. After passing one level, he is thinking about the next level. Chuan Yi immediately activated the jet at the bottom of his foot. The two jets, one large and one small, burst into hot white light at the heel and forefoot. The next second, the thrust at the bottom of the foot directly disrupted the power balance at the moment. Chuan Yi's body suddenly hung in the air and somersaulted in the air. Bang! Crack, crack! The unbalanced Chuan Yi fell to the ground again while moving at high speed, and only stopped after rubbing against the ground for hundreds of meters. Buried in the dust, Chuan Yi laughed instead of getting angry. Although he fell hard, his body was not injured at all due to the protection of the armor. This fall completely dispelled Chuan Yi's worries. Well, continue. Chuan Yi quickly got up, patted his spotless armor, and looked ahead with vigor. As the temperature rose rapidly, the nozzle spewed out tail flames again, and Chuan Yi moved forward again. Several kilometers away, Chuan Li and Huo Wu saw an exaggerated group of dust approaching them rapidly. And at the forefront of the dust, Chuan Yi was approaching them with a leaping action. With one step, Chuan Yi's body jumped several meters high, and, driven by the propulsion behind him, he moved hundreds of meters across the air before landing heavily on the ground. As he jumped and landed, the ground in the entire area was shaking. The weight of 150,000 kilograms was no joke. Watching this scene, Chuan Li's eyes began to twitch. Only then did he realize the terrible weight of this armor. Just the jump and landing made by Chuan Yi were not something he could easily imitate. This is too exaggerated. At this moment, Chuan Li secretly made up his mind. Later, when he had the opportunity to put on the armor, it would be enough to show off his style. Chuan Yi repeated the action of jumping and landing, and when descending and jumping, he activated the jet holes on the bottom of his feet to try to increase the height of the ascent and slow down the speed of descent. However, the distance of several miles was too short, and before he could adapt, he had already arrived at the starting point. Helplessly, Chuan Yi extinguished the propulsion port and stopped himself with his feet. Ahem! Your smoke is too big. The huge dust fog rushed in, causing Chuan Li and Huo Wu to cough continuously. Chuan Yi said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, I was too excited and didn't pay attention to the dust." When the dust cleared, Chuan Li said, "Fortunately, this place is spacious, otherwise, it really wouldn't be enough for you to display. Okay, Xiao Yi, Xiao Wu, you continue to train well here, I'll go back first." After Chuan Li sent the two people, he left this area. It seems that Chuan Yi's adaptation process will take some time, and Chuan Li also has his own things to do, so he chose to return to the town. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, who stayed behind, began their own training. During this period, Chuan Yi's main goal was only one, that is, to adapt to the control of the armor as soon as possible. Now it is only using soul power to have this degree of power. If it is the flame summoned by the martial soul, the power will be even stronger. On top of this, if you want to add additional flame amplification, its power is beyond imagination. Take Chuan Yi's fourth soul skill, Dragon Flame Fury, as an example. This soul skill increases the power of the flame by 200%. If you multiply it by 400% of the Soul Guide Gold Essence, it will be 15 times the initial flame power. Under the premise of the extreme fire, it is increased by 15 times. What kind of strength is this? Chuan Yi himself is also scared. If it is the physical fitness of a year ago, at the moment of activation, Chuan Yi's body may not be able to withstand this power. Chapter 402 Soulless Fire. Fortunately, although Chuan Yi's physical strength has not reached the level of Vajra Indestructible, it is not far away. In fact, this is also the reason why Chuan Yi attaches so much importance to physical fitness during the retreat. Chuan Yi's training kicked off. On the other side, Huo Wu also devoted herself to her own practice. Her main task was also very clear, that is, to fuse the energy of the undead and the Holy Spirit. Huo Wu's spiritual power and flame control level were no less than Chuan Yi's. Now on this basis, Wu Tong's Holy Spirit perspective was superimposed. At this moment, the difficulty of fusing the two flames was reduced to the lowest, and success was only a matter of time. After a day of attempts, Huo Wu successfully observed the delicate balance between the undead attributes and the Holy Spirit attributes. However, when it appeared in the world, it was so quiet. The golden dragon pupil bloomed in Chuan Yi's eyes. The roots of the dragon horns spread out dense dragon scales, covering the corners of Chuan Yi's eyes. The heart of the scorching sun, the island of the sea god. Huo Wu's expression became more excited when she saw Chuan Yi asking this. Chuan Yi looked at Huo Wu's empty palm seriously. This time, he extended his spiritual power, but still couldn't feel anything. This was the first time Chuan Yi had seen such a strange situation. Under the gaze of the brilliant dragon pupil, Huo Wu's palm showed an unusually blurred golden-red phoenix flame. You should know that there are few things that his red dragon pupil cannot see through, and what he cannot see through are generally things related to God. Xiao Wu, what's wrong? At this moment, Chuan Yi was shocked. This feeling is like seeing an image covered by mosaics. However, looking at Huo Wu holding up her white arms, he showed a puzzled expression. Under the powerful perception of the fire element, Chuan Yi still had no feeling. However, even so, the mosaic still exists. Chuan Yi mobilized his soul power and mental power to flow into his pupils, opening the eyes of true vision to the maximum extent. Chuan Yi, who had realized something, summoned his martial soul and his red dragon horn. He looked at Huo Wu, who was expecting his reaction, incredulously, and finally, he opened the last resort. Chuan Yi, who was in training, heard Huo Wu's urgent call and hurried over. At the same time, Chuan Yi saw the huge blurry shadow and soul ring behind Huo Wu. The next morning, Huo Wu raised her arm and stopped Chuan Yi. She raised her palm and asked, Xiao Yi, Can't you feel it? However, now, it seems that a new thing is to be added to this list. Although it is not completely invisible, it is at least half blurry. Xiao Wu, you succeeded. My red dragon eyes can't completely see through this flame. A large part of it is hidden under the blurry shadow. Hearing Chuan Yi's explanation, Huo Wu smiled brightly, took back the flame in her hand, and said excitedly, this is the alien flame that combines the undead and the Holy Spirit. It not only inherits the concealment of peach illusion, but also inherits the burning spirit characteristics of the Holy Spirit Phoenix flame. Moreover, the two become more powerful under the stimulation of each other. However, I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Huo Wu didn't expect her flame to escape Chuan Yi's perspective. However, Chuan Yi said that even the red dragon eyes could not see through it completely. Does this mean that her flame is close to the realm of God? Xiao Wu, your fusion flame is very obvious. It is in the same class as my nebula. You can give it a convenient name based on its characteristics. Huo Wu thought seriously about Chuan Yi's suggestion. After a while, she said, the characteristic of this flame is nothingness. Its hiding method is slightly different from peach illusion. It cannot simulate what I want to simulate. It just relies on instinct to blend into the environment and avoid all detection. This causes it to present a state of nothingness, which I cannot change. Combining this characteristic with its burning spirit characteristic, it is better to call it no spirit. No spirit, a very appropriate name. Chuan Yi also thought it was very suitable, and immediately raised his hand to agree with Huo Wu. After deciding on the name, Huo Wu began to test the various abilities of the soulless fire. First, the most easily observable change is its temperature. The flame amplification that combines two amplification soul skills has a temperature high enough to melt through the earth. Secondly, the burning soul characteristic that soulless is most proud of cannot be accurately tested on this land. For this reason, Huo Wu can only fly to the seaside and look for soul beasts in the sea. After the test, another terrifying characteristic of soulless was revealed. When the scorching soulless passed through the sea water and stained the powerful sea soul beast, he didn't even realize anything abnormal. What's even more terrifying is that under the influence of sea water, the burning power of no soul is suppressed, which makes the burning progress of the body slower than on land. However, compared to the body, the soul of the soul beast is burned out first. The horror of no soul lies here. As long as there is a trace of it on the body, the burning power of the phoenix flame, stimulated by the breath of the undead, will rush into the enemy's body frantically. After entering the body, it will not pay attention to the body, it will first ignite the mental power in the body. Moreover, it will quickly spread to the most fundamental soul along the connection between mental power and mental power. To resist this kind of flame, it is necessary to quickly cut off the part of the mental power that is ignited to prevent the spread. However, the state of nothingness of no soul will cause the infected person to be completely unaware of his own state. If you are not aware, how can you talk about defense? The soul beast being experimented burned its entire soul silently. This process is even faster than the process of burning the body. The combination of the burning soul characteristic and the concealment characteristic brings an extremely terrifying multiplication effect. After testing the power of the flame, Huo Wu immediately started the next step of training. That is the integration of the power of the domain. If no soul merges with the shadow domain and turns into a phoenix rising sun, the degree of danger is terrifying. What a scene it is that an unobservable 100,000-year soul skill explodes in the center of the enemy. As Huo Wu's cultivation and spirit rings improved, her strength was also rapidly improving at a speed no less than Chuan Yi's. Seeing Huo Wu's serious training, Chuan Yi was also very stimulated. He kept repeating the cycle of failure and success. Under the protection of the armor, Chuan Yi could test various difficult movements without any scruples. This also made his various skills grow rapidly at an extremely rapid speed. On the third day of training, Chuan Yi had mastered the flying posture without martial spirit. From the fourth day, he could switch to flying training with martial spirit activated. When martial spirit is activated, the power of the ultimate fire is unobstructed, and at the same time, its difficulty increases. Chapter 403 The 100,000-year-old spirit beast standing at the top of the volcanic islands, the sea. Hyena Flame Dragon King. However, Chuan Yi has mastered the most basic operations such as changing direction and flying. Therefore, the rest of his training only needs to adapt to the speed in different states as soon as possible. Fortunately, Chuan Yi's reaction and mental strength are very strong, and, most importantly, he has the red dragon eyes. With strong dynamic vision, high speed is actually not very meaningful to him. After 2 weeks of short-term training, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu returned to the town. In Chuan Li's office, Chuan Li, Yun Kaiyang, Huo Wu, and Chuan Yi gathered together again. The faces of the 4 people who reunited were no longer relaxed in the past. They seriously discussed the final battle plan. After determining the task, a solemn atmosphere surrounded the 4 people. Are you ready? Chuan Li faced Chuan Yi and asked solemnly. Everyone's mood was a little different when they revisited the old place. Well, it was slow at the beginning, but the speed came up later, so I opened up the land by the way. However, no one dared to underestimate it, because there were many powerful soul beasts living here. Ready? Chuan nodded. Flying with weight has a good effect on training flying ability and physical fitness. Huo Wu also participated in it in addition to practicing soul skills. Just look at this terrifying work efficiency to get a glimpse of it. Oh, by the way, Huo Wu also contributed later. A few minutes later, a crystal-clear red flying dragon quickly climbed up and rushed out of the town. Well, let's go. The islands scattered across the vast sea look extremely small when overlooked from here, and are not as conspicuous as the blue-silver island. Yun Kaiyang looked to the west and saw the vast dark brown land covering the middle of the island. After circling for a while, the red dragon flew towards the destination of this trip, the volcanic islands. 2 hours later, the red dragon arrived at an altitude of 10,000 meters above the volcanic islands. Seeing this, Chuan Li also sighed. After returning, we need to arrange people to take over this place as soon as possible. Incredible, this is an area that we have reclaimed with dozens of steam tillers and tens of thousands of manpower for more than a year. The gap between soul masters and ordinary people is indeed huge, but Chuan Yi and Huo Wu are also very different from ordinary soul masters. Did you do this, Xiao Yi? Coming to a height of 1,000 meters, Quan Li and Yunxiang, standing on the red dragon, were deeply shocked by the scene in front of them. Its area fully occupied a quarter of the entire island. Except for the high terrain and difficult land for farming, the other land originally covered by dry vegetation was reclaimed. Quan Yi opened the red dragon pupil, and his eyes quickly scanned the scene below. At the same time, he opened the red dragon horn and used the fire element perspective to assist perception. I didn't expect that the 2 of you spent 2 weeks to reclaim a similar area. In an instant, countless condensed energy blocks spread throughout the archipelago area. Most of these condensed energy blocks represent fire element soul beasts. With just a glance, there are tens of thousands of fire element soul beasts living here. Moreover, according to the size and degree of condensation of the energy blocks, the more powerful fire element soul beasts live in the center of the archipelago, and the weaker ones live near the periphery. Chuan Yi ignored the periphery. When he looked at the core island in the center, 4 dark red groups attracted his vision. The cultivation of soul beasts can basically be distinguished by the color of soul power. The dark red represents the 100,000 years. That is to say, there are 4 100,000-year soul beasts living in the entire volcanic islands. Xiao Bai was right. Even if there were no environmental factors, she would only die if she wanted to step into this place by herself. Based on the soul power, 3 of the 4 dark red soul powers are soul beasts in the early stage of 100,000 years. And the 4th is a super soul beast very close to the 200,000 year level. In terms of soul power, this soul beast is stronger than the previous evil demon killer whale king and the current demon soul great white shark king, Xiao Bai. And, this time, Chuan Yi's purpose is not other than this 100,000 year soul beast standing at the top of all soul beasts in the volcanic islands, the sea main flame dragon king. Chuan Yi's perspective quickly zoomed in. The sight is firmly locked on the huge island in the center of the archipelago. There is a huge mountain in an island full of birdsong and flowers. This is a volcano, but unlike the lair of the undead phoenix, it seems to be completely dormant, and the sunken crater on the top of the mountain has been covered by a clean and clear lake. Through the lake, Chuan Yi saw a huge black shadow hidden deep in the bottom of the lake. After confirming this, Chuan Yi turned his sight to the whole island. At the foot of the volcano, there lived hundreds of ferocious dragon beasts with strength of 10,000 years. These are the tribesmen of the sea iguana flame dragon king. The sea iguana dragon lizards, unlike the flame dragon king, are only sub-dragon species with dragon blood. The sea iguana flame dragon king is a true dragon species that stands out from the entire tribe. Besides, since it can cultivate to this level, its blood strength is very strong. For Chuan Yi now, the fire attribute dragon soul beast is indeed the best choice. Just as Chuan Yi was investigating carefully, Huo Wu asked nervously, Xiao Yi, how is it, is the target still there? Chuan Yi's thoughts were pulled back, and then a smile appeared on his lips. He replied, well, fortunately, the target is still there. Chuan Yi looked quite relaxed, and was not frightened by the huge number of tribes. Everyone wait here for a while, please allow me to go and say hello first. Chuan Yi's relaxed mood infected everyone at this juncture. Huo Wu volunteered to put on the red dragon burning heaven armor for Chuan Yi. Her eyes were so serious and solemn. The two bodies were very close at this time, and the sweet smell of Huo Wu rushed into Chuan Yi's nose. At this moment, Chuan Yi's heart beat suddenly, but fortunately the hard breastplate blocked the heartbeat of Chuan Yi's chest. Chuan Yi stared at Huo Wu's beautiful profile and couldn't help but be stunned. After Huo Wu had dressed him completely, she handed the helmet to Chuan Yi. Be careful, I'll be watching you from above. Huo Wu's eyes were determined, and this sentence was even more threatening. Her meaning was simple. If there was any danger, she would rush down immediately. Chuan Yi took the helmet and put away his smile, and replied solemnly, don't worry. After that, Chuan Yi put the helmet on his head, hiding all his expressions. Outsiders could only see the cold golden dragon pupils. At this moment, Chuan Yi was like a cold and ferocious half-dragon. He walked to the front of the dragon head, and finally he looked back at his family, and then, without saying a word, he jumped off the red dragon. The three people on the red dragon took out their telescopes and began to pay close attention to Chuan Yi's situation. Their mission was still behind. At this moment, they mainly had to do reconnaissance missions. Of course, if Chuan Yi encountered an unexpected accident, they would also rush down immediately. Chapter 404 Asking the Pavilion Down, Sacrifice to Me. Chuan Yi, who jumped from a height of 10,000 meters, summoned his martial soul, the dark gold yang dragon claw, in his armor. And the dragon scales that only covered his eyes began to spread rapidly downwards. Chuan Yi's whole body was covered with dragon scales, and his entire body entered the dragon state. According to the change in the shape of Chuan Yi's hands, the dark gold yang dragon claw and the extensible hand armor also fit to Chuan Yi's arms. As the vermilion lines on Chuan Yi's left arm lit up, the terrifying flames gushed from his left hand and quickly flowed through his body. With the hissing steam, he opened the jets all over his body. The next moment, a blazing white flame suddenly burst out from the jets all over his body. He fell to the sea like a fire meteor. This is the ultimate fire that has been amplified by 100% in the dragon state. This flame, after being amplified by 400% by the soul-guided gold essence, has reached 10 times its original power. Under the effect of these four sounds, the commotion of the soul beasts in the volcanic islands seemed to be completely suppressed. Among them, some were very noble dragon breaths, and some were fire element breaths that reached the extreme. With its cultivation, it could feel that it was not a meteor, but a creature emitting terrifying fire attribute soul power fluctuations. There were very sharp fins on the back of its winding body, and 4 extremely sharp hooked dragon claws on its abdomen buried under the water. The sea hyena flame dragon king had already half of its body poked out from the bottom of the lake on the top of the mountain. Compared to the blue lake, the hard scaly skin of the sea hyena flame dragon king appeared extremely black. Moreover, under the effect of 10 times the power and its own weight, Chuan Yi's body accumulated extremely huge impact force. This made it have to be vigilant. Among them, the loudest sound was a dragon roar, which even spread to the scattered islands in the outer circle. Its vertical pupils were the same as Chuan Yi's, and it looked like it had a soul-stirring cold light, but the color was red. The aura it exudes is too pure and strong. Under the powerful aura that Chuan Yi did not conceal, it could clearly sense the secret even from thousands of meters away. In the face of this heavenly punishment, the instinctive fear of the creatures caused the entire group to riot. However, if it were just that, it might think that this was a purebred dragon soul beast, but there was a very strong aura of a human soul master mixed in it. At this moment, it was staring at the red meteor in the sky with its dragon pupils. Most of the soul beasts mistook this ball of fire for a terrifying meteor falling from the sky. However, 4 loud beast roars suddenly sounded from the 4 large islands in the center. All the creatures in the entire archipelago noticed the strange phenomenon above their heads. With the addition of the 2 auras, even it could not help but feel a trace of fear from the depths of its soul. What's worse is that this aura is approaching it directly. The red dragon burning sky armor with 10 times the power burst out with a brilliant red light, illuminating the entire sky. This made the sea hyena Flame Dragon King dare not act rashly. It had to stand on the top of the mountain and face this terrifying impact that was almost the same as a meteor. Otherwise, the entire island and even the entire tribe might be destroyed. For a moment, the other three powerful soul beasts had already paid attention to this place at the first time. The distance of 10,000 meters, under the effect of 10 times the power and gravity, was reached in an instant. The golden dragon pupil and the red dragon pupil collided at this moment. In addition to the difference in the eyes of both parties, their cold breath was exactly the same. The calm and domineering brilliance was contained in the pupils. Their sight did not deviate at all. Chuan Yi saw wisdom, determination, and a trace of deep fatigue in this ancient and profound pupil. The corner of the mouth hidden under the helmet has quietly curled up. At the last moment of the collision, Chuan Yi's body, which was diving downward, turned forward, and his posture changed from head down to feet down. At the same time, Chuan Yi's hands and feet burst out with more violent white light, and the jets on his back sprayed downwards under Chuan Yi's control. Under the effect of the upward propulsion, the huge power was quickly offset by Chuan Yi. Hundreds of meters before falling to the top of the mountain, Chuan Yi's falling figure slowed down at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, with Chuan Yi's extremely exquisite deceleration skills, Chuan Yi's feet stepped accurately on the lake. Chuan Yi turned off the thrusters under his feet, and hovered on the water with only the thrusters on his palms and back. As Chuan Yi fell, ripples appeared on the lake surface, and the waves on the lake surface constantly impacted the Sea Mane Flame Dragon King hundreds of meters away. The Sea Mane Flame Dragon King, who saw Chuan Yi's series of operations, became more afraid of Chuan Yi. Such a terrifying impact force could be completely digested by itself. The difficulty was no joke. It was at this moment that it realized that Chuan Yi's move seemed to be a show of power to it. Human! Tell me what you are here for. A deep middle-aged male voice came from the huge dragon's mouth. The dragon head exposed above the water was only a part of its entire body, but even so, it was quite intimidating when overlooked by the huge dragon pupil of 4 meters. Moreover, at this distance, Chuan Yi could not only feel the extremely powerful wild aura, but also witness the deep and huge reserve of terrifying soul power. The aura of the Sea Mane Flame Dragon King can be ranked second among all the people Chuan Yi has seen. The first one is Douluo, the 99-level extreme Douluo. And the aura of the Sea Mane Flame Dragon King is second only to Douluo. Although there is a certain gap, the gap is not big. However, facing such a powerful existence, Chuan Yi is no longer the boy he used to be. Chuan Yi calmly bowed to the Sea Mane Flame Dragon King under his majesty. Respected Sea Mane Flame Dragon King, hello. I am a soul master from the mainland, named Chuan Yi. This time, I really have something to discuss with you. The Sea Mane Flame Dragon King's eyes did not fluctuate at all, it just stared at Chuan Yi lightly. The pupils without emotional fluctuations gave people an inexplicable sense of oppression. However, Chuan Yi spoke the last words as if he was not affected. I have only one purpose for this trip, that is, I want you to sacrifice to me and become my 7th soul ring. As soon as these words fell, the whole lake fell into silence, and it seemed that even the sound of water disappeared. The heavy air surrounded the surroundings, as if the volcano below the lake was brewing might. Chuan Yi paid attention to the terrifying soul power surging in the body of the Sea Mane Flame Dragon King. Such a violent change, of course, could not escape Chuan Yi's eyes, but what made Chuan Yi admire was that if there was no red dragon pupil, it would be impossible to detect the change from its appearance with the naked eye. Because, from beginning to end, its pupils, expression, and even breath did not change at all. Chapter 405 The Fierce Beast Tears. However, before the secretly brewing Sea Mane Flame Dragon King took the lead, the ripples on the lake surface began to vibrate more violently. Along with the vibration came the roaring sound of footsteps. Chuan Yi could feel hundreds of huge beasts rushing to the crater where he was without looking away. Chuan Yi looked at the Sea Mane Flame Dragon King and asked casually, "Sir, are you going to let others interfere with our conversation?" He turned a blind eye to the hundreds of 10,000-year soul beasts that came to help. It was not that Chuan Yi pretended to be calm. For him, quantity would never be a problem. However, the tribe that suddenly entered the crater broke the balance of confrontation between Chuan Yi and the Flame Dragon King. The atmosphere that was still in a stalemate began to tilt towards Chuan Yi. Yes, you heard it right, it tilted towards Chuan Yi. The cold dragon head finally changed a little after Chuan Yi's question. Their intervention put the Flame Dragon King in a passive position, because it needed to consider the safety of the tribe. Ha 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 ha, you have lived too long, and it seems that your brain has also aged. Also, while speaking, the soul power in its body surged more actively. Sometimes, being alone will make you freer. I will give you one last chance to explain, and choose your words carefully. This is because the might displayed by Chuan Yi when he fell is definitely not something that these soul beasts that have not even reached the level of 100,000 years of cultivation can stop. This situation just allows Chuan Yi to peek into the nature of the Flame Dragon King. According to the signal reception of the Red Dragon Horn, Chuan Yi heard clearly that this was a command to stay away. Chuan Yi was also very familiar with this wave, which was the dragon's might that contained spiritual commands. Human, your talent and the armor on your body are indeed very powerful, but this is not a reason for you to speak nonsense in front of me. The calm words entered Chuan Yi's ears, but the cold warning in them was extremely obvious. Of course, this also needs to consider whether the Flame Dragon King is a qualified patriarch. If it were the evil killer whale king at the time, he might not care much about the lives of his people. When the tribe retreated to the outer area of the island, the Flame Dragon King, who had been silent for a long time, spoke first. However, at this moment, Chuan Yi laughed wildly at an inappropriate time. It opened its huge mouth slightly, and a dragon roar mixed with spiritual fluctuations instantly spread. Hearing the Flame Dragon the King's order, the entire tribe turned around and left without any hesitation. Its patience was about to run out, and the tribesmen had retreated to the far end, so it was on the eve of a volcanic eruption. The wave swept across Chuan Yi, but it had no effect on him. Then, the wave spread outward quickly, and in just a moment, the entire island was completely covered. The rushing attack troops suddenly stopped their advance at the moment the wave swept across. You don't seem to see the difference in strength between the two of us. At this moment, it is me, not you, who is standing high and looking down below. After Chuan Yi finished speaking, 6 gorgeous soul rings appeared under his feet. At the same time, Chuan Yi's 2 extreme auras both burst out, and the 2 dragon souls hidden in the gauntlet seemed to be provoked, bursting out with very pure dragon power. However, their dragon power was not released externally, but flowed into Chuan Yi's Sea of Spirit through the arm, and after completing the fusion in the Sea of Spirit, it was released by Chuan Yi's Red Dragon Horn. After Chuan Yi's amplification, the dragon power, which seemed a little weak compared to the Sea Main Flame Dragon King, showed an incomparable terrifying power. The ancient dragon soul passed down from eternity was reproduced in Chuan Yi. Facing Chuan Yi's dragon power, the Sea Main Flame Dragon King remained calm and looked suddenly, the fear buried deep in his heart was infinitely magnified at this moment. The long dragon body began to tremble. His dragon pupils stared at Chuan Yi, and he murmured, "Impossible, impossible, why do you have the breath of the Dragon King?" Here, the Dragon King mentioned by the Sea Main Flame Dragon King refers to the Dragon God King. It is a powerful existence standing at the top of all dragons. Although it has not seen it with its own eyes, the abnormal movement from the depths of its blood cannot be faked. There is suppression and fear, but also a bit of admiration and peace of mind. The trembling Sea Main Flame Dragon King, a drop of hot tears actually flowed from his huge eyes. The dragon tears dripped along his face and fell on the water. It was this tear that directly confused Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi's pretended cold expression was completely unbearable. What's going on? Dragon King? What Dragon King? His dragon might was mixed with the spiritual command of submission, and ordinary soul beasts couldn't even stand steadily in front of Chuan Yi. Is it because they are both dragons that the power of dragon might has decreased? At this moment, Chuan Yi didn't know that it was not that the dragon might didn't work, but on the contrary, it was because its effect was too strong that the Sea Main Flame Dragon King couldn't help but shed tears. Human, tell me, why do you have such a pure dragon soul breath on your body? The Sea Main Flame Dragon King roared and asked him, and his eyes were full of extremely complex emotions, including joy, anger, doubt, and conviction. Various opposite emotions were revealed in the dragon's pupils. The guy who had always been very calm suddenly showed such intense emotions. This made Chuan Yi feel pity inexplicably. Chuan Yi believed that this was not a deception, because in Chuan Yi's eyes, the vigorous soul power condensed in the body had dissipated everywhere, and there was no attacking posture at all. Seeing this, Chuan Yi also retracted his dragon power. I will slowly tell you everything about me. Although Chuan Yi didn't know what happened to the Sea Main Flame Dragon King, he felt that this might be a good time to communicate. At the same time, this might also be a good opportunity to understand the mutation of the martial soul. Immediately, he began to tell the Sea Main Flame Dragon King all the details of his experience in the Blazing Sun Spring. Of course, he did not reveal the location, but only told about the existence of the Ice and Fire Spring. I have revealed to you what you want to know, now it's your turn to reveal the information to me. What do you mean by the Dragon King? During Chuan Yi's narration, the Sea Main Flame Dragon King seemed to have regained his sanity, and the tears on his face had long evaporated. However, at this moment, the coldness in his eyes was completely gone. Faced with Chuan Yi's question, the Sea Main Flame Dragon King was silent for a moment, and finally opened his mouth to tell Chuan Yi the secrets circulated among the Dragon Clan. A long time ago, a genius of the Dragon Clan became a true god with his talent and hard work, and created a huge world of gods. Under the leadership of this dragon god, our Dragon Clan gradually became stronger. In order to facilitate the management of the clan and the world of gods, this dragon god distributed the various attributes of his own blood to the most outstanding geniuses. Chapter 406 The Burial Place of Dragon Kings. Let them represent the 9 attributes of water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, space, time, and stability. The geniuses who inherited the dragon god transformed into 9 dragon kings and led the various dragon clans. It is said that these dragon kings were scattered in an aberration in ancient times. It was unexpected that the water and fire dragon kings among them actually fell into this Douluo continent. What was even more unexpected was that the true dragon soul origin buried deep in the spring was actually sensed by you, a madman, and integrated into your martial soul. The Sea Hyena Flame Dragon King sighed in his heart about the cruelty of fate. The dragon race, which was once so prosperous, has fallen to this place. The dragon soul integrated into the martial soul has completely become a part of Chuan Yi. As long as Chuan Yi dies, the dragon soul in it will also dissipate in the world with Chuan Yi. This time, there will be no hope for the dragon soul to escape. The Fire Dragon King can be said to be the patriarch of all fire-attributed dragon soul beasts, and can also be regarded as their common elder. Although it is now the patriarch of a clan and the oldest elder among all clans, it cannot hide its admiration for the elders. However, I am not here to listen to you explain the history of the dragon clan to me. And the dragon soul that appeared in the martial soul is the spiritual fusion of the remaining dragon soul origin of the Fire Dragon King and the ultimate gold. The Sea Main Flame Dragon King looked at Chuan Yi, who changed his title flexibly, and a strange emotion flashed in his heart. It turned out that the Spring of Ice and Fire was the burial place of the god-level strong men, the Fire Dragon King and the Water Dragon King. After listening to the explanation, Chuan Yi had a clearer understanding of the changes that had taken place in himself. At this moment, the doubts that had been buried in Chuan Yi's heart were finally answered. It couldn't help but ask, "How old are you this year?" No wonder his dragon-like external soul bone would evolve so rapidly in the spring water. He knew that this might be the time when the other party would be most likely to listen to him. The dragon soul and the martial soul opened up a very good opportunity for him, and he must seize this opportunity. Chuan Yi was slightly stunned, and then quickly said, "I am 18 years old this year. When you have a request, it is your excellency, it was you who coerced. You have such a talent, why do you still take such a dangerous soul ring creature plan? You should know that taking in the soul of a soul beast is equivalent to letting it live in your body. No wonder the martial soul and various metals have dragon characteristics. It turns out that the dragon blood power hidden in the spring water is the dragon blood power spread from the Dragon King's corpse." Chuan Yi saw that the atmosphere was slightly relaxed at this time, and struck while the iron was hot. "Thank you for your answer." Chuan Yi spoke very quickly and explained his purpose at once. Even though the Sea Main Flame Dragon King had some guesses, he was still frightened by his too young age. "However, the most important point is that I also hope that you can infuse your soul into the soul ring to preserve your own intelligence. That is why I said the word sacrifice at the beginning." Now it sees Chuan Yi, it can no longer muster a trace of murderous intent, it doesn't know how to face Chuan Yi. The tear that the Sea Hyena Flame Dragon King shed was out of his longing for independence on his elders. "My ultimate goal is actually to obtain your soul ring. If it has other intentions, it is likely to encounter something more terrifying than soul shock. If I were you, I would directly kill a 100,000-year soul beast, obtain and absorb its soul ring and soul bone. The 7th soul ring of 100,000 years should be considered a rare existence even among all humans, right?" The Sea Hyena Flame Dragon King really couldn't understand Chuan Yi's thoughts. Chuan Yi could only repeat what he said when persuading Yun Qiang. The example of evolving soul rings from 90,000 years to 100,000 years, and the unprecedented soul ring creature on Huo Wu. After explaining the basic situation, Chuan Yi said loudly before it could fully react. See Main Flame Dragon King, I have endless talent and potential. More importantly, I have ambition and perseverance that others can hardly reach. In order to achieve my goal, I need your strength. Chuan Yi's golden dragon pupils ignited a brilliant golden flame in a high spirit. This flame seemed to burn everything, and the red dragon pupils of the Sea Main Flame Dragon King were slightly inferior to it. It's not that its mental power is weaker than Chuan Yi, but that its pupils have long lost the momentum of this young man. It suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. It seems that I have never escaped the eyes of the prying eyes from the beginning to the end. Just now, the Sea Main Flame Dragon King felt a strange sight from Chuan Yi's eyes. This strange feeling of being naked by Chuan Yi made it realize the horror of the red dragon pupils. On top of that, it quickly combined Chuan Yi's choice of being the first one to find it among all the 100,000-year soul beasts. How could it not know that its details had already been figured out by the other side? In addition, the Sea Main Flame Dragon King was also very clear about the undead phoenix that Chuan Yi mentioned. It disappeared in the archipelago almost 2 years ago. In other words, it was possible that Chuan Yi had been eyeing it several years ago. The other side was not reckless, but well prepared. And the Sea Main Flame Dragon King could only infer that Chuan Yi's exposed gaze was intentional. You are right. My deadline is approaching. With my current strength, I will never be able to survive this deadline without a major change. I have to say that I really should admire your vision and wisdom. Among the 100,000-year soul beasts in the archipelago, I am indeed the only one who meets your soul ring creature plan. Because, only I am willing to try to sacrifice to you in order to survive. After saying this, the Sea Main Flame Dragon King's expression revealed a lonely look. Seeing this, Chuan Yi couldn't help but sigh again about the suppression of the entire soul beast clan by Douluo continent. Originally, the cultivation of soul beasts is much slower than that of humans. After finally breaking through to the top 100,000-year class, it has to endure the test of the deadline again. This deadline is a life and death test for every soul beast. If it passes, it will live, and if it doesn't, it will die. Even as strong as the Sea Main Flame Dragon King, when it is on the verge of the deadline, its heart has been suffering from fear. The Sea Main Flame Dragon King, which was transformed from a sea main dragon lizard, has dragon blood, but its potential is limited after all. Although it has cultivated its cultivation to more than 199,000 years, it still cannot cross the real 200,000 year mark. Chuan Yi discovered this secret of the Sea Main Flame Dragon King, so he chose to make this strongest king of the archipelago his 7th soul ring. The Sea Main Flame Dragon King has been maintaining peace, in fact, it is also to cover up the fatigue and exhaustion deep in his heart. Chapter 407 Battle of the Sea Main Flame Dragon King. However, the loneliness on its face only stayed for a moment, and then it returned to calm. It fell into silence again, as if thinking about something. Chuan Yi patiently waited for the Sea Main Flame Dragon King. Its wisdom far exceeded Chuan Yi's imagination, and it could see through Chuan Yi's intentions with just a few hints. More importantly, it did not refuse at the first time. It was this point that gave Chuan Yi hope. After a long time, the red dragon pupil appeared again. It fell on Chuan Yi again. It asked Chuan Yi in a very calm tone, I have a question, I hope you can answer it truthfully. Excuse me. What exactly is the target you are talking about? Seeing this, it couldn't help but burst into laughter. The Sea Main Flame Dragon King stared at the pair of golden dragon pupils under the helmet, trying to observe the changes when Chuan Yi answered. After replying, Chuan Yi's figure slowly rose into the air. However, Chuan Yi's eyes did not shift at all. He calmly looked back at the Sea Main Flame Dragon King and replied briefly with one word. But, more importantly, behind this courage, there is also strength and ambition to support it. Seeing such a person, how can it not be excited? As a soul beast, the pride drove it to attack Chuan Yi. Defeat me. After all, this world is a world where the strong prey on the weak, and only the strong can decide everything. Chuan Yi, I admire your courage and strength, and I understand your proposal. God! The winding body buried under the water began to swing, and the lake surface began to surge like the ocean. The bold laughter echoed in the crater. However, the white mist could not prevent the two hot sights from colliding with each other. Ha ha ha, what an interesting kid! The sea main flame dragon king has been staring at Chuan Yi's eyes, but unfortunately, it did not see any falsehood in them. This sight of it made Chuan Yi's desire for the sea main flame dragon king even stronger. If you can defeat me, even if I sacrifice myself to you, what's the harm? It's a deal. For a while, as the two hot energies were brewing wildly, thick white mist quietly rose on the water surface. Alone, he dared to walk in front of it openly. This courage alone was enough to make it look up to him. However, it was not so easy to get me to agree. At this moment, it could no longer hide its heart. With laughter, the hot blood hidden in its body was stimulated by Chuan Yi. When the momentum was condensed to the extreme, a thick black whip shadow burst out from the bottom of the water, and the shocking whip shadow passed through the thick fog and pointed directly at Chuan Yi. A great battle officially kicked off with the sound of the whip. Due to the huge size of the sea main flame dragon king, the attack of the dragon's tail was like a huge wall rushing towards him. Chuan Yi had already noticed the attack of the dragon's tail of the sea main flame dragon king, but he did not choose to dodge. On the contrary, his red dragon burning sky armor suddenly burst out with heat waves, and the thrusters on the back quickly changed the direction of the jet, brazenly meeting the dragon's tail. Red and black, the two figures collided fiercely. The powerful impact force actually penetrated the red dragon burning sky armor directly and landed on the surface of the dragon scales inside Chuan Yi. Since wearing the red dragon burning sky armor, it was the first time he felt the invasion of external forces. The hard dragon tail hit Chuan Yi's armor. Its hardness was no weaker than the armor, and its strength was no less than 10 times the power of Chuan Yi at this time. Although the accumulated impact force of the newly activated mecha was not as good as the attack that fell from the sky not long ago. However, the explosive force generated by 10 times the power was definitely not weak. Ordinary titled Douluo would be scattered when they were unprepared and there was no possibility of survival. However, the sea main flame dragon king forced Chuan Yi to stop his advance with his hard dragon scales and strong body strength. The teeth-grinding collision sound broke the white mist and revealed the figures of the two. The sea main flame dragon king gritted his teeth and used his whole body to stop Chuan Yi's advance, which also put the two into a stalemate. However, the sea main flame dragon king had no words to say. It had never thought that this armor would be so hard, and Chuan Yi's impact force was too strong. If it were not for its tough dragon body, it would have been broken by just one collision. Chuan Yi's chest was pressed against the dragon's tail, and the firepower of his arms was continuously transmitted to his back. The thrust of 10 times the power continued to compete with the huge force of the flame dragon king. Although the tail whip was strong, its force was unsustainable. After the initial power was offset by Chuan Yi, the dragon's tail began to be pushed back by Chuan Yi. After this blow, the flame dragon king knew that it was impossible to win in terms of strength. It moved its soul power into its tail, and the dark black scales began to vibrate slightly. Chuan Yi, who was pressed against the dragon's tail, could clearly feel the concentrated firepower condensed by the dragon scales. Just when Chuan Yi completely knocked the dragon's tail away, each dragon scale of the dragon's tail suddenly burst out with a wave of shock force. The chaotic explosion force, which seemed like thousands of bombs exploding in front of him, actually temporarily imprisoned Chuan Yi in place. The impact force generated by thousands of explosions collided and rebounded with each other. According to common sense, these forces that should have collapsed on their own, under the wonderful control of the sea main flame dragon king, the chaotic forces instead formed a complex wave of power. Under the wave flow, Chuan Yi's whole body strength was attacked by the impact force from all directions, and the firepower at the propulsion port was also disturbed by the complex shock wave. The direction of the ejection was not able to form a unified force. While Chuan Yi was in a short state of confinement, the sea main flame dragon king did not dare to relax at all, and saw its dragon mouth open. Red flames condensed in the depths of the throat, and the next moment, a giant fireball that could hold the entire Chuan Yi erupted from the dragon's mouth. The shape of the red fireball was different from the fire attribute soul skills that Chuan Yi usually came into contact with. It was in a very thick state. It was called a flame, but it was more like a liquid ball composed of flowing magma liquid. Generally speaking, the ejection skills of fire attribute dragons are columnar ejections similar to dragon breath. However, for those who have been exposed to fire for many years, for the sea main flame dragon king, who needs to fight with sea soul beasts in the deep sea, the dragon breath attack method will only be quickly extinguished by the ocean. Therefore, for the fire attribute soul beasts living in the ocean, condensing and concentrating firepower is the ability they have learned in their long-term life. When Chuan Yi spent 1 or 2 seconds to finally get rid of the turbulence, the slurry fireball was already close to him. In addition, the chaos of Chuan Yi's pushing firepower just returned to normal, and the powerful propulsion of the combined force pushed Chuan Yi further towards the fireball. In an instant, Chuan Yi's entire body was covered by the fireball. What's worse, the fireball neither exploded nor knocked Chuan Yi away. After it completely wrapped Chuan Yi in it, it stuck to Chuan Yi's body like mucus. Chuan Yi tried to shake his body to get rid of the flames, but, although it was clearly flames, it felt like he was stuck in a quagmire, and it was quite blocked to move, and it was extremely sticky and couldn't be shaken off. Chapter 408 The Devouring Power of the Ultimate Fire. At the same time, the flames like magma poured into Chuan Yi's body through the tiny gaps in the armor. At this moment, Chuan Yi even felt suffocated. The air in the ball was burned out by the flames. If he breathed at this moment, what he inhaled into his nose would be the hot flames like magma. Looking at the special flames that were like water flowing and seeping into each hole, Chuan Yi's mouth was full of excitement. Such a strange flame was something Chuan Yi had never seen before. In order to better see the special features of this flame, Chuan Yi not only did not think about solving it, but he actually extinguished the thrusters on his body. His figure suddenly fell from the air. Flop, hiss. First there was a sound of falling into the water, and then there was the sound of evaporating water vapor. Chuan Yi fell into the lake while being wrapped in the fireball. Seeing this, Chuan Yi's amazement became even greater. Since you don't come up, I'll defeat you in the water. Such a sophisticated fire control ability, even Chuan Yi benefited a lot. However, this happened to be exactly what he wanted. Entering the water would indeed accelerate the extinguishing of the flame. However, what made it uneasy was that Chuan Yi's actions were too calm. At this moment, a strong sense of uneasiness sounded in its heart. All this made the Sea Hyena Flame Dragon King unable to immerse himself in the joy of the skill hit. Even if Chuan Yi was wearing hard armor, as long as it was not completely sealed, the flame concentrated into molten magma would invade it. Faced with such an attack, most land soul beasts or flying soul beasts would want to enter the sea to extinguish the flame. Moreover, the fireball of the Sea Hyena Flame Dragon King cleverly used the power of water to stimulate the flame to burst out with stronger power. What's more amazing is that although the fireball that fell into the water came into contact with the water, the speed at which its temperature dissipated was much slower than that of the flame in a normal state. Moreover, what is even more peculiar is that under the stimulation of water, although the energy on the surface of the fireball is dissipating, the flame inside becomes more intense and drills into the inside frantically. The move just now is called the Magma Fireball, which has a unique sticky property. It is both an attack skill and a unique restrictive skill. As expected, Chuan Yi can be said to have fallen into its trap completely. After falling into the water, he not only did not panic, but did not even try to rush out of the water again. In other words, if someone tries to use water to extinguish this ball of fire, they will suffer a lot. The conflict between the power of water and fire is fully demonstrated in this move. When wrapped in the magma fireball, the body will first be burned by the hot flames in all directions. However, the highly concentrated flame extinguishes extremely slowly, and until it is completely extinguished, the magma fireball will burst out with even stronger power. On the other hand, the Sea Main Flame Dragon King on the water surface looked solemnly at the burning fireball under the water. He seemed to be in a state of sleep, quietly suspended at the bottom of the water. The dragon had dipped into the water, and the whole body swayed wantonly. In the water, the Sea Main Flame Dragon King actually burst out at a very terrifying speed. What was even more terrifying was that its charging body was completely unlike the way a sea snake advanced. It was seen that its body was straight, and the gaps where the black scales met burst out with red flames. In the water, it turned into a red fire dragon, and under the fire power of its whole body, it accelerated towards Chuan Yi. As a fire attribute soul beast, fire power propulsion is also its specialty. In the water, buoyancy offset its heavy body, and coupled with fire power propulsion, its speed in the water exceeded 99% of the sea soul beasts. The sharp black dragon horn, like a sharp giant spear, rushed towards the fireball that wrapped Chuan Yi. However, at this moment, the quiet Chuan Yi made a huge sound. Just in time. Under the water, the sound that should have been blurred spread rapidly under the effect of Chuan Yi's amplifying soul guide function. It turned out that Chuan Yi had already closed his helmet. While breathing air, he used all his strength to shout out a huge roar. In the dragon state, Chuan Yi's roar was mixed with the obscure dragon roar. The strong sound wave vibration made the sea main flame dragon king, who had a very sensitive hearing, show an uncomfortable expression. However, its eyes were fixed on the direction of Chuan Yi. Its offensive was ready. With the power of its whole body, the black dragon horn gathered a terrifying momentum. This was the explosive skill of the sea main flame dragon king, the flame dragon charge. In terms of attack power and penetration, it was the strongest among all the skills it mastered. After probing with the dragon's tail, it had understood the defensive power of the armor. However, through that attack, it also roughly guessed the defensive limit of the armor. According to the calculation method of human soul masters, the armor can only withstand attacks below level 95 at most. In theory, Chuan Yi, who was hidden in the armor, should have been affected in the initial attack. However, what the sea main flame dragon king didn't know was that Chuan Yi was not only strong in the armor, but also in the dragon state. The residual force that penetrated the armor could not cause any effect at all. Although it had some doubts in its heart, since it could not break the defense with just a surface attack, it would concentrate its strength on one point. A peerless giant spear consisting of a red spear shaft and a black spear head attacked Chuan Yi. The indomitable sharp breath, before it got close, passed through the armor and reached the skin under Chuan Yi's dragon scales. With just one glance, Chuan Yi felt that this attack was definitely not something that the current red dragon burning heaven armor could resist. Although its red dragon burning heaven armor was purified by the blazing Yang Chuan, it still had its limits. It was still not good enough in front of the top strong man who had cultivated for 190,000 years. However, Chuan Yi was not afraid. The firepower of his left hand rushed out and poured into the thruster on his back. The silent jet was activated again. At this moment, the thick flame ball surrounding Chuan Yi's body was actually swallowed by the blazing white fire column ejected by the thruster. For a moment, several thick jets were like black holes, madly swallowing the flames attached to Chuan Yi. Moreover, without the need for Chuan Yi to deliver extra firepower, the fire column of the thruster expanded by itself. Note that Chuan Yi did not use the red dragon horn during this process. This is the ultimate fire, the devouring property that it triggers. In front of the ultimate fire, all low-level flames will be suppressed and devoured by it. It was for this reason that Chuan Yi extinguished the thruster and fell into the water. It was this action that made the sea main flame dragon king mistakenly believe that Chuan Yi jumped into the water to extinguish the flame. However, when Chuan Yi truly demonstrated the power of the ultimate fire, even the highly concentrated flame of the magma flame ball could not compete with the jet flame at 10 times the power. When the flame dissipated, the sea main flame dragon king, blurred by the flames, was fully displayed in Chuan Yi's red dragon pupils. Chapter 409 Golden Knife Cuts Dragon Horn. Facing a single attack with extremely strong attack power, Chuan Yi's left-hand dragon soul hummed slightly. The left-hand armor that erupted with flames burst into dark gold fluorescence. The fluorescence penetrated the outer layer of the red dragon burning heaven armor and quickly spread along the arm to the whole body. The red dragon scale armor was dyed with a deep color under the dark gold rendering. The whole armor was rendered from pure red to a gorgeous red and gold pattern similar to Chuan Yi's dark golden dragon claw. It was as if Chuan Yi's hand armor spread into the whole armor. The ultimate gold soul power with 100% attribute amplification of the left-hand dragon soul flowed into the armor along the martial soul. This made Chuan Yi's armor burst out with a sharp and rich ultimate breath. The rushing sea main flame dragon king was very close to Chuan Yi, and the extremely condensed and extremely sharp breath on Chuan Yi's body rushed towards him. Finally, at the moment when it was about to hit Chuan Yi, two powerful shock forces were stimulated by the two horns. It is a skill that creates turbulent waves and uses it to remotely control the enemy's actions by superimposing the shock force. This move is called Dragon Scale Shock Turbulence, which is the unique skill of the sea main flame dragon king. It is called a control skill, but in fact, for weaker enemies, this so-called control skill is also a very strong attack skill. At this moment, Chuan Yi once again felt the special feeling of being restricted by the strange shock force of the sea main flame dragon king on the lake surface. Under the effect of the explosive force, the dragon scales close to the body began to vibrate slightly. However, the arrow has been released and cannot be turned back. The huge dragon horn hit Chuan Yi with a fierce momentum. The restrained flame was contracted to its dragon scales all over its body. At this moment, starting from its tail dragon scales, the extremely condensed flame began to emit an explosive breath. At the same time, the terrifying propulsion force accumulated when the flame dragon charged was not affected by the shock force. With this skill, the Sea Mane Flame Dragon King wanted to completely control Chuan Yi's terrifying propulsion and flight ability. This time, the vibration force of the Sea Mane Flame Dragon King was superimposed layer by layer, which was far from being comparable to the previous hasty stimulation. The feeling of being pierced by a sharp instrument made it feel bad. Moreover, in the water, Chuan Yi could see more clearly that the ripples generated by the vibration were spreading rapidly in a layer by layer and superimposed manner. In just a moment, after the vibration of dozens of meters of dragon scales, when this vibration force reached the head, the pair of black horns completely withstood the vibration force. In other words, control and attack, or attack and attack, almost fell on Chuan Yi at the same time. Moreover, under the ultra-high-speed dynamic vision of Chuan Yi's red dragon eye, the vibration of the dragon scales can be clearly seen. The timing is different, it is progressive from the tail. The decisive Sea Mane Flame Dragon King's eyes flashed with brilliance, and the red flames erupting from his body suddenly restrained at the moment when his impact speed reached its peak. In the water, Chuan Yi felt the restraining force several times stronger than in the air. A disordered, but strong, large-scale high-frequency turbulence enveloped Chuan Yi. However, just a mere breath was enough to make his face and dragon horns ache. Fortunately, Chuan Yi used the gold soul power to temporarily strengthen the defense of the armor, otherwise, this shock force could definitely penetrate the entire armor and penetrate into Chuan Yi's body. Imagine that countless chaotic shock forces are fighting each other in the body. At that time, the blood, soul power, flesh, bones, and even mental power in the body will not be able to condense into force due to the shock. However, although the skills are strong, for Chuan Yi, a move that has been used once is basically impossible to work on him again. Chuan Yi was highly alert to this kind of control skills. The dark golden light suddenly burst out from the surface of Chuan Yi's armor, and countless tiny golden lights quickly flowed on the surface of Chuan Yi's armor. If you zoom in, you can see that the countless flowing lights are actually tiny sharp blades condensed by Chuan Yi's gold soul power. Under Chuan Yi's control, these sharp blades flowed at high speed on the surface of the armor. In other words, Chuan Yi's armor is like a super high-speed electric saw wrapped with countless blades made of extreme gold. When the intricate and complex blades collided with the ripples, the strong shock force had no resistance under the cutting of the sharp blades. And its shock force could not shake the tiny blade at all. After being cut in half, the large ripples turned into smaller ripples, and their force was directly halved. By analogy, the terrifying wave turbulence quickly fell apart in front of Chuan Yi's offensive defense. The shock force was actually completely disintegrated by Chuan Yi. However, Chuan Yi did not make any additional moves. He stared at the Sea Mane Flame Dragon King with his eyes fixed. At this critical moment, a thought flashed through Chuan Yi's mind. At this moment, Chuan Yi thought that the opponent might not realize that he had broken free. Because, this move could not even penetrate the mental power, which was indeed an extraordinary effect as a control skill. However, in this case, it would hinder its own mental exploration. In other words, this moment was the most relaxed moment for the opponent. Immediately, Chuan Yi quietly transferred the gold soul power to his left arm. Just when the huge dragon horn of the Sea Mane Flame Dragon King was about to hit Chuan Yi's chest armor, the thruster in Chuan Yi's palm suddenly burst into white light. Chuan Yi stretched out his right hand to the right. Under the powerful propulsion of the palm thruster, Chuan Yi's body was almost rubbing against the rough dragon horn, and safely avoided the stab of the dragon horn. At the same time, the left arm that had already condensed the gold soul power turned into a hand knife shape and was raised high. Chuan Yi's dragon pupils condensed, and 4 blazing white propulsion flames were ejected from the back of his hand knife. Although the amplification rate is much smaller than that of the soul-guided gold essence, after all, the whole body is composed of a 300% amplification rate. Driven by 8 times the power, Chuan Yi's hand knife chopped down at a speed that could not be observed by the naked eye. At the blade of the hand knife, the slender blade made of the extremely high-speed rotating gold easily cut off a thick dragon horn of the Sea Mane Flame Dragon King like a hot knife cutting butter. Of course, all this happened too suddenly, and the Sea Mane Flame Dragon King had not even reacted completely before a dragon horn was cut off. When its body passed Chuan Yi due to the huge momentum, it really realized what happened. Just when its body was about to crash through the oblique wall of the crater, it finally controlled its body and avoided letting the lake water flow down from the top of the mountain. However, although it controlled its body, the shock in its heart could not be stopped at all. It raised its dragon head slightly and saw that the majestic dragon horn on its head was cut off cleanly. Chapter 410 Dragon Subjugation. It couldn't even use its mental power to detect the wound, because the sharp breath left in the wound was still cutting it. If the mental power approached this place, it would be cut by this breath. The look of the sea hyena flame dragon king when he looked at Chuan Yi had completely changed. It had never thought that Chuan Yi actually had a gold talent that was no less than that of fire. In the memory of the sea hyena flame dragon king, only that sharp edge that seemed to be able to cut everything was deeply engraved in its mind. Now thinking back, its heart began to be completely occupied by the fear of death. Chuan Yi stretched out his 5 claws, gently grasped the thick dragon horn that he had cut off, which was larger than his entire body, and turned to face the sea main flame dragon king, and said calmly, "Do you want to continue?" Under the effect of the helmet's amplifying soul guide, the sea main flame dragon king also heard Chuan Yi's words. It was suddenly awakened by this voice and broke free from the fear of death that was entrenched in its mind. Chuan Yi's ultimate gold energy, in a subtle way, transformed the red dragon burning sky armor. It looked at Chuan Yi and asked, "If I'm not mistaken, do you have the ability to be immune to fire?" Seeing the pupils of the sea main flame dragon king shrank sharply at Chuan Yi's action. That is to input its own gold soul power into the armor, which can not only temporarily increase the metal material to the strength of the ultimate gold and improve its control over the armor, but most importantly, it can also play a certain role in nourishment. Looking at the dragon horn that Chuan Yi held, a helpless bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Compared to before, it can be found that the material and strength of the armor seem to be several points stronger than before. Seeing this, Chuan Yi finally showed a satisfied smile. Although he had vaguely guessed it through the story of the fiery Yang Chuan before, he still couldn't stop the shock in his heart when he heard Chuan Yi admit it himself. Just the ultimate fire that can devour flames is not something it can deal with. The soul power on the surface of the armor returned to the body, and the dark gold color also dissipated from the surface of the armor. Thinking of this, the sea main flame dragon king completely surrendered to Chuan Yi. At this time, it really realized how big the gap was between itself and Chuan Yi. That's right, this is the phenomenon that Chuan Yi accidentally discovered when testing the armor. However, although the soul power has dissipated, Chuan Yi's extreme aura has quietly integrated into the entire body of the armor. Finally, there is a final doubt in its heart. If it does not surrender after the dragon horn is cut off, then the next time it will be its head. Chuan Yi did not speak, but the dragon horn helmet shook up and down gently. It is not confident that it can use its skull to block the sharp edge. Now, coupled with the ultimate gold that can cut everything, the two of them are not at the same level at all. No. You win. Sure enough, from the beginning, I had no chance of winning. That is to say, in Chuan Yi's hands, these weapons can become even stronger. In time, these weapons and equipment are likely to complete the transformation to the extreme. The red armor turned back, and under the action of the propeller, it slowly drove Chuan Yi out of the lake. The sea hyena flame dragon king also swam out of the water. Chuan Yi, according to the agreement, I agree to your request. It looked at Chuan Yi and admitted defeat to Chuan Yi. Although it was a soul beast, it kept its word and would never go back on its word. Moreover, it saw endless potential in Chuan Yi. If it was this person, maybe he could really achieve that whimsical goal. Perhaps betting his life on Chuan Yi would be a gamble. Tell me, what do you want to do? I can cooperate with you to complete the Soul Ring creature plan. Chuan Yi saw the relieved look of the sea main flame dragon king and basically determined that the other party had completely surrendered. Immediately, he replied, "Wait, don't worry, please allow me to call my partner first. With her help, our success rate can be greatly improved." After speaking, Chuan Yi raised his hand and launched a highly condensed golden fireball into the sky. The fireball climbed rapidly, and when it reached a height of more than several thousand meters, the condensed fireball suddenly exploded, and a brilliant golden firework shone in the sky. 10,000 meters in the sky. The three people on the red dragon immediately paid attention to the fireworks. It's gold. Xiao I succeeded. Quan Li saw the color of the fireworks and slapped his thigh excitedly. Yunxiang was also so excited that she almost shouted out. Huahu seemed much calmer than the two, but her hands and back soaked in sweat revealed how much she was worried during this period. Now, the most dangerous stage has passed, but with her physical fitness, she felt tired so quickly. After the three confirmed the fireworks, Quan Yi's red dragon began to descend to the ground. When the height dropped to a certain level, Huahu waved her hand and used the peach fantasy fire to cover the entire red dragon. Finally, when the red dragon successfully hovered above the lake in the crater, Huo Wu could no longer hold back her thoughts and jumped from the dragon head to Chuan Yi, who was hovering in the sky. Huo Wu's sudden action startled Chuan Yi. He quickly closed the thrusters on his back and hands and only used the thrusters on his feet to support him to hug Huo Wu. When he wanted to reprimand Huo Wu for her dangerous behavior, he felt Huo Wu's slightly trembling body. Chuan Yi's cold dragon eyes instantly turned into warm soft water at this moment. "I'm sorry to have worried you." Chuan Yi gently hugged Huo Wu and soothed her frightened heart. Huo Wu's trembling body also gradually relaxed in Chuan Yi's arms. At this moment, no one stopped the two. After a while, Huo Wu sorted out her heart and released Chuan Yi's arms. Huo Wu didn't say much, but she looked at Chuan Yi with a firm look to show her support. Now, the situation is not over yet, she knows it is not the time to relax. They both turned their eyes to the sea iguana flame dragon king at the same time. "Sir, our sacrifice ceremony requires a safe and secret place. Do you know a place that meets the requirements?" Chuan Yi asked the sea iguana flame dragon king. The sea iguana flame dragon king looked at Huo Wu meaningfully, and then replied, "No need to go anywhere else, there is no safer place in this sea area than here. Just do it here." Then, it chanted a dragon roar. As the sound spread, it was like a sound of thousands of horses galloping, approaching the volcano from a distance. Hundreds of 10,000-year-old sea iguana dragon lizards are the largest force in the volcanic archipelago. In it, surrounded by them, ordinary 100,000-year soul beasts dared not approach at all. Can they alone resist other forces in the archipelago? Chuan Yi knew that there were soul beast tribes in this archipelago that were not weaker than them, and they also had 100,000-year level king soul beasts. If they joined forces, even with Chuan Li and Yun Qiang, they would not be able to compete head-on. In response to Chuan Yi's question, the sea main flame dragon king smiled contemptuously. He said, "Even if I'm not here, they dare not approach this island at all." Chapter 411 The Power of Volcano. The tone of the sea main flame dragon king seemed extremely conceited. However, if you look closely at its eyes, you can find the absolute confidence hidden under the disdain. Chuan Yi is not unfamiliar with this confidence. From the first time they looked at each other, Chuan Yi observed a sense of indifference that seemed to have some kind of confidence. This feeling has not changed even now. Chuan Yi, who was curious about this, couldn't help but ask, "Do you have any hidden cards?" The sea main flame dragon king smiled calmly and replied, "It seems that your dragon pupils are not omnipotent. Chuan Yi, don't rely too much on your eyes. Sometimes, there are dangers hidden in places you can't see." Places you can't see. Chuan Yi lowered his head and pondered, thinking quickly. "Yes, this volcano is my biggest support." However, the sea main flame dragon king sounded the alarm for Chuan Yi. However, this problem rarely bothers Chuan Yi, because it is almost impossible for living things to exist so deep underground. The sea main flame dragon king was also surprised by Chuan Yi's extremely fast brain rotation and reaction. Therefore, Chuan Yi rarely guarded against the underground, and the sense of security brought to him by the thick land made him ignore it subconsciously. The thick land greatly reduced Chuan Yi's perspective. Compared with the ground, the penetration distance of the perspective is more than 100 times different. Although volcanic eruptions are divided into different levels, the largest volcanic eruption recorded in history in the past was the eruption of Mount Tambora in 1815. Volcanic eruption. The confirmation of the sea main flame dragon king made everyone present sweat and their hearts tremble. Moreover, as you go deeper, the density of the earth will become greater, and the penetrating power of the perspective will become more and more difficult to sink. According to analysis, the energy released by this volcanic eruption is equivalent to 62,000 times that of the Little Boy atomic bomb. This is almost the most destructive of all natural disasters. It nodded gently and said, "Chuan Yi, you are very perceptive. Although this volcano has fallen into a dormant period, it still stores enormous energy in its depths. If the red dragon eye can't see anything, except for things beyond the exploration limit, then there are only things hidden deep underground." Chuan Yi looked at the sea main flame dragon king in shock. "And I can guide this great power of heaven and earth through some means." When his dragon pupil passed through the lake and looked at the bottom of the water, Chuan Yi showed a look of sudden enlightenment. At this moment, Chuan Yi felt a chill in his heart, and his hair stood up all over his body. Could it be that this volcano is your confidence? Moreover, in this volcanic eruption, the giant mountain with a height of 4,100 meters was sharply reduced to 2,800 meters. What a powerful force! Although the volcano where the sea main flame dragon king is located is not that big. However, once it really erupts, Chuan Yi, and even Huo Wu, Chuan Li, and Yun Qiang, who are 10,000 meters above the sky, will not be able to escape death. Since you have such a powerful method, why don't you use it to negotiate with me? If Chuan Yi knew that the sea hyena flame dragon king had such a method, he would never take the attitude he had before. No, perhaps, from the very beginning, he would not have rashly gone here. The sea hyena flame dragon king enjoyed Chuan Yi's change of attitude at this moment. Although he didn't say it, he was still a little unhappy about the defeat in the previous battle. It suppressed the secret joy in his heart and replied calmly, "Volcanic eruption is not a joke. If it is not handled properly, it will cause losses to both sides. This method can only be used when it is a real life and death moment." After listening to the explanation, Chuan Yi relaxed a little. However, he was already scared out of his wits. Now thinking about it, he found that he seemed to have almost crossed the line of death. "Hee, kid, you are scared now. If it weren't for the real dragon soul, I wouldn't be so polite to you." Although Chuan Yi was not a proud person, he lost the proper respect for the sea main flame dragon king. Now, how could Chuan Yi dare to treat it in this way? Looking at the sea main flame dragon king now, it was as if he was facing a heavy volcano. Even if it was very calm on the outside, it seemed to contain unfathomable and powerful forces inside. "I have offended you before, please forgive me." Chuan Yi apologized to the sea main flame dragon king solemnly as a junior. "Haha, it turns out that you have such a side, interesting." The sea main flame dragon king seemed to have a better understanding of Chuan Yi. "Okay, I accept your apology, and this matter ends here. Now let's discuss the soul ring creature plan." The sea main flame dragon king showed extraordinary magnanimity. Its rationality and sense of responsibility all highlight its unique temperament as a king. Chuan Yi's admiration became stronger. He said respectfully and seriously, "First of all, before the formal discussion, I would like to ask the senior to observe the real object first." Chuan Yi glanced at Huo Wu, and Huo Wu understood and directly activated her own martial soul and soul ring. 6 colorful soul rings appeared under Huo Wu's feet, and an orange-red shadow swayed behind her. The look of the sea hyena flame dragon king looking at Huo Wu suddenly changed at this moment. The breath of the ultimate fire, and the incredible rosy 6th soul ring. Although it has little contact with humans, it also knows that this is definitely not something that a soul master at the soul emperor level can have. When it looked closely at the 100,000-year soul ring, it actually felt a special breath that belonged to the soul beast. This is the soul ring with life. Incredibly, there is actually a soul beast's soul in the soul ring, and it has such a clear consciousness. The sea main flame dragon king has extraordinary eyesight. He was observing and marveling at the same time. At this moment, Wu Tong's joyful chirping sounded in Huaohu's spiritual sea. Huaohu understood Wu Tong's intentions at the first time through spiritual communication. She looked at the sea main flame dragon king in surprise and asked, "Senior, have you ever had contact with Wu Tong before? Why did Wu Tong show such joy when he saw you?" As soon as these words came out, the other three looked at the sea main flame dragon king in surprise. "Haha, this little guy is an old acquaintance. I didn't expect that a remnant soul after being purified could still remember me." The sea main flame dragon king then explained to everyone his encounter with Wu Tong. "No, the undead phoenix. Tens of thousands of years ago, an undead phoenix was born among the volcanic islands. At that time, the sea main flame dragon king had become the strongest king in the volcanic islands. It was also the first to discover the birth of the undead phoenix. According to common sense, undead creatures are a great threat to all living things. Therefore, the moment they are encountered, they should be eradicated to prevent them from growing smoothly." However, the sea main flame dragon king at that time looked at the undead phoenix and had an alternative idea. Chapter 412 A brief discussion on the sacrifice method. Undead creatures are against the harmony of heaven. In addition to being feared by living creatures, they are also easily remembered by heaven. During its growth, it will face the calamity called the deadline more than soul beasts. Knowing this, the sea main flame dragon king had a strange thought in his mind. That is, can it use the heavenly calamity that fell on the undead phoenix to train its own adaptability? The sea main flame dragon king, who knows how to plan ahead, has actually been preparing for the deadline from the beginning. However, although its bloodline accidentally transformed into a true dragon species, due to the backward starting point of its original race, it was too late. After completing 100,000 after the transformation of the realm of the year, it became more and more difficult to move forward. It was at this moment that it saw the undead phoenix and had a crazy idea in its heart. That is to use the calamity of the undead phoenix to train its body. Thinking of this, it not only did not destroy the undead phoenix, but on the contrary, it protected it and hid it. Time passed, and 1,000 years passed. The sea hyena flame dragon king monitored the undead phoenix to prevent it from causing casualties to the volcanic islands, while protecting it from growing smoothly. It quietly hid at the bottom of the volcanic Tianqi, quietly waiting for the arrival of the calamity. The sea hyena flame dragon king objectively analyzed that it really had no able to deal with the 100,000 year level heavenly tribulation. Chuan Yi can understand the despair of not being able to improve. It can be said that it is because of the sea main flame dragon king that this undead phoenix, which is not tolerated by heaven and earth, has successfully grown to the level of 90,000 years of cultivation. Finally, after 1,000 years, the gifted undead phoenix faced the catastrophe of its transformation into a 10,000-year soul beast. After this catastrophe, the sea main flame dragon king can be said to have trained his ability to face the heavenly tribulation as he wished. Of course, the sea main flame dragon king will not let go of every catastrophe. However, what's worse is that after going through such a powerful heavenly tribulation, it found that its body is no longer like it was improving as before. Compared to the 100,000 year limit, the catastrophe of the undead phoenix was too small, but it was a life and death crisis for the undead phoenix. However, in this process, the sea main flame dragon king found that as his cultivation became more and more profound, the power of the undead phoenix's catastrophe became stronger and stronger. In the days to come, every time the undead phoenix broke through the 10,000 year cultivation, it would face a catastrophe. However, this was exactly what the sea main flame dragon king had been looking forward to for a long time. And the sea main flame dragon king also took this opportunity to successfully break through to the 190,000 year cultivation. What he admired even more was that in the face of such a situation, the sea main flame dragon king had not given up on himself. In the 8th and 9th limits of the undead phoenix, even with the 180,000 and 190,000 year cultivation, the sea main flame dragon king had to work very hard to get through. It was at this moment that it completely understood that its body had been raised to its own limit and all its potential had been exhausted. From 10,000 years to 90,000 years, the 9 heavenly tribulations that befell the undead phoenix were all endured by it. Also, although the heavenly tribulations of the undead phoenix were strong, they were still at the level of 10,000 years. As we all know, when a soul beast breaks through the realm of 100,000 years, everything will undergo a qualitative change. The undead phoenix completely ignored. Compared to normal soul beasts, the deadline came too quickly. In this case, the sea main flame dragon king directly seized the catastrophe and saved the undead phoenix. However, I didn't expect that at this last moment, Chuan Yi disturbed its last piece. In general, the relationship between the sea main flame dragon king and the undead phoenix is a special fate of mutual achievement. Although the sea main flame dragon king's original intention was to use the undead phoenix, in fact, it became the lifesaver of the undead phoenix. This memory does not seem to dissipate. Perhaps, this memory buried deep in the soul of the undead phoenix has not been purified by the sacred attribute. After all, the sacred attribute can only purify the negative energy opposite to it. Chuan Yi thought so. I didn't expect that all of this was brought by you, a little guy. Ha ha ha. It's really worth my efforts during that time. The sea main flame dragon king saw the undead phoenix again in this way, lamenting the impermanence of fate, and at the same time felt that there seemed to be a destiny in the dark. Senior, it was the existence of Wutong that made me realize the possibility of soul ring creatures. Before that, I had specially asked my soul beast friend. The information about soul beasts such as deadline and sacrifice was learned from her. It was these information that made me realize the secret hidden in the sacrifice. I heard that the method of sacrifice is to sacrifice the soul beast's own life and soul, so that the soul master can force the successful fusion regardless of whether he has reached the level of absorbing soul rings. Although the sea main flame dragon king was very curious about who the soul beast friend Chuan Yi was talking about was, he still suppressed his curiosity and nodded, "You are right, sacrifice is overbearing and absolute. And the most important reason is that the soul sacrificed by the soul beast helps the soul master control the fierce soul power of the soul ring. That's it." Chuan Yi heard the sea main flame dragon king mention the key point, so he shouted loudly, attracting everyone's attention. Chuan Yi's eyes flashed with excitement, and he said loudly, if it is assumed that a soul master can bear the energy of the soul ring without any help, and use his own mental power to keep the sacrificed soul from being damaged, can he replicate the miracle of the soul ring creature? When Chuan Yi said this, the Sea Main Flame Dragon King was amazed. Yes, yes. With the strength of your body and soul power attributes, you can completely bear my soul power. And I only need to protect my soul from being damaged throughout the whole process, and I can successfully integrate into the soul ring and continue to live in this special way. The arrogant soul beasts are very hostile to humans. However, ironically, soul beasts have such a magical method of sacrifice. At first, when Chuan Yi learned about the method of sacrifice, he could not imagine why such a ridiculous skill existed. However, after learning and understanding later, Chuan Yi felt that this method of sacrifice seemed to have a special effect of connecting humans and soul beasts. Chuan Yi didn't know who created the sacrifice method. However, production is based on need. Perhaps, it is precisely because soul beasts need human help that such unfavorable things to soul beasts will spread among soul beasts. As he thought more and more deeply, he realized that there was a deep meaning hidden in the sacrifice method. Just when he deeply connected the soul ring creature plan with the sacrifice method, his mind suddenly became clear. He seemed to realize the idea of the person who created the sacrifice method. It seemed to want to use this to cooperate with humans and soul beasts. The soul beast was cut off from the way to heaven by heaven, but it can use the sacrifice method and the human body to climb up this way to heaven. Chapter 413 Sacrifice Ceremony, Start. In this sense, the sacrifice method is definitely not as simple as it seems. Chuan Yi felt that if both parties could meet the conditions, sacrifice would have a full possibility to realize the soul ring creature plan. Now Chuan Yi happened to break through to level 70, and he was just missing a soul ring to help him break through the limit. At this point, Chuan Yi can help the Sea Main Flame Dragon King not to waste extra energy for forcibly improving his cultivation. Secondly, and more importantly, the toughness of Chuan Yi's body and meridians has become extremely strong under the nourishment of the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum and the Ultimate Gold. This can save the Sea Main Flame Dragon King's extra consumption. So far, it is actually Chuan Yi's initial idea. To be honest, Chuan Yi is not absolutely sure whether this plan can be realized. From selecting soul beasts, persuading soul beasts, to the final sacrifice, there are too many uncertainties in each step. However, after Chuan Yi's awakening, it realized that sacrifice seemed to be the only ray of life left for it, an endangered soul beast that is about to die. If it were not forced by various reasons, it would never choose this sacrifice. In the center of the azure blue pool, a stone platform appeared in the lake at some point. This was created by the Sea Main Flame Dragon King with his skills. And sacrifices completely to entrust everything to a human being. After a week of intensive preparation, on a clear day. However, he always did his best. Choosing this path, there are various restrictions and dangers on this road, but compared to sacrifice, this gives soul beasts great autonomy. However, now it seems that sacrifice is not as bad as imagined. Transfiguration is another path that 100,000-year soul beast can choose. At worst, it can also leave its soul origin in Chuan Yi's body through sacrifice. Behind him, Huo Wu, who was also sitting cross-legged in meditation, was sitting. This idea further strengthened Chuan Yi's determination to implement the plan. Anyway, we have to get the soul ring, why not try the best in his mind? Thinking of this, the Sea Hyena Flame Dragon King became more cooperative. Leaving the origin is equivalent to having hope, which is countless times better than being killed by the heavenly tribulation in the end. Soul beasts that choose to transform can transform into humans. Although the soul beast body that transforms into a human will become its own martial soul, and all the abilities and soul power accumulated before will disappear, it has the talent of humans. This path is similar to another path of soul beasts, transformation. The Sea Main Flame Dragon King was also quite intelligent. He had never thought of offering sacrifices before. Even if he was frustrated in the early stages of his plan, he could choose to kill the beast and take the ring directly. Even so, it was a 100,000-year soul ring. On the flat stone platform, Chuan Yi sat cross-legged in the center, regulating his breath and concentrating his mind. Looking down from the sky, you can see a long black dragon shadow encircling the stone platform under the lake surface around the stone platform. This dragon shadow was the Sea Main Flame Dragon King. Only the three of them were left inside the entire crater. Chuan Li and Yun Qiang stood on the top of the edge of the crater. On the other side of them, there were hundreds of sturdy sea-mane dragon lizards. They obeyed the orders of the sea-mane flame dragon king and built a defense together with Chuan Li and Yun Qiang. It was around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. This time was the hottest time of the day. Especially in this volcanic archipelago with abnormal temperatures, the temperature at this moment might be hotter than the desert. At this moment, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, who had their eyes closed, opened their eyes at the same time. The hot weather did not affect the two at all. On the contrary, the climate at this time made them look energetic. At the same time, the dragon shadow under the stone platform began to gently circle around Chuan Yi, and the calm lake surface began to cause ripples. The next moment, a huge black dragon head rose from the water, and the red dragon pupils looked even brighter against the dark body. Although one of the dragon horns on the dragon head was cut off, it still did not hinder its divine will. The red dragon pupils looked at Chuan Yi on the stone platform calmly and slowly said, "The time has come, and the sacrifice ceremony is about to begin. Are you ready?" Chuan Yi looked at the sea-mane flame dragon king with a sharp gaze and answered firmly, "Ready." The sea-mane flame dragon king and Chuan Yi did not see any retreat or fear in each other's eyes. After confirming each other's determination, they looked at Huo Wu at the same time and said in unison, "Let's start." Huo Wu didn't say much, and the Naruto martial spirit and 6 soul rings suddenly appeared behind her. At the same time, the gorgeous red soul ring suddenly lit up. The color of the orange-red Naruto began to deepen rapidly, and the gentle orange was replaced by a more eye-catching gold. Along with the change of the martial spirit, Huo Wu's bright eyes flashed a golden-red phoenix shadow passing by. The 6th soul skill, Phoenix's Protection, was activated. For a moment, Huo Wu's mental power, soul power, flame power and recovery power increased by 200%. Then, Huo Wu tapped her forehead with her right hand, and the Wutong soul body hidden in her body quickly poured into her spiritual sea. As a crisp phoenix cry sounded in Huo Wu's mind, the mental power of the two began to merge at this moment. The mental power that had originally reached 3 times doubled instantly under the blessing of Wutong. It was at this moment that the world in Huo Wu's eyes began to change. In her eyes, the light of the soul body appeared in Chuan Yi and the sea-mane flame dragon king. Moreover, what is even more amazing is that although the bodies of the two are very different, the size of the soul body of Chuan Yi is larger. Holy Spirit Perspective, open. After completing all preparations, Huo Wu's magnificent mental power was divided into 2 branches through the brain, and poured into the minds of Chuan Yi and the sea-mane flame dragon king. Chuan Yi and the sea-mane flame dragon king converged their mental defenses to access Huo Wu's mental power. Perspective sharing, open. After completing the sharing with Huo Wu watched Chuan Yi and the sea-mane flame dragon king while maintaining the output of mental power as much as possible. That's not all. When Huo Wu was completely stable, 2 red lights began to emerge from Chuan Yi's forehead, and 2 ferocious red jade dragon horns stretched out. At the same time, the red light of the dragon horns spread to the corners of the eyes, and Chuan Yi's pupils quickly shrank and condensed into a slender vertical pupil. Red dragon pupil, open. At this moment, Chuan Yi's spiritual power also imitated Huo Wu's style and flowed out of his body, dividing into 2 tributaries, one in front and one behind, and flowed into the spiritual sea of the sea-mane flame dragon king and Huo Wu. When Chuan Yi's spiritual power successfully entered the other 2 spiritual seas, a violent spiritual wave suddenly occurred between the two. As Chuan Yi and Huo Wu's spiritual powers connected to each other in the air, their spiritual seas began to surge. The spiritual powers of each other rushed out rapidly along the connecting channel, and the spiritual power that was quickly consumed was replenished by each other's spiritual power. The spiritual powers of the two quietly merged in this process. Chapter 414, Spiritual Sharing, Fusion of Perspectives, Dragon and Phoenix True Eyes. When half of each other's spiritual power poured into each other's spiritual sea, the spiritual fluctuations lingering between the two seemed to be connected into a straight thin line. At this moment, the spiritual fluctuations between each other were completely synchronized. This also means that the spiritual power of the two was completely integrated at this moment. A terrifying pressure swept across the entire island in an instant. A sound like a dragon's roar and a phoenix's cry appeared out of thin air in the minds of all creatures on the island. The powerful spiritual fluctuations were unstoppable and irresistible. Fortunately, the owner of this spiritual fluctuation did not use the killing intent, otherwise this spiritual fluctuation alone could easily shatter the spiritual sea. At this moment, Chuan Yi's left eye dragon pupil immediately turned back into a human pupil, but the next second, his pupil was covered with a layer of golden red. If you look closely, you can also see an illusory phoenix shadow passing through the golden red pupil. With the blessing of high purity spiritual power, the Sea Main Flame Dragon King felt that his brain became extremely relaxed. In this omniscient perspective, everything became very slow, and no matter how small the object was, it could not escape. At this moment, the perspective in the Sea Main Flame Dragon King's mind changed drastically again. Because of this, the almost endless information poured into the Sea Main Flame Dragon King's mind. Fortunately, the omniscient perspective shared by Chuanyi and Huowu quickly shrank, narrowing the scope to the area around the stone platform, and used the fused high-level spiritual power to maintain the consumption of the Sea Main Flame Dragon King. According to human cultivation, the Sea Main Flame Dragon King can be regarded as a titled Douluo of about level 97 or 98. That's right, it began to consume spiritual power just by receiving this information. At this moment, the two people seemed to have replaced one of each other's eyes. This perspective is neither the perspective of Chuanyi's direction nor the perspective of Huowu's direction, but an omniscient perspective at a higher level. It turned into a unified single channel and poured into the body of the Sea Main Flame Dragon King. The two people's spiritual power and achieved complete fusion, and the spiritual branches extending from their respective bodies also quickly integrated. In an instant, a perspective that completely covered the entire crater appeared in its mind. Too much information poured into its mind, rapidly consuming its spiritual power. The elements in the form of energy, the elemental power of heaven and earth, the molecules and atoms in the form of matter, everything, were all in sight. The full name is called, Spiritual Sharing Perspective Fusion Skill, Dragon and Phoenix True Eye. The vast spiritual sea in its mind dropped several points in an instant. At the same time, Huowu, who was sitting behind Chuanyi, was the opposite of Chuanyi. With the spiritual power level of the 97th and 98th level titled Douluo, they could not bear the amount of information transmitted by the perspective. From this, we can see the horror of this move. Her left eye was covered by a brilliant golden color, and the human pupil quickly shrank and turned into a golden vertical pupil. This move is the spiritual fusion skill of Chuanyi and Huowu. In the previous preparations, the two accidentally discovered that when the red dragon eye and the Holy Spirit perspective were turned on, opening the spiritual sharing would cause the two people's spiritual power to merge with each other. Similar to the previous soul power fusion, the spiritual power of the two also showed a very high fit rate. With the tacit cooperation of the two, they seized this accidental opportunity at the moment when the spiritual power showed signs of fusion. After the two people's spiritual power was completely integrated, the perspectives of the two began to gradually overlap and superimpose, and finally transformed into a higher level of omniscience. Based on the superposition of all the abilities of the Red Dragon Eye and the Holy Spirit perspective, these abilities have been greatly enhanced. If you want to say how powerful this fusion of omniscience is, Chuanyi has a touchstone on his chest. Heart of the Fiery Sunday. When Chuanyi looked at the heart of the fiery sun with the help of the dragon and phoenix true eyes, the mysterious brilliance hidden under the dark curtain was fully displayed in their eyes. This alone is enough to prove the power of the dragon and phoenix true eyes. From the perspective of the dragon and phoenix true eyes, the confidence of the Sea Hyena Flame Dragon King became greater. Moreover, it also knew that this move could not be maintained for long, so it immediately began its sacrificial ceremony. A shocking dragon roar sounded, and a dazzling crimson blood light burst out from the forehead of the Sea Main Flame Dragon King. For a moment, the entire crater was stained with a layer of blood, and the lake water fell into a state of stillness at this moment. In this still space, Chuanyi and Huowu, who had completed the spiritual fusion, could still move, and the perspective of the dragon and phoenix true eye was still staring at everything. The entire dark black body of the Sea Main Flame Dragon King burst into a crimson light, and its hard and thick body began to slowly become transparent. Its entire body turned into blood-colored flames, which was all the cultivation and vitality accumulated by the Sea Main Flame Dragon King for more than 100,000 years. At this moment, the soul beasts of the entire volcanic archipelago seemed to feel something, and they all faced the island in the center and wailed. The group of beasts seemed to be accompanying the king of the volcano to complete the last journey. The body of the Sea Main Flame Dragon King, which turned into light, was completely transparent. At the same time, the blood flame that condensed huge energy poured into Chuanyi's body. For the first time in a long time, Chuanyi's extremely tough body felt the extreme pain that could only be experienced when it was swollen to the extreme. At this moment, Chuanyi's hands were quietly covered by the dark gold yang dragon claws. At the moment when the energy poured into the body, Two dragon roars sounded from the two hand armors, and a golden and a red light lit up respectively. Chuan Yi's gold attribute and fire attribute soul power were amplified by the two hand armors and quickly flowed to Chuan Yi's whole body. The gold attribute soul power covered a thin dark gold film along all the meridians. The ultimate gold filled with the ultimate breath greatly strengthened the toughness of the meridians. The fire attribute soul power poured into the channel formed by the ultimate gold. It only did one thing, that is, to refine and devour this huge energy. Under the protection of the ultimate gold and the refining of the ultimate fire, Chuan Yi basically controlled the condition of his body in the first place. In fact, sacrifice should not be so painful. The reason for the current situation is that the spiritual power formed by the fusion of Chuan Yi and Huo Wu is tightly wrapping the soul of the Sea Main Flame Dragon King. Yes, the fusion of Chuan Yi and Huo Wu's spiritual power is like two large palms, tightly wrapping its soul. Controlling the soul, condensing the soul, this seems to be something that only God can do. However, at this moment Chuan Yi and Huo Wu worked together and reached out to insert their hands into the realm of God. With the help of the dragon and phoenix True Eye, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu used their mental power to maintain the integrity of their souls. And the Sea Main Flame Dragon King also contributed his mental power to try his best to maintain the origin of his soul. The consumption of the mental fusion technique was originally very high, and now it was necessary to use extra mental power to protect the soul. If it were not for the help of Wu Tong and the Sea Main Flame Dragon King, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu alone would not be able to hold on for long. Chapter 415 Soul enters the ring. Fortunately, the domineering nature of the sacrifice was also reflected in the speed of the soul ring condensation. The body of the Sea Main Flame Dragon King had completely turned into a light spot and dissipated. A deep red light circle was firmly wrapped around Chuan Yi's hands. When the soul ring was completely revealed, Chuan Yi could hear the dragon souls in the two hand armors celebrating excitedly. They were extremely looking forward to absorbing this soul ring. The hard metal film began to vibrate slightly. At this moment, Chuan Yi seemed to hear a cracking sound coming from his body. Chuan Yi knew that this was the sound of the bottleneck breaking. The breaking of the bottleneck caused the two dragon souls to open their dragon mouths and began to absorb the vigorous energy in their bodies. Although their absorption speed was slower than Chuan Yi's, the speed of the two dragon souls together was no less than Chuan Yi's. The bodies of the dragon souls that absorbed the energy became more solid. Looking closely at their eyes, you can find that their eyes have become more agile. Thanks to their help, the energy that was injected into Chuan Yi's body at once by the sacrifice was digested by Chuan Yi at a very fast speed. Moreover, the most important role was played by the fusion of Chuan Yi, Huo Wu and Wu Tong's spiritual power and the dragon and phoenix True Eye. The soul power of the Sea Main Flame Dragon King was as smooth as soft water, but it contained explosive power condensed to the extreme. It happened that Chuan Yi's left leg had a vacant soul bone position, which was used to absorb this soul bone. Therefore, what it can do is to maintain the sacrificial ceremony while trying not to cause trouble to others. If Chuan Yi had not previously penetrated 8 hidden meridians, which greatly accelerated the energy digestion ability. Among the 4 vacant soul bone positions of the trunk bone, skull, left arm bone, and left leg bone, the Sea Main Flame Dragon King and Chuan Yi finally chose the left leg bone after comprehensive consideration. It can be judged from the shape of the soul bone that this is a complete left leg bone. Even if they reached a cooperation with the Sea Main Flame Dragon King, the spiritual power of the 4 souls added together is also very difficult. And, under the devouring and refining of the extreme fire, it was quickly transported to various parts of the body, enhancing Chuan Yi's physical and spiritual attributes in all directions. The energy of the soul bone is different from the energy of the soul ring. It directly acts on Chuan Yi's body. Although there have been some expectations before, it is far more difficult to condense the soul than imagined. During this process, although the Sea Hyena Flame Dragon King's spiritual power was huge, it seemed to be insufficient in this matter. When it was exposed, the speed of dissipation was many times faster than the fusion spiritual power of Chuan Yi and others. Although Chuan Yi had the blessing of the red dragon eyes for spiritual power, compared with Huo Wu at the moment, Chuan Yi was weaker than Huo Wu in terms of spiritual power content. When the body of the Sea Hyena Flame Dragon King completely dissipated, a blood-red soul bone appeared in front of Chuan Yi. In an instant, the energy that exploded like a volcanic eruption drilled into Chuan Yi's left leg. The enhancement of spiritual attributes replenished Chuan Yi's increasingly diminishing spiritual power. This seemingly very lucky situation was actually determined by the Sea Hyena Flame Dragon King when he sacrificed himself. However, this energy was almost suppressed to death in the face of two extreme attributes, and could not cause any harm to Chuan Yi at all. Otherwise, even if Chuan Yi's body could withstand the impact of soul power, he would not be able to continue to output spiritual power. The true eyes can help them find the soul source accurately, and the fusion of spiritual power can turn into an invisible hand to grab the soul of the sea main flame dragon king and prevent it from disintegrating. Under the compulsion of the ritual, this soul bone flew uncontrollably to Chuan Yi's left leg and turned into energy, drilling into the inside of Chuan Yi's left leg in the blink of an eye. In just a moment, Chuan Yi's whole body seemed to be filled with explosive power, and the whole left leg gave people a great feeling of swelling and numbness. Moreover, this feeling just like waves spreading continuously to the whole body. The increase in physical attributes of the 100,000 year soul ring and 100,000 year soul bone is extremely terrifying. What's more, the sea main flame dragon king is not an ordinary 100,000 year soul beast, it is a soul beast extremely close to the 200,000 year boundary. The body that has been tempered by 9 heavenly tribulations has fully developed its potential. Such a terrifying body, all transformed into soul rings and soul bones, how huge the energy contained in it should be. Under the infusion of the two energies, Chuan Yi's expression finally changed slightly. The red dragon scales covering the corners of his eyes spread rapidly downwards. External soul bones, dragon transformation skills activated. Chuan Yi's whole body was quickly covered with dragon scales, and at this moment, Chuan Yi's body bulged slightly. Chuan Yi, who was just sitting, gave off a heavy breath like a mountain. In this state, Chuan Yi's power attribute and fire attribute increased by 100%. The improvement of strength attribute greatly enhanced the body's endurance, and the improvement of fire attribute further accelerated the digestion capacity of the furnace in the body. However, compared with the consumption of mental power, Chuan Yi's absorption speed is still too slow. Chuan Yi's right-hand armor burst out with the black and gold nebula fire. Under the vision of the dragon and phoenix true eyes, the whole process became extremely smooth. In just a moment, Chuan Yi completed the flame fusion. The nebula fire superimposed the 200% flame attribute increase of the right-hand armor and dragonization. At this moment, its power reached a terrifying 600%. Fortunately, the nebula has the characteristics of restraint, otherwise, this level of fire can easily burn the entire island. After Chuan Yi condensed the nebula, he took it back into his body. When this flame power poured into Chuan Yi's body, it burst out with a terrifying suction like a black hole. The energy accumulated for 190,000 years seemed too small in front of the endless starry sky. In the perspective state, Chuan Yi's meridians filled with red energy were devoured by the nebula at a speed visible to the naked eye. The flame-eating power of the nebula was more intense and swift than the normal extreme fire. The energy of the soul ring was quickly converted into Chuan Yi's own energy during the process of being devoured. When the nebula spread to the left leg bone, the soul bone emitting blood-red light was covered by the color of the nebula in the blink of an eye. In front of the nebula fire, the unruly soul bone completely lost any temper and was forcibly fused by Chuan Yi. At this time, the deep red soul ring on the martial soul instantly sank into Chuan Yi's body. The 100,000 year soul ring and the 100,000 year soul bone were successfully absorbed. However, this is not the end. Among the 6 soul rings neatly arranged under Chuan Yi, a deep red 7th soul ring suddenly appeared. When this soul ring appeared, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu's dragon and phoenix true eyes lit up at the same time. The soul origin that they had forcefully condensed into a ball was pressed into this crimson soul ring. The soul origin merged into the soul ring very smoothly, and the crimson soul ring also burst into a deep light at this moment. At this moment, the red static magnetic field that enveloped the entire crater quickly retracted. This also meant the end of the sacrifice ceremony. Chapter 416 Soul Ring, Soul Bone Transformation, Promotion to 200,000 years. Success! Chuan Yi and Huo Wu shouted with joy. Without any other confirmation, the dragon and phoenix true eye showed the successful result in their minds. In the deep crimson soul ring, a complete red dragon shadow roamed between the soul rings. The soul of the sea main flame dragon king, which should have been dispersed and integrated into the soul ring and soul bone, was completely integrated into the soul ring by them. In addition to the excitement, a severe headache occurred to Chuan Yi and Huo Wu at the same time. A crack appeared in the mental force field that enveloped the two. The harmonious spiritual fusion collapsed rapidly along with the crack, and the different pupils in the eyes of the two people began to dissipate. At this moment, the two people who were sitting cross-legged collapsed at the same time, and their martial souls and soul rings automatically entered each other's bodies, and then they fell into a state of coma. Although the entire sacrifice ceremony lasted for a very short time, it consumed a huge amount of mental power. Yun Qiang immediately activated the soul bone skill, dark latent spirit, and through the dark mark marked on Chuanyi in advance, her figure came to the stone platform in the blink of an eye. Yun Qiang finally breathed a sigh of relief and thanked the phantom. "Thank you for telling me. To be honest, once the sacrifice begins, if you feel that the task is arduous, it is not impossible to let go of the mental power and let it disperse." At the same time, it also remembered the scene where the two struggled to save its soul from the edge of shattering. This consumption is still too huge for two young people who have not yet reached the soul saint. The spiritual fusion skill of the two people is already huge, and on this basis, they have to consume additional mental power to protect the soul of the Sea Hyena Flame Dragon King. I should be the one who should say thank you. If it weren't for them, it's still unknown whether I can stand up and speak like this. The red dragon eyes gently swept over Chuanyi and Huo Wu. It's amazing, just two human soul masters, they actually stepped into the realm of God. I still have things to deal with, so I'll go back first. I saw a black dragon-shaped phantom with only red eyes emerging from Chuanyi's body. Although the size was reduced countless times, its body shape was the same as that of the Sea Main Flame Dragon King. After speaking, the dragon shadow merged into Chuanyi's body again. After all, sacrifice is mandatory, once it starts, even it can't control it. At this moment, a spiritual wave different from Chuanyi's appeared on Chuanyi's body, but extremely powerful. The vast spiritual sea of the two people had already dried up at this moment. In order to protect their spiritual sea, the body activated the protection function and let them fall asleep. In Yun Qiang's astonished eyes, the shadow said with a deep male voice, "Don't worry, they fell into a coma because of excessive mental consumption. They will recover completely after a good rest." The situation of Chuanyi and Huo Wu was discovered by Chuan Li and Yun Qiang at the first time. Then, it said to Yun Qiang, "I have handed over the last resort to my tribesmen. The tribesmen will deal with the external intrusions on their own. There is no need to worry too much about safety." The omniscient perspective of the dragon and phoenix true eyes and the magic of the fusion of spiritual power are still deeply engraved in its mind. She worriedly observed the situation of Chuanyi and Huo Wu. There was no big problem with their bodies, but their faces were a little pale. It now has another problem to deal with, that is, the huge energy accumulated in Chuanyi's body has not been completely absorbed by Chuanyi. Although Chuanyi's 8 hidden meridians are absorbing the fire of the nebula by themselves, in an unconscious state, the meridians can only absorb passively. Looking at this situation, the Sea Main Flame Dragon King decided to absorb this energy to enhance the power of the soul ring and soul bone. Its spiritual power extended from the soul ring, along Chuanyi's meridians, and entered the left leg soul bone. As the energy that originally belonged to it, it could control the spirit ring and spirit bone very freely. Immediately, it controlled the spirit ring and spirit bone to burst out a suction force, absorbing the fire of the nebula accumulated in the meridians. The moment the nebula entered the spirit ring and spirit bone, the Sea Hyena Flame Dragon King felt an unprecedented palpitation from it. The annihilation power contained in it seemed to be able to destroy everything. If it had not merged with Chuanyi, it would never touch the nebula. However, seeing the power of the nebula, the Sea Hyena Flame Dragon King also realized that Chuanyi had not used all his trump cards before. What a terrible kid! It smiled bitterly and shook its head, then it stopped thinking about other things and focused on absorbing energy. Under the infusion of the nebula fire, the soul rings and soul bones, which were already on the verge of 200,000 years, seemed to be moving towards a higher level. The hot air became cool as the sun set. At night, the temperature of the Tianka Lake on the top of the mountain dropped faster than other places. A slight cool breeze blew, and Chuanyi's consciousness returned to his body. In the haze, a familiar fragrance rushed into Chuanyi's nose, and the back of his head was wrapped by something soft. Chuanyi opened his eyes hard, and the moment he opened his eyes, he met the gentle eyes. At this moment, the bright stars in the sky could not compare with these eyes. Chuanyi was lying on the stone platform at this moment, but his head was resting on Huo Wu's soft thighs. Chuanyi couldn't help but reach out and gently touch Huo Wu's face, smiling and said, "Sorry to have kept you waiting." Huo Wu also reached out and touched Chuanyi's face, smiling and shaking her head, saying, "I just woke up too." Just when the two were being intimate, an inappropriate voice suddenly sounded in Chuan Yi's mind. "Boy, you're awake." The inappropriate voice of the Sea Main Flame Dragon King echoed in Chuan Yi's spiritual sea, and Chuan Yi sighed helplessly. "Senior, you broke the good atmosphere." Huo Wu heard Chuan Yi's helpless sigh and laughed. Just at this moment, a dark shadow appeared on Chuan Yi's forehead. The Sea Main Flame Dragon King appeared between Chuan Yi and Huo Wu. "Humph, boy, don't be ungrateful. During the time you were unconscious, I did a big thing for you." The dissatisfied voice of the Sea Main Flame Dragon King echoed in the air. Huo Wu looked at the small black dragon in pocket state, and her eyes lit up immediately. Because, although the shrunken black dragon lost its original mighty and domineering, it became a little more cute. Huo Wu has the least resistance to such cute things. When Chuan heard it say this, he immediately became curious and asked, "What did the senior do?" It smiled mysteriously and said, "Do you remember the terrifying flames accumulated in your body? I took advantage of your coma to activate the soul ring and soul bone to absorb part of the flame. As a result, the soul ring and soul bone, which were close to 200,000 years old, achieved a transformation. That is to say, at this moment, the soul ring and soul bone in your body are not 190,000 years old, but 200,000 years old. The goal I pursued so hard was so easily achieved in you. It's really fate." Chapter 417, 200,000-year-old Sea Hyena Flame Dragon Left Leg Soul Bone Skill, Part 1. What? 200,000 years? Chuan Yi's hazy mind instantly cleared up when he heard the news. He put his attention back on his body, and for a moment, a series of information flooded into Chuan Yi's mind. Among them, there was information about soul rings, soul bones, and martial souls. Huo Wu looked at Chuan Yi, who was in a daze, with an expectant expression on her face. At this time, Chuan Li and Yun Qiang slowly descended from the crater. To the stone platform. What 200,000 years? When Quan Li saw Quan Yi fully awake, he thought he could finally breathe a sigh of relief, but Quan Yi's exclamation made him think something unexpected had happened. After being asked by Quan Li, Quan Yi came back to his senses again. He stood up from Huaohu's lap, and then gently pulled Huaohu up. Although it seemed that it was only a few thousand years of improvement, this situation was the same as going through a heavenly tribulation, which had an essential improvement on the spirit ring and spirit bone. The next moment, his legs were like a dark dragon tail. He glanced at the little black dragon resting on his shoulder, and gratitude flashed in his eyes. "Then," he said. At the same time, a turbulent whirlpool of different sizes and directions appeared on the lake surface, which was 4 or 5 kilometers long and wide. The energy of the soul ring and soul bone acted on Chuan Yi, but this energy was transformed into a higher level of energy under Chuan Yi's transformation. This energy actually fed back to the soul ring and soul bone, causing them to evolve. What's more terrifying is that as soon as the sound reached everyone's ears, they saw a sky-high splash of water on the calm water surface. Pa! The thigh swept past, and the sound of an explosion that tore the air suddenly sounded. Chuan Yi tapped the stone platform with the toe of his left foot and said, "My left leg bone can be said to have perfectly inherited the skills of Senior Yan." For a moment, Huo Wu and the other two standing on the stone platform could feel the deep foundation of the platform, which was about to collapse, and they felt a strange wave quickly transmitted to their bodies along the stone. More importantly, in this process, the spirit rings and spirit bones, which were originally at the 190,000 year level, completed the evolution across the 200,000 year bottleneck. Among them, the first spirit bone skill, called Dragon Scale Shock Turbulence, is a super powerful spirit bone skill that combines strong attack and strong control. After saying the name, Chuan Yi stepped on his right foot and jumped into the air. Then, his left leg suddenly made a rapid but progressive explosion sound. "Grandpa, Grandma, you came at the right time. I was just about to talk about the specific situation of the spirit rings and spirit bones." At this moment, Chuan Yi's left leg had already been covered by the dark scaly energy. When Chuan Yi saw that all the members were present, he began to introduce the harvest to everyone. However, if someone has good eyesight, they can find countless tiny golden sands faintly inside the dark scales. First of all, I have to thank Senior Yan for absorbing the energy accumulated in my body during my coma. If it weren't for it, most of the energy would probably dissipate by itself if it was only passively absorbed by the body. When the sound of the explosion reached its peak, Chuan Yi swung his dragon tail towards the water outside the stone platform. After explaining this, Chuan Yi immediately introduced the soul bone skills attached to the left leg bone of the 200,000-year-old sea hyena flame dragon to everyone. This wonderful fluctuation was extremely chaotic, but it was these fluctuations that actually disturbed their soul power, blood, muscles, bones, and even mental power. The three people who focused on Chuan Yi and the lake were completely controlled in place by the vibration force from the solace of their feet. Even if they wanted to defend themselves, the shock force would sweep through their bodies almost the moment it touched their bodies. 2 seconds later, Quan Li offset the attack of the shock force with his strong physique and the left leg strengthened by the 100,000-year soul bone. 3 seconds later, Huo Wu broke free from the restraint of the shock force with her hard-trained strong physique. 5 seconds later, Yun Qiang, who was the weakest, barely broke free from the weakening shock force. The three who broke free mobilized their soul power at the same time to protect their bodies from the subsequent shock. However, the astonished looks of the three of them could not be hidden at all. Because they understood that the shock transmitted to the body was transmitted to them through the air, liquid, and finally from the solid. Imagine that Chuan Yi's leg directly hit them, perhaps the shock force controlling the body would directly shatter the whole body. After Chuan Yi threw this move, he stood suspended in the air. He did not use any soul skills at this moment. After breaking through level 70, Chuan Yi could do this with soul power alone. The Sea Main Flame Dragon King standing on Chuan Yi's shoulder was also very surprised when he saw the dragon scale shock turbulence released by Chuan Yi. It couldn't help but say, "Chuan Yi, the power of this skill has exceeded the limit of what I can do. This is definitely not the power that soul bone evolution can produce. In that attack just now, did you output the two attributes of soul power in your body at the same time?" Chuan Yi smiled lightly and replied, "Yes, Senior Yan has a good eye. I just used the gold soul power to build the dragon scales and the fire soul power to condense the explosive power." As he spoke, Chuan Yi slowly descended from the sky. He quickly apologized, "I'm sorry, I just tried other possibilities of the soul bone skills, but I didn't expect the power to exceed my imagination." The turbulent lake surface could not calm down for a long time, but the special shock force that restricted people began to dissipate. "Good boy, your skill is more domineering than my black iron killer whale demonic capture. My soul skill needs to break through the opponent's energy defense to control for 3 seconds, and your skill directly comes with the attack power of breaking through the defense." After a brief surprise, Quan Li's mood was suddenly filled with joy. The first soul bone skill displayed by Quan Yi has brought them enough surprises. Dragon Scale Shock Turbulence, its principle is superposition, amplification of vibrations with disorder ability. Moreover, this vibration propagates fastest, farthest, and strongest in solids, and slowest, shortest, and weakest in gases. Of course, this is just a discussion when it comes to range damage. If the body is hit directly, the vibration force will be transmitted to the entire body most completely. At this time, the attack power and control power can be said to be the strongest. Chuan Yi had previously suffered the limitations of this move. In the face of vibration, except for blocking in the air, all defenses are almost ineffective. Even if wearing armor, as long as the flesh and the armor have some contact, if the density of the metal is not large enough to completely block the vibration, it will be transmitted from the contact point to the flesh. And the soul power defense that is generally weaker than metal is almost difficult to resist unless you master the technique of offsetting vibration. Once you can't block the vibration before it touches the body, then those who can't fully condense all their strength can only rely on their own bodies to offset the vibration. In this process, he can't do anything and can only become a lamb to be slaughtered. It was with this skill that the Sea Hyena Flame Dragon King dominated the waters outside the archipelago. Chapter 418 200,000-year-old Sea Hyena Flame Dragon Left Leg Soul Bone Skill, Medium. A fire attribute soul beast, if it wants to survive in the ocean, has to pay more than other sea soul beasts. The Dragon Scale Shock Turbulence is a powerful skill developed by the Sea Hyena Flame Dragon King over a long period of time. Converting flames into pure shock force can not only reduce the disadvantages of fire attribute soul beasts in water, but also make use of the liquid water environment to enhance the effect of skills. It must be said that the talent of the Sea Hyena Flame Dragon King is not inferior to that of humans. We already know the powerful effect of this soul skill, but according to your description, I found a weakness of this soul skill. That is, when targeting flying soul masters, its group restriction effect will be greatly weakened. If it is a single attack or restriction, you don't have to worry about it if you have the ability to fly. However, in the sky, vibrations can only be transmitted through the air, so the group restriction ability will be weakened. Xiaoi, you should pay attention to this. Yun Qiang played her role as a think tank and pointed out the weakness of the soul bone skill for Chuan. He looked at Yun Qiang and said, Grandma, I actually noticed this, but please don't worry, I have already dealt with this situation. At some point, a lava hole that could accommodate one person appeared on the stone platform behind them. His body sank rapidly in the eyes of everyone. No, to be more precise, Senior Yan had already left me a way to deal with it. Its name is Volcano Field. Chuan Yi's body was rising slowly from the hole. Next, I will introduce the second soul skill of the left leg bone of the sea main flame dragon. This is not over yet, Chuan Yi's skill display is not over yet. This situation is as if they are on a volcano with active fire elements. Generally, sea soul beasts are like soul masters. They can restrain land soul beasts, but they will be restrained by sky soul beasts. The three people near Chuan Yi also felt completely different at the same time. However, Chuan Yi's mouth curled up a meaningful smile. Before they could exclaim, a burning sensation came from behind them. As a fire attribute soul master, Hua Wu's soul power and martial soul are at a high level in this environment. This skill also shows this characteristic. As soon as Chuan Yi finished speaking, the cool night temperature rose sharply. On the contrary, Chuan Li and Yun Qiang felt the suppression of the environment. As Chuan Yi's body was fully displayed in front of everyone, the molten lava under Chuan Yi's feet was solidified into hard rock again. Chuan Yi agreed with Yun Qiang's point of view. Although the sea main flame dragon king was a fire-attributed soul beast, it was still a sea soul beast that could not fly. When they looked at the bottom of Chuan Yi's feet, the hard stone platform melted into liquid magma, and Chuan Yi's body was completely immersed in the magma hole that emitted terrifying high temperature. The temperature of the entire Tianqi on the top of the mountain seemed to have returned to the scorching daytime. Yun Qiang, who noticed this first, turned around and looked at the place where Chuan Yi disappeared. I saw that the original magma channel had already turned back into rock. What Chuan Yi showed to everyone was not a simple high-temperature melting, and quickly cool down. This is a more peculiar transformation. He directly transformed the rock into a special magma material. At the same time, when returning to the original state, Chuan Yi did not restore it to rock by cooling it down, but directly transformed it into the original material state. This special method that can directly change the material can be said to be the most important feature of the domain skills. Moreover, this special ability is not the first time that everyone present has seen, so they did not seem too surprised. Yun Qiang turned to look at Chuan Yi again and exclaimed, Xiao Yi, you actually inherited the domain skills of Senior Yan. Indeed, if you have this volcanic domain, you can fully exert the effect of dragon scale shock turbulence even in the sky. The volcanic domain is a domain skill that can transform the surrounding environment into magma material. With this domain skill, I can transform the surrounding things into viscous liquid magma. When in the magma, the enemy will not only be burned by high temperature, but also be affected by this viscous liquid. If I activate the dragon scale shock turbulence at this moment, the extremely dense magma will quickly transmit the vibration to the enemy. That's why I said don't worry. As he spoke, Chuan Yi raised his index finger, and a ball of liquid molten lava suddenly appeared at the tip of his finger. This molten lava transformed from the power of the domain is the same as the special flame that the sea main flame dragon king had launched when fighting Chuan Yi before. Once contaminated by this ball of molten lava, even if it leaves Chuan Yi's domain, it will still exert its sticky characteristics and stick tightly to the enemy's body until all the soul power in it is exhausted. At the same time, it also inherits the characteristic of bursting out with greater power when it touches water. This makes it burst out with greater power even when encountering water attribute and ice attribute soul masters. Moreover, the most terrifying thing is that this ability becomes even more terrifying under the blessing of Chuan Yi's ultimate fire. Under the flame-eating power of the ultimate fire, the fire attribute soul master who is contaminated by this ball of molten lava will not only be burned by the flame, but will also be devoured by the ultimate fire. Energy of the fire attribute strengthens itself. Therefore, this ability it also has a terrifying effect on fire attribute soul masters who are not extreme fire attributes. Of course, this is the treatment for hostile personnel. If it is one's own side, Chuan Yi's volcanic field will only benefit. More importantly, the volcanic field can change the form of the surrounding environment at will. The hard earth and the erratic atmosphere can be transformed into liquid magma at will in the field. The stone platform they are standing on was formed by the sea hyena flame dragon king using the power of the field to shape and solidify the rock layer under the water into magma. Because of this, the volcanic field and the dragon scale shock turbulence are a perfect match. Within the range covered by the volcanic field, the environment can be transformed into a state suitable for launching vibration skills at any time. Therefore, Chuan Yi told Yun Qiang not to worry. After everyone present knew the specific effects of the volcanic field, they were shocked by its powerful effects. In fact, Chuan Yi also missed something. At this time, the sea hyena flame dragon king opened his mouth to explain something to everyone. It said, "I can feel that the conversion efficiency of the volcanic field is dozens of times higher than mine. This is inseparable from Chuan Yi's own flame level. In his hands, the volcanic field will exert even more terrifying power. Also, this field is not as simple as changing the environment. Chuan Yi should know this best." Chuan Yi noticed that the little black dragon's eyes fell on him. Only after truly integrating the soul bone of the sea main flame dragon king did Chuan Yi truly understand the horror of the sea main flame dragon king. From the moment he stood up and stepped on the stone platform extending from the bottom of the lake, his left leg clearly felt the slight vibration transmitted by the hard rock and the vast magma stored deep underground. Chapter 419 200,000-year-old sea main flame dragon left leg soul bone skill, Part 2. In addition to the huge physical attribute enhancement and 2 soul bone skills, the 200,000-year-old sea main flame dragon's left leg bone also gave Chuan Yi a keen sense of touch to feel subtle vibrations. The fluctuations of the water flow, the sea main dragon lizards entrenched outside, and everything that comes into contact with the earth are transmitting information through vibrations. And Chuan Yi's left leg can just receive these signals and judge the surrounding information. This is not a soul skill, but it is the inheritance of the sea main flame dragon king's keen perception of vibrations after years of adaptation. Using the power of vibration, in fact, has a certain degree of impact on your body. If it is not used properly, it may hurt yourself. However, after tens of thousands, or even more than 100,000 years, the entire body of the sea main flame dragon king has been transformed from the outside to the inside by the power of vibration into a structure that is more suitable for vibration. And Chuan Yi is now enduring the keen senses that have been honed for 100,000 years. To be honest, Chuan Yi is now I am not used to this feeling. It is like amplifying the human body's sense of touch thousands of times in an instant, and other senses will be relatively weakened. It is hard to imagine that Senior Yan actually stored such a huge amount of magma energy underground. It is not surprising that there is magma underground, but when this mass of magma is permeated by the power of the domain and is perceived and controlled by others, it is very terrifying. First of all, it should be noted that the name of this domain is the volcanic domain, not the magma domain. The feeling caused by a certain sense being suddenly amplified, Chuan Yi has experienced it before. The supervision of the red dragon eye and the fire element perception of the red dragon horn made Chuan Yi very uncomfortable at the beginning. Just because he could feel a thin line of nothingness extending from the ground, connecting his left leg. Once these energies erupt, it is definitely not as simple as a simple volcanic eruption. How did Senior Yan maintain such a huge amount of energy without losing it? Because of these experiences, Chuan Yi now has corresponding means for the situation of too much intelligence. He looked down at the little black dragon on his shoulder, and said with lingering fear, "No wonder this field is named volcano." When he extended his consciousness along the thin line to the ground, his consciousness finally met a huge ball of magma deep underground. Then, the sea hyena flame dragon king began to talk about the application methods of the volcano field. This is because the power of this field is not only in material conversion. However, after a period of training, Chuan Yi quickly adapted to these senses. The magma stored underground will continue to emit high temperatures to continue to melt the surrounding rocks, forming a special magma sac. If Chuan Yi wants to release the energy stored inside, it will take thousands of years of non-stop release to fill it up. The sea hyena flame dragon king said calmly, "Chuan Yi, you still have a lot to learn. The volcanic field is far from as simple as it looks." As a result, Chuan Yi's entire body seemed to be immersed in a vibrating ocean, and even the tiny movements of insects and ants drilling holes were transmitted to Chuan Yi's mind. The real limit of this ability is that it can achieve a real volcanic eruption. Of course, this is only a physical perception, and what makes Chuan Yi even more frightened is the perception at the energy level. Its most terrifying ability is that it can turn the ground into magma, dive into the ground, and store high-temperature magma materials in a high-pressure underground environment. The magma sac refers to the area filled with magma under the volcano, which should have been a naturally formed product. However, under the influence of the volcanic field, Chuanyi can artificially create magma sacs. High-temperature magma will be preserved in the high-pressure magma sac and controlled by the domain operator. At this time, it will turn into a lava bomb that may explode at any time. Once this magma sac is activated, the high-temperature, high-pressure magma will rush out of the surface and cause an eruption or explosion. Of course, this storage time is limited by time, and if the location is not chosen properly, the high-temperature magma will melt through the weak parts of the surface and rush out of the surface by itself. When the temperature of the magma drops to a certain level, the operator will completely lose control of the magma. However, if the power of one's own domain is directly injected into the real underground magma, the volcanic domain can not only easily control the magma, but also greatly extend the maintenance time of the domain power. That's right, the sea main flame dragon king took the power of the earth into his own hands by transforming the real magma underground. Because it uses ready-made magma, it does not need to transform it at all, and can control the huge energy beyond its own limit. Moreover, according to the sea iguana flame dragon king, since there is abundant magma energy buried everywhere under the volcanic archipelago, if it detonates the lava bomb under its feet, it is likely to cause a chain reaction. By then, the ecology of the entire archipelago may be destroyed. This is also the decisive factor for it to become the king of the archipelago and be feared by other soul beasts. If you want to provoke it, the other party must be prepared to die together. Within a week of preparing for the sacrifice ceremony, it will refine the dragon horn cut off by Chuanyi into a switch that can control the underground magma and inject it into the body of the tribe. This switch is a remote control. Its function is very simple, which is to detonate the bomb and cause a volcanic eruption. This switch can only be activated once, but that is enough. The purpose of making this switch is to ensure that the sea iguana dragon lizard tribe will not be disturbed by other forces in the years after the sacrifice. The far-sighted flame dragon king had already considered this when he knew that he could not survive the heavenly tribulation. However, Chuanyi's arrival accelerated this process. After listening to the explanation of the volcanic field by the sea hyena flame dragon king, everyone's expressions became a little dull. In a short period of time, they received too much heavy information, causing them to fall into a short downtime. When the sea hyena flame dragon king saw the dazed people, a smile appeared on his little face. Chuanyi, as my host, it is far from enough to just know how to use the volcanic field. You not only need to master the ability to freely explore underground through vibration, but also need to know the design ability to reasonably arrange the location of the magma sac. Volcanic eruption is not simply achieved by injecting magma underground. You must have a clear understanding of the mechanism of volcanic eruption. However, don't worry, this knowledge and experience has long been deeply engraved in my mind. With my teaching, you will soon be able to truly master the volcanic field. Chuanyi looked at the smile of the little black dragon, which instantly reminded him of his high school teacher in his previous life. He remembered that when he just entered the first year of high school, the teacher looked at them eagerly with a similar smile. The teacher's tone was full of ease and hope, which made many students, including Chuanyi, full of confidence in the college entrance examination. However, after 3 years of study, they realized that this matter was not simple at all. Chuanyi seemed to smell a similar smell from the tone of the Flame Dragon King. Chapter 421 True Body, Dark Gold Yang Dragon. Volcanic eruption, this is obviously attributed to the law of nature, which has transcended the scope of soul skills. Chuanyi only knows the most basic knowledge about its generation mechanism. If you really want to replicate a volcanic eruption, the things involved must be very complicated. However, if you master the ability to create and control volcanoes, Chuanyi can master a powerful force beyond his own limits. Although it can be expected that the learning difficulty will be very great, Chuanyi has no idea of retreating or giving up. The knowledge and experience of the Flame Dragon King about volcanoes is already very precious. The other party chose to share the knowledge with Chuanyi so generously, and Chuanyi was more grateful and happy in his heart. Thinking of this, Chuanyi, with the mentality of a student, respectfully thanked, "Thank you for the teaching of Senior Yan." Chuanyi will be serious and studious and accept the teaching of Senior Yan. When the Flame Dragon King saw Chuanyi's humble attitude, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "You are a teachable kid." Soul summons, Dark Gold Yang Dragon Claw. Huowu is full of expectations. For Soul Masters, level 70 is a very important watershed. This makes the Flame Dragon King feel relieved. Chuan Yi's 7th soul ring is as high as 200,000 years. The soul ring that should have given the soul master 2 powerful soul skills gave all the energy to the martial soul true body. At the same time, 7 soul rings slowly emerged under Chuan Yi's feet. Although it is a pity, on the other hand, the effect of such a martial soul true body must be far superior to that of an ordinary martial soul true body. When the Flame Dragon King merged into it, the soul ring spread deep red light, and the fierce power of the Sea Main Flame Dragon King completely erupted. Xiao Yi, after talking about the effect of the soul bone, shouldn't we talk about the effect of the martial soul true body? It is hard to imagine how powerful the martial soul true body brought by the 200,000 year soul ring is. When the martial soul true body is used, the soul master's body will be completely transformed into the form of the martial soul, thereby achieving a surge in strength. The ultimate gold, the ultimate fire, and the domineering dragon might that looked down upon all living beings together formed an extremely strong sense of oppression. Chuan Yi occupied an absolute dominant position in the relationship between the two, but Chuan Yi's attitude did not change because of the change in status. I've kept you waiting for a long time. Instead of explaining, I'd rather let you see it with your own eyes first. Chuan Yi was delighted when he thought of the martial soul's true body. Crimson and dark gold, cold and hot, the opposite elements, harmoniously integrated together. Chuan Yi's hands were quickly covered with a layer of tight metal film. As soon as the martial soul and the soul ring appeared, everyone present felt the trembling of the martial soul in their bodies. The attributes of all aspects and the power of the original soul skills can at least be doubled. After breaking through level 70, no matter what martial soul it is, it will undergo a qualitative change and truly achieve complete integration with the soul master, thereby exerting the martial soul's true body. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 red. As soon as the crimson-colored blood-red soul ring appeared, the little black dragon standing on Chuan Yi's shoulder jumped into the soul ring. Although it was Chuan Yi's predecessor in terms of seniority, it was only Chuan Yi's soul ring now. Chuan Li and Yun Qiang, who were standing in front of Chuan Yi, could feel the discomfort of being suppressed from all directions. The intensity of the martial soul suppression was dozens of times stronger than when Chuan Yi was a soul emperor. Before they could adapt, Chuan Yi had already raised his right hand and clenched his fist on his chest. The sun pattern on the back of his hand and the crimson soul ring behind him shone together. Chuan Yi's whole body was suddenly covered with 2 colors, dark gold and vermilion. The 2 energies together formed an energy light ball, which wrapped Chuan Yi and slowly rose into the air. Crack! A crisp cracking sound suddenly came from the surface of the light ball suspended in the air, and then the flat surface of the light ball was covered with cracks. A green but loud dragon cry broke out of the restraints and jumped out from the inside of the light ball. The shattered golden and red light spots illuminated the sky under the night sky. A mighty flying dragon with a length of 4 meters, ferocious dragon horns on its head, golden scales with fire patterns, golden and red pupils, and 4 claws like hooks under its belly swirled out. Under the light, everyone could observe that the dragon's body presented a hard metal texture, but when it swam, the flying dragon was unusually agile. At this time, Chuan Yi's voice came from the mouth of the magical flying dragon. This is my martial soul's true body, dark golden yang dragon. According to the previous assumption, my martial soul has realized the transformation of the weapon soul's true body into a beast soul. Chuan Yi turned into a real dragon, stepped on the clouds and controlled the wind, and swam freely around the stone platform. Good, good, it's really a beast soul. Chuan Li clapped his hands excitedly. The weapon soul's true body was transformed into a beast soul, combining the toughness of the weapon martial soul and the beast soul's beast amplification. It has more advantages than a simple weapon soul true body. Moreover, Chuan Yi's martial soul is not an ordinary weapon martial soul, it is a special martial soul composed of extreme gold. That is to say, the body of dark gold yang dragon is the same as the martial soul, both of which are extreme gold. The strength and toughness are far beyond ordinary weapon martial souls. It is hard to imagine that anything can hurt it. My martial soul true body can greatly enhance my strength, and its effect is also very simple and direct. All attributes except fire and gold are increased by 2 times, and the strength of fire and gold is increased by 4 times. Chuan Yi's words shocked everyone present. All attributes are increased by 2 times, and fire and gold attributes are doubled on this basis. This will be an even more terrifying improvement for Chuan Yi, who already has many amplification skills. Moreover, in the state of martial soul true body, the effects of soul skills and soul bone skills will also be greatly improved. The amplification effects of the two are superimposed on each other, and Chuan Yi's strength will increase exponentially. Chuan Yi feels the majestic power in his body, but his heart enters an extremely calm state of mind. Fearlessness and fearlessness are brewing in Chuan Yi's heart. The great improvement in strength has brought Chuan Yi unprecedented peace. Deep in Chuan Yi's mind, there has always been a deep mark that disturbs his heart. That is the feeling of powerlessness brought to him by Douluo. Even if he is as tough as Chuan Yi, he will occasionally recall the situation at that moment. Whenever he thinks of that memory, Chuan Yi can't help but imagine the worst ending. At that time, Chuan Yi understood a truth: only absolute strength can bring absolute freedom. Since then, after that, Chuan Yi put away all his complacent mentality and devoted himself to hard training. However, at this moment, the shadow that seemed to be forever unreachable seemed to be caught up by him as Chuan Yi's strength increased. As a result, not only his strength, but also the shadow in Chuan Yi's heart was completely shattered, and his entire heart underwent a profound transformation. Roar! The dragon roar, full of vitality and power, mixed with the strong power of the real dragon, spread to the entire archipelago. All the creatures in the volcanic archipelago heard Chuan Yi's dragon roar almost at the same time. They all looked at the center of the archipelago, and with extremely pious eyes, they quietly watched the birth of a new king. Chapter 421 Tianke Party Invitation. An unusual day passed in the archipelago. Early the next morning, 3 teams of marine iguana dragon lizards set out from the central island and waited in 3 directions. The destination of the 3 teams was the island in the archipelago where a group of 100,000-year-old soul beasts lived. They are the Lanyan albatross, Jinbiluyan turtle, and Liaya sea lion tribes. These 3 tribes are all fire-attributed sea soul beasts that mutated from the original water-attributed sea soul beasts. They are the same as the sea iguana dragon lizards. They have occupied the islands and lived here since the early days of the formation of the volcanic archipelago. The strength of the entire tribe is slightly inferior to that of the sea iguana dragon lizards. The number of each tribe is about 100, but the average strength and talent of a single one are stronger than that of the sea iguana dragon lizards. If there was no sea iguana flame dragon king in the sea iguana dragon lizard tribe, the dragon lizard tribe would be the weakest of the 4 races. The distance between the islands can be said to be neither far nor near. They sincerely invite the kings of the 3 islands to go to Tianke in 3 days to attend the king gathering. In the state of no soul power and no martial soul, Chuan Yi's physical fitness and physical attributes are beyond the state of Chuan Li's martial soul. In addition to the improvement in strength, flexibility, and agility, there is no less. First of all, the most obvious physical attribute, under the amplification of the 200,000-year soul ring and soul bone, has reached an extremely terrifying state. Because only members with 100,000-year soul beasts can participate in the gathering, it is called the Gathering of Kings. 3 days passed in a flash. With the help of 3 days, Chuan Yi thoroughly understood how much his various attributes had grown. The farthest distance was only a few hundred miles, and with the speed of the sea iguana dragon lizard, it could be reached in 1 morning. Therefore, in order to avoid causing greater friction, under the proposal of the sea iguana flame dragon king, the agreement of regular gatherings was agreed. Due to the unique ecological environment and living habits of the archipelago, the 4 tribes lived crowded in a sea area. Even the 100,000-year soul beast, which is famous for its physical body, cannot compete with Chuan Yi without using soul power. Only in terms of physical fitness, there should be few people in the entire continent who can compete with Chuan Yi. At this moment, he is a walking human-shaped beast. After successfully arriving at the island, the sea iguana dragon lizard expressed its intention to the 3 tribes. Chuan Yi's innate physical attributes have been improved to a very high level under the effect of exercise and herbs. The superposition of strength and speed will only make Chuan Yi's explosive power and endurance stronger, and his body will also develop in a more balanced direction. Moreover, the improvement of physical attributes by the Sea Mane Flame Dragon King is all round. Now with the sacrifice and blessing of the Sea Mane Flame Dragon King, his body has undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of the continent. The King's Gathering is a gathering of 4 tribes held every 1,000 years in the volcanic islands. Especially, the left leg bone of the Sea Mane Flame Dragon greatly increased Chuan Yi's relatively weak speed and agility. The Red Dragon Burning Sky Armor, 100,000 kilograms load-bearing armor, spear, shield, a total of about 400,000 kilograms of terrifying weight, Chuan Yi can also wear it by himself and move freely. It has been less than 500 years since the last King's Gathering, but the 3 100,000-year soul beasts did not refuse. Therefore, after Chuan Yi's body was absorbed, his body did not undergo much change, but his internal structure had already been turned upside down. Bones, blood, meridians, and muscles are several times stronger than before absorption. After talking about the body, it's time to talk about mental power. The progress in mental power is slightly less than that in the body, but that is also relative. The improvement of mental power by the 200,000-year soul ring has increased Chuan Yi's mental power by more than double. Before, Huo Wu's mental power content in her natural state was much higher than Chuan Yi's. But now, Huo Wu must also use soul skills to increase her mental power to be equal to Chuan Yi. If compared with Xiao Bai and the Flame Dragon King, Chuan Yi does not need the blessing of the Red Dragon Horn and the Red Dragon Eye, and he is not inferior to them with pure mental power. What's more, the soul of the Flame Dragon King has been completely integrated into Chuan Yi's body. The mental power of the two combined is absolutely not afraid of even the 99-level peerless Douluo. Chuan Yi has reached a very high level in both body and mental power. Compared with this, the improvement in soul power did not meet expectations. Level 75 is Chuan Yi's soul power level at the moment. 5 levels in a row may sound like a lot, but compared to the nearly 200,000 years of accumulation of the Sea Main Flame Dragon King, it is definitely not much. With its energy, it is not an exaggeration to directly raise Chuan Yi's soul power level to level 80. However, most of this energy was used to improve the soul rings and soul bones, enhancing Chuan Yi's other attributes. Chuan Yi was not dissatisfied with this. For him, compared with the improvement of soul power level, physical and mental attributes were more important. It is much more difficult to improve. The soul power level can be quickly improved after practicing in Yang Chuan for a period of time. What is more amazing is that after breaking through the Soul Saint realm, Chuan Yi's body seems to form a perfect fit with the two extreme attributes in his body. This makes Chuan Yi's cultivation speed, which was like a turtle crawling, not only faster again, but also much faster than before it slowed down. This means that Chuan Yi's level improvement speed will be epically enhanced. With the help of Red Dragon Horn and Yang Chuan, Chuan Yi can barely maintain a cultivation speed of 2 levels a year. However, now Chuan Yi feels that it is not a big problem to upgrade 4 or 5 levels a year. Perhaps, when Huo Wu breaks through level 70, Chuan Yi will also enter level 80. The improvement in the cultivation speed has forced Chuan Yi to start thinking about the next soul ring. After talking about the situation at the soul power level, the last thing is the changes in the martial soul and the external soul bone. The external soul bone has changed along with the improvement of Chuan Yi's cultivation. The most obvious change is that Chuan Yi's dragon-like part has increased. A pair of mighty dragon wings evolved on his back, providing Chuan Yi with additional flying ability. So far, the external soul bone of the red-scaled evil dragon has achieved complete coverage, and Chuan Yi can feel that its changes to his body have reached the limit. It is a bone after all, and cannot penetrate into Chuan Yi's body like the dragonization of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, but this is enough for Chuan Yi. For Chuan Yi, the external soul bone is an additional layer of amplification armor. 100% of the power, the flame amplification, is still a double amplification on the original basis. The amplification effect of the soul skill will also be superimposed on the amplification of the dragonization. Therefore, in terms of the overall effect, although it is not as comprehensive as the real dragonization, it is enough for Chuan Yi. Because, after Chuan Yi achieves dragonization, he will also undergo an amplification from the martial soul. Chuan Yi's dark gold Yang Dragon Claw completed a tempering in the breakthrough, which made the martial soul achieve a qualitative leap. After absorbing a large amount of energy, the dragon soul residing in the hand armor has greatly developed its intelligence. If the previous dragon souls are compared to human children, the current dragon souls have grown into strong young men. Chapter 422 The Arrival of the Three Clans. The learning ability and IQ are not inferior to humans. They can even learn all kinds of knowledge in Chuan Yi's memory by sharing their spirit with Chuan Yi. At this point, Chuan Yi can no longer simply regard them as martial souls. They are already creatures with independent will. The evolution of martial souls has driven their progress. However, in turn, their improvement has also made martial souls more powerful. Before, Xiaojin and Xiaohong's attribute increases were 100% respectively. After the breakthrough, the attribute increased to 200%. Just looking at the increase in fire attribute, Chuan Yi's flame power will reach 2 times after dragonization. After a 200% increase, Chuan Yi's flame power will reach 6 times. Chuan Yi's own flame strength became even stronger after he broke through to Soul Saint. On this basis, with several layers of flame increase, Chuan Yi is confident that no soul master can compete with it except for the fire-free attribute. For this point, Chuan Yi can arrogantly describe it with the word absolute. Besides, the 20 times power, plus the weight of 150,000 kilograms, and the hard shell that can withstand the attack of the title Douluo, these three combined are enough for Chuan Yi to cope with any challenge. After testing, injecting a certain degree of gold soul power into the armor can make the overall metal strength of the armor reach the level of extreme gold. Going higher, it is not that the metal strength cannot withstand the flame, but that it reaches the limit of the flame power that the armor itself can amplify. Generally, when the power reaches 20 times, the material of the Red Dragon Burning Heaven armor will begin to be unable to withstand such high temperatures and show signs of softening. And, during the time when the armor is protected by extreme gold, the power of the armor can reach up to 40 times the power. Apart from other equipment, Chuan Yi can release a flame with a power of 24 times the power without opening the Martial Soul True Body. If the Martial Soul True Body is opened, Chuan Yi can release a flame with a power of more than 40 times the power. In battle, without using any soul skills, Chuan Yi can reach 10 times the power with only the 200% amplification of his right hand. After discovering the limit of the Red Dragon Burning Sky armor, Chuan Yi was disappointed for a while before recovering. Only based on this, the Red Dragon Burning Sky armor is proud enough. After all, he did not expect it to withstand all of Chuan Yi's firepower. Unfortunately, Chuan Yi's Xiang Dragon Lance and the Red Dragon Burning Sky armor cannot produce an amplification effect on the nebula fire, and they themselves have their limits on the amplification of the power of fire. This is the material limit that Chuan Yi tested when practicing armor. Therefore, it can be noted that when Chuan Yi fought with the Sea Main Flame Dragon King, he basically did not use his right hand with Xiaohong amplification, but fought with his left hand with Xiajin. Although this was due to the difference in strength between the two sides, part of the reason was that Chuan Yi did not want to damage the armor. Who would have thought that Chuan Yi's flash of inspiration would bring a new turn for the Red Dragon Burning Sky armor? 40 times the power, that is to say, Chuan Yi already had the strength to activate his Martial Soul's true body before he fell alone on the volcanic islands. However, during the test, Chuan Yi had a sudden idea and tried to inject the gold soul power into the armor through Xiaojin's amplification, hoping to increase the hardness of the armor in this way. Being able to withstand 20 times the power has already saved Chuan Yi's soul power. Note that Chuan Yi did not include the power increase after the fusion of Dark Flame and Holy Flame in the calculation, he was just calculating the numbers. However, Chuan Yi knew that the armor was still an external force after all, so he was not too happy about it. But now, Chuan Yi has reached this state by himself. This made Chuan Yi's heart reach the true sense of tranquility. Above the clear Tianqi, a strong man with a naked upper body flapped the huge red dragon wings on his back and glided rapidly on the water. The dragon wing has a wingspan of 5 meters. The dragon wing, which is composed of transparent vermilion bones and membranes, reflects a beautiful wing shadow on the lake under the sunlight. Dragon wings fly very fast, and the straight line speed easily exceeds 500 km per hour. However, when circling a circular trajectory, the flying speed will drop significantly, and the movements of the body and wings will still be somewhat unfamiliar. This is not surprising. After all, Chuan Yi has only grown wings for 3 days, and it is normal that he is not used to the flying method of dragon wings. In 3 days, Chuan Yi not only adapted to the surge in power, but also spent part of his time practicing dragon wings flying. With the experience of controlling the flying of the Red Dragon Burning Sky armor and the memory of observing the flying posture of Huo Wu for many years, Chuan Yi adapted to the existence of dragon wings in just 3 days. The most difficult step to mastering flying is actually in his heart. As long as you overcome the fear of the sky and as long as you have wings, you will soon master flying. Chuan Yi felt the feeling of the strong wind passing through his body and shouted happily. At this high speed, the weightless air will also become a threatening existence. However, under Chuan Yi's extremely tough skin and flesh, the sharp wind blade like a knife will only make Chuan Yi feel comfortable, just like a gentle breeze. The feeling of flying through armor is different from that of flying with the flesh alone. It's like riding a train and a motorcycle. The speed of a motorcycle may be much slower, but in terms of physical sensation, the stimulation of a motorcycle is stronger. Just as Chuan Yi was enjoying the feeling of tearing the wind, a girl with the same huge red wings flew from the edge of the crater to Chuan Yi. Huowu's straight-line flying speed is slightly weaker than Chuanyi, but her flexibility and adaptability are far superior to Chuanyi. She relied on her foresight to rush to Chuanyi's flight track, forced Chuanyi to stop, and asked. Xiao Yi, according to the report of the outer marine iguana dragon lizard, the three major groups of the volcanic archipelago have all arrived on the island. Now, they are temporarily staying on the outskirts of the island. How about letting them in? Chuanyi stopped at full speed at high speed and maintained the hovering state. A trace of surprise flashed across his face, and then, he curled his lips and smiled. It's not even noon yet, but it seems that these friends of Senior Yan are already full of curiosity. At this time, a dark dragon appeared on Chuanyi's forehead, hovering over Chuanyi's head, and retorted in a deep voice, "Friends? Chuanyi, you are wrong. They are at most my descendants, and they are far from being friends with me." The emotional fluctuations of the sea main flame dragon king are still not easy to detect, but Chuanyi can detect that it seems to be dissatisfied with Chuanyi's remarks. Haha, so that's the case, then I correct it. Xiao Wu, let these descendants come in, I hope they won't let us down. Chuanyi seemed unusually calm about the arrival of the three tribes, and didn't even ask Huowu about the specific number of the visitors. It can only be said that Chuanyi no longer cares about these. Chapter 423 Mist Albatross, Fiery Sea Lion, Golden Flame Turtle. The three tribes led 50 guards each and gathered together. 50 long, sickle-shaped flying shadows were circling in the sky. These flying shadows were the Mist Albatross family, and their appearance was quite distinctive among all birds. The body was white, but the shoulder and tail were grey-brown. From the bottom up, they were white, but from the top down, they were grey and white. Their beaks were very long, and the front end of the beak was hooked downward, covered with a very hard keratin layer, like a sharp iron hook. But the most striking thing about the Mist Albatross was their special body structure. The neck was short, the body was thick, the tail was short, but there was a pair of long and narrow wings. Most Mist Albatrosses had a wingspan of about 12 meters, and the longest one had a wingspan of about 20 meters. It was because of such special wings that the albatross family could stay in the air for several hours just by wind power without flapping their wings. As an outlier among the albatrosses, the misty albatrosses have mutated to acquire the fire attribute. With the help of the power of the fire element, they have increased their explosive power and attack power that other albatrosses do not have on top of their already long endurance. Therefore, crustaceans are the main prey of their tribe. One of the teams is the group of fiery teeth sea lions. These are crustaceans with hard shells. If other races encounter them, they will be roasted if they are bitten. Under the flying birds, two groups of animals of similar size are landing on the island beach one after another. Their average body length is more than 5 meters, and the leading one is twice as long, enough taught in meters. Due to their racial characteristics, the fiery teeth sea lions are used to eating cooked food. Therefore, when they hunt, they will first use their teeth to inject flames into the body of the sea beast and roast it from the inside. Use sharp teeth to pierce the shell, and then burn the inside with high temperature. This not only allows a quick kill, but also allows you to enjoy a beautiful roasted seafood meal. The fiery teeth sea lions look round and very cute, but if you underestimate them for this reason, you will suffer a great loss. Moreover, when flying, the flames on their bodies will collide with water vapor, forming a layer of mist like a mirage, hiding their bodies, so they are named Lanyan. Lanyan means thin smoke like mist, representing the ethereal characteristics of their clan. However, the huge sea lions, with round heads, use fin-like limbs to flexibly crawl on land, looking naive. The sea lion clan is best at diving. At the same time, they are also a very smart and highly social race. This also leads to the fact that the larger and stronger the sea soul beast is, the longer it will endure the scorching and the longer it will need to endure the pain. They are covered with a layer of thick short yellow-brown hair, and the hair on the neck is longer than other parts, a bit like a lion's mane. Relying on the power of the group, they can even capture stronger sea soul beasts. The fiery tooth sea lion has extremely sharp teeth that can release high temperatures, allowing them to easily bite through the enemy's defense. The coordination of their entire group is very strong, and with mutual cooperation, they can play the advantages of group cooperation. So, this group of cute creatures is definitely not easy to mess with. Next to the fiery tooth sea lion is a giant sea turtle clan that carries a small black mountain and crawls with a load, the golden flame tortoise. The size of this group of sea turtles is almost the same as that of sea lions, but it appears to be flatter. The most noteworthy thing is that most of the shells of the golden flame tortoise are made of grey stones and soil, with seaweed and other things on them. The whole tribe exudes a strong smell of mud, just like a moving hill. But this is just an appearance. These mud blocks are just debris piled on the turtle shell. Inside, the real turtle shell is made of metal. The Jinbiluyan turtle has the special ability to purify and refine metals with the help of the flames in its body. These refined metals will be integrated into their turtle shells, enhancing their hardness and thus improving their defense. Not only that, these hard turtle shells are not only used for defense, but also act as iron furnaces. The stronger the turtle shell, the stronger the firepower and pressure it can withstand. This means that the Jinbiluyan turtle can condense more and stronger flames in the turtle shell. This not only speeds up the speed of refining metal, but also allows the compressed flames to burst out at the same time, causing ultra-large-scale damage. What's more terrifying is that they are generally lazy by nature and rarely take action, but if they are completely angered and forced into a desperate situation, they will launch extremely terrifying self-destructive attacks. Since their shells have been tempered to a very high level, once they self-destruct, the energy will be further compressed by the shells, and finally, the energy of the self-destruction will spread outward along with the broken metal shells. The explosion and the explosion of metal fragments together further expand its lethality and range. The self-destruction power of a 10,000-year-old Jinbiluyan turtle can even be compared with that of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. It is for this reason that the Jinbiluyan turtle clan has few enemies in the ocean. In front of a group of turtles carrying the Black Iron Mountain, there is a very conspicuous giant turtle. Its body length is 10 meters, and the height of the shell is 8 meters. Moreover, the shell of this turtle is extremely tall. Although it is also covered with mud, if other turtles are round hills, then it is a real mountain. It is the king of Jinbiluyan turtle. The mountain behind it is not because the shape of its shell is different from that of other tribesmen. Although its body is larger, its proportion is no different from that of other tribesmen. It is simply because it has more dirt and debris accumulated on its body than others. The king of the fiery sea lions, who was walking beside it, looked at the king of the golden fire tortoise with a bulging head and showed a look of disdain. It covered its nose with a short fin and condemned, "Hey, old turtle, is there more mud on your body? And the smell is getting stronger and stronger. Can't you think of a way?" The voice of the king of the fiery sea lions is like a naughty little boy, full of childishness, coupled with a displeased tone, which directly reduced its cute atmosphere. In the face of condemnation, the king of the golden fire tortoise just smiled kindly and said slowly, "It's just out of the water, it's still a little damp, it will be no smell after drying in a while." Its voice was extremely old, just like a kind old man, talking slowly, but its original intention was to reject the request of the king of the fiery teeth sea lion. Although the king of the fiery teeth sea lion was full of disgust in his words, his face was full of helplessness and a little regretful. It knew very well that the sloppy old guy in front of it was not easy to mess with, and for the golden fire tortoise, the thick mud accumulated on the shell waspid is a symbol of strength. Chapter 424 The Four Kings Meet at Last. The thicker the mud, the older it is, and the less attacks it has received. Because the thinner the mud, the more attacks it has received, which is a sign of weakness in the concept of the Jinbiluyan turtle clan. Of course, in addition to this, the more fundamental reason is that they are too lazy to tidy up the debris on their backs. You have a beautiful tortoise shell, but I don't know why you have to make it so sloppy. I think you are just too lazy. The king of the fiery sea lions pouted and complained. In response, the king of the Jinbiluyan turtle just smiled and ignored him. Just then, the king with a wingspan of more than 20 meters was the king of the mist albatross, who took advantage of the height to overlook everything on the island. Everything on the island seemed to be in order, no different from usual. However, humans suddenly appeared in the welcoming team of the marine iguana lizard. What's even more bizarre is that the large number of marine iguanas around them seem to respect humans. The atmosphere on the scene dropped to freezing point, and the three tribes and the marine iguanas tribe led by Yun Kaiang formed a tense confrontation. "Welcome the three distinguished guests. On the instructions of the owner of this island, I have come to welcome you to Tianqi to reminisce about the past." Noticing this, its sharp eyes could not help but condense, and its body quickly dived down and landed in front of the other two kings. She looked directly at the old turtle's cold eyes and said, "All the answers are on Tianqi. I wonder if you dare to go there." The king of Lanyan albatross glanced at it lightly, and then moved his eyes to the direction of the sea turtle. The noisy king of fiery teeth sea lions also restrained his temper when he heard this, and nodded solemnly in response. With its wings folded, its size is more than half smaller than the other two, but the momentum condensed on its body is not weak at all. The old turtle put away his amiable expression and said with a very serious look, "Little old man, little lion, the situation is unclear now, so be careful in everything." "Human, are you kidding us? The master of this place is not someone you humans can blaspheme." Yun Qiang was calm and composed in the face of the might of the beast, and was not afraid of the stage. At this time, in the place where the three beasts gathered, Chuanli and Yun Qiang walked slowly and stood in front of the three kings. The voice of the king of Lanyan Albatross was a very mature female voice, but the voice was erratic when speaking. If you close your eyes, you can't tell the direction of the voice at all. The uneasiness brought by the unknown has always lingered in its heart, and it is the best policy to join forces at this time. What's more, among the three of them, its individual strength can be said to be the weakest. The king of the fierce sea lion paused, and said angrily, "Hey, wife, I said don't call me a lion. I am a sea lion, and I am not the same species as a lion. At this stage, our three tribes have no information about the previous changes, so we can only wait and see." Yun Qiang was caught in the middle, and even under great pressure, she still kept a smile on her face. "Old turtle, little lion, have you all noticed?" However, her remarks made the most amiable old turtle look cold. Yun Qiang's calmness in turn shocked the three kings. They could see that Yun Qiang's confident attitude was not forced. Yun Qiang's cultivation had not broken through the realm of the title. The only threat was the spring power behind him. However, the momentum of the spring power was only comparable to that of one of the three kings at most. What gave Yun Qiang such confidence? The three kings exchanged glances with each other, and finally the old turtle nodded and said, "Well, let's see who is the one who is deliberately creating doubts." Yun Qiang turned around and made a gesture of guidance, and replied briefly, "Please." Under the protection of hundreds of marine iguanas, the three tribes went to the towering volcano together. On the crater of Tianqi, Kunyi and Huahu stood on the stone platform. Kunyi was the first to notice the movement. The movement of hundreds of giant beasts moving together was transmitted to Kunyi's left leg through vibration. Kunyi's mind was integrated into the perception of vibration, so the vibration perception would be infinitely amplified, amplifying Kunyi's discomfort, but it would also enhance his judgment. There are 100 foreign soul beasts crawling on the ground, and 2 of them are much larger and heavier than other soul beasts. These should be the 2 kings. There was a vibration in front of the 2 in the middle. This should be the flying king of the misty albatross. However, later because it took off, I couldn't feel its vibration. In Kunyi's spiritual sea, the little black dragon smiled and praised. "Kunyi, your adaptability to vibration is beyond my imagination. According to this trend, you can try to dive into the ground for exploration training in a few months." The Flame Dragon King is not a person who is good at giving compliments, but for the perseverance shown by Kunyi, it has to give a thumbs up. The edge of the island is dozens of miles away from the crater, and they are located on a high mountain. It is not easy to accurately judge the situation at this distance. There is no shortcut to train the sensitivity and judgment of vibration. Only repeated practice can be used on this boring road. For 3 days, as long as Chuanyi stepped on the ground, he would spontaneously concentrate on amplifying the vibration perception and use his brain to process information quickly. Maintaining the high-speed operation of the brain for a long time is extremely mental. However, Chuanyi did not make any sound. If it was not for the fact that he lived in Chuanyi's body, he saw the situation of the Sea of Spirit. It was impossible for him to know that the intensity of Chuanyi's training was so great. "You are too kind. It's all because they are too big. I am far behind Senior Yan." If it was the Flame Dragon King, he could easily sense the movements of small insects and ants at this distance, but he couldn't do that. In this regard, Chuanyi was just starting out. "Don't underestimate yourself. Your progress in 3 days has exceeded my accumulation of tens of thousands of years. Moreover, due to the evolution of the soul bone, your perception limit is likely to be far higher than mine." The soul bone directly gave Chuanyi the perception that the Flame Dragon King had worked hard to develop. All he had to do was to adapt. Therefore, his progress was rapid. Chuanyi did not feel proud of this and remained as hardworking as ever. While everyone was talking, the members of the 3 tribes had begun to approach the Tianqi Lake. The first to stick their heads out were the Flying Lanyan Albatross tribe. With their flying ability, they were the first to pay attention to the scene of the Tianqi Lake. At the same time, she also met Chuan Yi standing on the stone platform. Surprise, astonishment, anger, disappointment, and other complex emotions surged in its heart. Finally, the two kings who followed arrived at the edge of the crater together. They stood on a high place and looked at the two people together, with an unknown fire surging in their hearts. In their minds, Tianqi is a pure and sacred place. The appearance of humans here is completely defiled this place. Just when the anger was about to erupt, a steady voice came from Chuan Yi. Come down quickly, how long will you let me wait? Chapter 425, First Show of Strength. Flame Dragon King. Three surprised voices shook the calm water surface. They looked at Chuan Yi's eyebrows with disbelief. A dark shadow of light peeked out from it. The familiar breath, voice, and even soul fluctuations, everything was conveying a message to them. That is, the Flame Dragon King is still alive. How is this possible? Didn't you die in the sacrifice? The old turtle's huge turtle pupils were full of disbelief. The Flame Dragon King landed on Chuan Yi's shoulder and said in a deep voice, Come down, it's not convenient to talk if you stand far away. The old turtle and the sea lion slid down the stone wall and fell into the water. Then, they swam to the stone platform at a very fast speed, while the albatross glided to the center of Tianqi first and circled around the stone platform. The Flame Dragon King did not answer, but pointed at Chuan Yi and introduced. Feeling that all the hot eyes were focused on him, Chuan Yi stepped forward and said loudly, Welcome to my Tianqi. As the new master of the volcano, Chuan Yi greets you all. Then, Chuan Yi condensed liquid metal and turned it into dark gold yang dragon claws covering his entire hands. Fortunately, this dragon power was only released for a moment before Chuan Yi took it back. Seeing that the three kings had quieted down, Chuan Yi began to tell his speech. It knew the arrogance and power of the Flame Dragon King very well. The old turtle really couldn't believe that the Flame Dragon King would sacrifice himself to humans. When the party was held, only the Beast Kings who had reached the level of 100,000 years of cultivation were allowed to enter the Tianqi. This was actually the reason why they were angry. This matter shocked them even more than the Flame Dragon King was alive. At this moment, in fact, he was the master of this volcano, and it was he who invited you to come. Long Wei, this level of pressure cannot be wrong, this is the real body. Flame Dragon King, how could you end up like this? The old turtle was the most shocked among the three kings. They subconsciously ignored Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, and their eyes were firmly observing the condensed spiritual body of the Flame Dragon King. Everything of mine was integrated into his body because of the sacrifice and became its soul ring. However, this time, all the Beast King's attention was drawn to themselves, and they also made them understand who was the master of this place. Such a pure dragon power, it actually directly aroused the blood in the body and produced a sense of submission, which was something that the Sea Main Flame Dragon King could not do. The three Beast Kings felt an irresistible suppression from Chuan Yi's dragon might. The other tribesmen could only stand on the edge of the mountaintop. Old Turtle, this is a long story. Before I explain, let me introduce my host, Chuan Yi, to you. This directly caused the dissatisfaction of the Flame Dragon King. It snorted coldly, and the domineering dragon might swept the three kings, bringing them great oppression. A powerful dragon might far exceeding the sea iguana Flame Dragon King completely erupted from his body, directly forcing the three Beast Kings to release their own might to resist. The most important purpose of inviting you here today is to inform you that this island and the entire sea iguana dragon lizard clan will belong to me. Therefore, from now on, any provocation or harm to the sea iguana dragon lizard clan will be regarded as hostile behavior by me. No matter which force it will be included in my enemies and hunted down by me. Accelerator's declaration echoed in the vast Tianqi. Roar! The sea iguana dragon lizards around Tianqi raised their heads to the sky and roared. The roaring dragon roars formed a huge momentum and spread to the surrounding archipelago. At this moment, Chuan Yi replaced the sea iguana Flame Dragon King and became their backbone, giving them unlimited power. Huo Wu, Chuan Li and Yun Qian raised their arms and shouted loudly with the dragon lizards. Their will condensed into a huge might, causing all the other beasts present to panic. They stared at Chuan Yi. It was because of Chuan Yi's existence that they felt a great sense of security and feared no one. Chuan Yi, who had been hiding in the scabbard and accumulating his sharp edge, finally revealed his sword today. Protecting the sea iguana dragon lizard clan was Chuan Yi's explanation to the sea iguana Flame Dragon King. Since it chose to merge with Chuan Yi, it was his natural responsibility to take care of the sea iguana dragon lizard. The sea iguana flame dragon king looked at the high-spirited Chuan Yi, and a trace of loneliness flashed in his eyes, but more of it was relief. It is not an easy thing to shoulder the fate of a tribe, especially for a human to bear the fate of a soul beast. For the survival of the tribe in the future, it had already made arrangements. But Chuan Yi felt that this was far from enough. It is impossible to live in the volcanic islands for a long time by means of self-destruction alone. Just like relying on nuclear deterrence alone, it is impossible to absolutely guarantee national security. Only if the sea iguana dragon lizard tribe regenerates a soul beast of the 100,000 year level can their status in the volcanic islands be guaranteed. Self-detonation is ultimately the last resort. If the enemy sees this point and eats away at the tribe bit by bit in a small way, the survival of the sea iguana dragon lizard tribe will become very difficult. For this reason, Chuan Yi proposed that he temporarily replace the leader and protect the sea iguana dragon lizard tribe. Fanatical shouts filled the entire crater, and the three beast kings in the middle of the roar all felt a great shock. The momentum of Chuan Yi's outburst directly overwhelmed the three 100,000 year level beasts. Moreover, the breath of extreme gold and extreme fire emitted by Chuan Yi's martial soul made them feel the threat of death. The golden flame turtle, which is famous for its defense, could sense that its proud hard metal shell began to tremble. The extreme edge penetrated the thick defense layer and reached the flesh and blood inside, making its hair stand on end. Even the dragon horn of the sea main flame dragon king could not give it such a feeling. Not only that, the fire element energy in their bodies seemed to wilt in front of Chuan Yi, without the arrogance and wantonness of the past. These reactions made the three kings dare not care about others at all, and could only be on guard against Chuan Yi with all their heart and soul to prevent accidents. Chuan Yi slowly raised his right hand, and when his palm reached the highest point, he quickly clenched his fist. The roars that came one after another stopped abruptly. In silence, Chuan Yi walked to the edge of the stone platform and showed a friendly smile. "Sorry to scare you. Next, let Senior Yan answer your confusion first." This time, Chuan Yi directly retracted the martial spirits in his hands, retracted all the outward momentum into his body, and returned to the inconspicuous state before. However, even so, it could not offset the inner vigilance of the 300,000-year-old beasts. The Flame Dragon King remained silent and waited until Chuan Yi finished speaking before he began to comfort them. "Okay, don't be so nervous, relax a little. Aren't you very curious about what happened? I'll tell you right now." Then, it began to briefly explain its experience and its final choice. Chapter 426, Feast of Giant Beasts Deadline, Soul Ring Creature Plan, Sacrifice Ceremony, Preserve Souls. One message after another, like a bomb, bombarded the brains of the three Beast Kings. After enduring the continuous critical strikes from the Flame Dragon King, they fell into a brief silence. In the silence, the three Beast Kings turned their eyes to Chuan Yi again. This time, in addition to fear, there were other more complicated things in their eyes. The old turtle apologized to Chuan Yi first, saying, "Please forgive us, we were not clear about the situation before and offended you." The albatross and the sea lion also nodded and apologized. The situation is stronger than people. Chuan Yi has become the leader of the marine iguana dragon lizards, and the entire dragon lizard group is also under his command. In addition to the momentum and strength he showed, no matter what they thought, Chuan Yi was already the new leader of the archipelago to replace the sea iguana flame dragon king. Chuan Yi finally smiled with good intentions when he saw the other party give in. Ignorance is not a crime. Before, no one knew my situation, so it was reasonable that there would be misunderstandings. Okay, although our volcano islands are very strong, we are still at a disadvantage compared to the sea soul beasts outside. Chuan Yi's remarks were undoubtedly another explosive remark. Seeing that the old turtle took the lead, other tribes also expressed their agreement with Chuan Yi on behalf of their tribes. If this is the case, then on behalf of the Golden Flame Tortoise tribe, I agree with you to continue to maintain the friendship of the four tribes. The relationship between the four tribes of the volcano can only be said to be a very loose neighbor relationship. I promise you that if you unfortunately encounter a disaster that cannot be solved, you can ask for help from the sea iguana dragon lizard tribe. As the lord of the volcano, I can help you." The old turtle took the lead and agreed with Chuan Yi's idea. In this case, only by maintaining internal unity can long-term development be guaranteed. This kind of assistance does not require a price, but because there is no price, if it does not meet the overall interests of the marine iguana and the archipelago, we will directly refuse it. If the initial behavior was to establish His Majesty, then now it is to show his goodwill. But Chuan Yi's statement obviously wants to move towards a closer relationship. The old turtle looks slow, but he can often be one step ahead on some important issues. One of the purposes of Chuan Yi to hold the Tianka gathering is to maintain friendly relations with the other 3 tribes while ensuring the leadership of the marine iguana dragon lizard tribe. The 4 tribes of the archipelago have accumulated deep friendships over the long years, and I don't want to damage this. Don't worry too much, the assistance I mentioned is actually nothing. It's just to take care of it within the scope of my and the marine iguana dragon lizard tribe's ability. Seeing Chuan Yi's smile, the 3 beast kings felt like spring breeze, and their tense hearts couldn't help but relax. No matter in terms of strength and wisdom, it is undoubtedly the top of the 3 beast kings. The gatherings are just to maintain a consensus of non-aggression, non-interference, and unity. It's just that Chuan Yi's previous power was too strong, and the sudden reversal caught them off guard. So, I want to continue to maintain friendly exchanges and communication with you. For a while, the 3 beast kings were in a state of confusion, and they were still trying their best to digest Chuan Yi's meaning. I hope everyone knows this. Chuan Yi has been honest with everyone that his assistance can only be regarded as a bottom-line measure. There will be no impact on weekdays, that is, when other tribes encounter life and death crises, they can ask Chuan Yi for help, and he may help. This promise is like a blank check, and there is actually no credit guarantee. However, this promise is an indirect connection with Chuan Yi, which makes the connection between Chuan Yi and the tribes closer. Having Chuan Yi standing behind them undoubtedly gives the soul beasts of the volcanic islands great confidence. Just like the existence of the sea main flame dragon king has shocked countless external forces. A promise without obvious benefits, but also without any disadvantages, made the 3 beast kings a little moved. Thank you for your kindness, but the 3 of us also have our own means, and we can handle the safety of the tribe ourselves. It should not be necessary for you to help. The 3 beast kings still have some grudges against Chuan Yi, so they cannot accept him completely. Chuan Yi was not surprised by this. He nodded calmly and said, "That's good. Self-reliance is the long-term solution. However, my promise will not change because of this. Okay, these are the messages I want to convey. If you have nothing else to do, then this Tianka gathering will end here. By the way, as the host, I have also prepared a banquet. I hope you can stay and enjoy it together." The message that Chuan Yi wanted to convey to the other 3 tribes through the gathering had already been delivered. To show his sincerity, Chuan Yi held a unique banquet at the foot of the volcano. In an open space that could accommodate nearly 500 giant soul beasts, all the soul beasts sat in a circle, leaving a slightly wider circle in the middle. Surrounded by a group of giant beasts, Chuan Yi took out countless fresh seafood and sea soul beasts from his fiery sun heart and shared them with all members. In order to satisfy the terrifying appetite of so many soul beasts, Chuan Yi also spent some effort. Banquets are a human custom, and there is no such custom between soul beasts and different tribes. Therefore, everyone feels extremely unfamiliar with this. Looking at the huge amount of seafood pouring out from the small necklace, all the soul beasts showed expressions of astonishment. When was so much food prepared? The jumping sea lion smelled the salty smell that stimulated the taste buds and said in astonishment. Seeing the astonished expression on the sea lion's round little head, Huo Wu couldn't help but burst out laughing. She smiled and said, "Are you dumbfounded? This is the food that Xiao I caught in order to entertain you all." He flew to the sea hundreds of miles away. When Huo Wu said this, the 3 beast kings were shocked. They carefully looked at the piles of food in front of them, and found that the food placed in front of their own tribes was their own preference, and there were many powerful 10,000-year level sea soul beasts. What's more terrifying is that these soul beasts are extremely well preserved, with almost no scars, which obviously is not captured by the sea iguana dragon lizard tribe. In this way, there is only one answer, that is, all these foods were caught by Chuan Yi. After Chuan Yi distributed the food, he looked around the herd, and then smiled lightly and said, "Why are you still standing there? This is all prepared for you." As he spoke, Chuan Yi snapped his fingers, and a cluster of small sparks flew out of his fingertips and fell into the woodpile in the middle, and quickly burned into a raging fire. Under the light of the fire, Chuan Yi extended a scarlet dragon horn from his forehead, and the spiritual fluctuations emitted by the dragon horn swept across the banquet hall. He shouted enthusiastically, "I declare that the banquet has officially begun, and everyone can enjoy it. Even if they don't understand human language, they can understand Chuan Yi's meaning through the spiritual fluctuations spread by the red dragon horn. The first to burst into chirping were the marine iguana dragon lizards. After expressing their gratitude to Chuan Yi, they began to enjoy the food. Members of the other three tribes looked at their king one after another. Amid the many expectant eyes, the three kings said helplessly, "Then we would rather obey than be respectful. Little ones, let's eat together." With the approval of the three kings, the hungry beasts roared with joy, and then began to join the ranks of eating. Chapter 427 The real intention is revealed? Be honest. Chuan Yi looked at the beasts eating happily, took out their own food, sat in front of the campfire and ate with Huo Wu, Chuan Li and Yun Kaiyang. Seeing Chuan Yi and others skewering the food on sticks and roasting it, the king of the fiery teeth sea lions showed a proud smile. It is said that you humans like cooked food, but when it comes to roasting in terms of manufacturing technology, you are not as good as our Lietooth sea lion clan. After saying that, the fiery tooth sea lion opened its mouth and bit into a huge scallop. I saw its sharp teeth piercing the hard shell easily, and then, in just a moment, the closed shell split open. At the same time, a fragrant aroma flowed from the crack. In just the blink of an eye, a piece of scallop was grilled. Then, the fiery tooth sea lion opened the shell and swallowed the scallop meat inside. Such skillful and fast roasting technology is enough to prove the fierce tooth sea lion's delicate and accurate fire control ability. In this regard, Chuan Yi clapped his hands and praised, "Awesome, worthy of the fierce tooth sea lion clan, which is famous for its control and sharp teeth." At this time, the little black dragon hovering on Chuan Yi's shoulder said, "Hey, little lion, I advise you, don't underestimate this little girl. People call me Little Lion because they are so powerful that I can't beat them." The albatross sighed, "Little Lion, when will you change your arrogant character? Hey, human, I am a sea lion, not a lion. If it were not for the island owner's sake, I would not let you off lightly." Flaming Dragon King, what do you mean? Can she still beat me? Today is really an eye-opener for me. I know, but hasn't she yet broken through to Soul Saint? How can a mere Soul Emperor, even with 100,000-year soul ring, be my opponent? The little lion showed his teeth to Huo Wu as a threat. At this time, the silent albatross king of Lanyan opened his mouth and said, "During the meeting, was my sister Locust Xian Yan? This little girl has the 100,000-year soul ring of the undead phoenix and the remaining soul after purification. Master Chuan Island can confront the Flame Dragon King head-on without a 100,000-year soul ring, but Ms. Huo Wu who has a 100,000-year soul ring can't deal with you?" The other party obviously didn't expect Huo Wu to respond so directly, which made him laugh in anger. Huo Wu really had no resistance to the Lietooth Sea Lion clan. When she saw the supposed majestic king showing such a naive reversal, she burst into laughter. "Also, I see that Senior Yan and other beast kings call you Little Lion. Is there anything wrong with me calling you that?" Huo Wu responded without flinching and choked the Lietooth Sea Lion king. "But how could you, a little girl, dare to be so disrespectful to me? Ha 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 ha, Little Lion, you are so cute." Hearing Chuan Yi's praise, the sea lion who originally wanted to show off suddenly became embarrassed. Flame Dragon King's words instantly aroused the little lion's doubts. "Yes, really." However, this did not pose any threat to Huo Wu, and she replied, "First of all, my name is not human, my name is Huo Wu." The sea lion had never heard the words of praise and suddenly became hesitant, not knowing how to respond. The little lion was stunned when he heard this, his round little head was working rapidly, and the next moment, cold sweat began to break out on the top of his head. The little lion has a very high IQ, but guys with high IQs are more likely to be infected with a virus called arrogance. Arrogance made it subconsciously ignore the existence of Huo Wu. When it was awakened by the albatross, it realized what mistake it had made. At this moment, Huo Wu's figure began to appear more clearly in the little lion's eyes. When it looked at Huo Wu, it realized that the aura on Huo Wu's body was extremely ordinary. It was this that caused a chill in his heart. A soul master with 100,000-year soul ring must have characteristics that are different from ordinary people. In terms of mental power, it is the strongest except for the Sea Haiyan Dragon King. However, the mental power it is proud of cannot detect the abnormality of Huo Wu. This situation can only explain one reason, that is, the other party's mental power level is higher than it. Huo Wu looked at the little lion with a smile and said, "How about it, do you still need me to prove my strength to you?" The little lion shook his head repeatedly and said, "No, no, you can call me Little Lion. The smart Little Lion decided to give in decisively. The dignity of the Beast King, what is that? Are scallops delicious? Chuan Yi is so fierce, and he has the confidence to fight the entire archipelago alone, how can Huowu be any worse? It no longer showed off, and just buried its head into the pile of food, pretending to be dedicated to eating. The behavior of the little lion immediately caused everyone to laugh. With this episode, everyone's atmosphere became more relaxed. Chuan Yi took advantage of the atmosphere and had a conversation with the old turtle, asking him about the special physique of the Golden Jade Furnace Flame Turtle clan. Huowu continued to chat with the little lion, with a sly smile on her face. The albatross is like a mature and lazy young lady, elegantly enjoying the delicious food alone in the lively banquet. But while enjoying the food, her pupils were vaguely moving around Quinyi, as if she was observing something in the midst of the fire. During the banquet, the first to finish the food were the subordinates who devoured it. They can get such abundant food without hunting hard, so of course they have to eat it freely. However, this also led to them quickly becoming full. After a while, one by one, with their big bellies on their backs, they lay directly on the ground and took a short rest. In the banquet venue that gradually became quiet, the conversation between Chuan Yi and others became more and more in-depth. The old turtle, who had a basic understanding of each other, decided to ask Chuan Yi a question at this time. It said solemnly, "Why did you do all this?" The old turtle's voice was very light, and it didn't even attract the attention of the beasts. But the meaning contained in the words was very heavy, which directly stopped the conversation in the center of the banquet. Everyone's attention was focused on Chuan Yi and the old turtle. Chuan Yi sat in front of the campfire and gently put down the skewers in his hand. He looked up and looked around at the three beast kings. Their huge beast pupils were all staring at Chuan Yi, waiting for Chuan Yi's answer. Finally, Chuan Yi returned his sight to the old turtle. Seriously said, "I think the three of you have guesses in your hearts. In this case, I will take this opportunity to announce it to you honestly. I do this for only one purpose, that is, I hope you can sacrifice to me and Xiao Wu." As soon as the voice fell, the atmosphere of the whole venue froze. Everyone's breathing became extremely heavy at this moment, fearing that the sound of breathing would attract other people's attention in this silent space. After a long time, the old turtle broke the heavy atmosphere. It looked at Chuan Yi with a calm look and asked, "If I say that I don't agree, what will you do?" Chuan Yi slowly stood up and replied with a smile, Chuan Yi, don't bother to lie. Therefore, everything I said at the Tianka gathering will not change. If you three disagree, I won't force it." Chapter 428 1-Year Appointment. Are you kidding me? The old turtle couldn't help laughing, and it continued, "If it were me, even if I disagreed, I would not let go of the 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. I don't believe you can resist such a temptation." The three beast kings, including it, were not stupid. They could easily see his desire for them from Chuan Yi's various actions. Moreover, Chuan Yi did not try to hide this idea. However, Chuan Yi's proposal was contrary to his intention. The difference between behavior and subjective ideas made them feel hypocritical. The old turtle's question broke all the pretense, and at the same time, it also meant that it was ready to face any sudden changes. Chuan Yi's expression was normal, and a calm smile remained on his face. He admired the old turtle's directness and decisiveness, which made things simpler. In response, Chuan Yi decided to answer the old turtle with the same directness. "Xiao Wu and I have not yet reached the level of absorbing spirit rings. According to the speed of practice, we need about a year. Because it is precious, we will cherish it." "I understand what you mean. I only use my and Huowu's personal future as a bargaining chip to make a request to you. Anyway, they have the ability to find other 100,000-year spirit rings and spirit bones elsewhere. If it is just for spirit rings and spirit bones, he doesn't have to choose them. However, it is precisely because of this that I will treat you in a more restrained and friendly way." However, despite this, Chuan Yi's desire for them has not changed at all. This is a question of trade-offs. If you want to realize the spirit ring creature plan, you must give up something. Chuan Yi continued, "I know that all this is a bit too sudden. You also need time to think carefully. Don't rush to answer anything. 1 year is the limit. If, in the end, you still don't choose us, we will only choose other 100,000-year soul beasts and won't hurt you." Chuan Yi's meaning is very clear, either take everything directly, or choose nothing. You still have a long time before the deadline, and I can't reach a consensus with you using the same conditions and means. Senior Yan reached a consensus with me because the deadline is approaching. And Chuan Yi gave up the choice of hunting 3 100,000-year soul beasts. He said, "You are right. To be honest, I am extremely eager for the three of you to become the soul ring creatures of Xiaowu and me. Therefore, in order to complete the plan, I must also provide a guarantee, that is, not to force you by force. If, by then, you have not made up your mind, then we will go elsewhere to find other 100,000-year soul beasts. To complete the soul ring creature, the most important thing is that the soul beast and the soul master reach an agreement and work together. My desires and ambitions are much greater than you think." As soon as Chuan Yi finished speaking, the old turtle burst into an old laugh. "This is my plan." Chuan Yi proposed a 1-year agreement to give each other time to think calmly and to communicate with each other. "What do you think?" the old turtle asked around, and the albatross and the little lion also nodded in approval after thinking for a moment. "Well, let's take 1 year as the limit, and the three of us will give you a definite answer." The deadline was set, and the banquet was coming to an end. On the hottest afternoon, the 3 beast kings left the island with their well-fed subordinates. Because they arrived too early, the banquet ended much earlier. The large bonfire prepared by Chuan Yi for lighting only played the role of roasting food. Standing on the shore, watching the beasts gradually going away, Huo Wu asked Chuan Yi with a little concern, "Xiao Yi, do you think they will agree?" Chuan Yi shook his head gently and said, "I don't know, but we have shown all our sincerity. As for whether it will succeed, it depends on how fate arranges it." After saying that, Chuan Yi turned around and said, walking towards the interior of the island. As he walked, he said, "Let's go, we have hundreds of large family members. Now, we should think about how to deal with this problem. The number of adults in the sea iguana dragon lizard clan is over 300. The highest cultivation level is the 90,000-year-old sea iguana dragon lizard, which is also the dragon lizard that the sea iguana flame dragon king used the dragon horn to detonate the volcano. In terms of talent and blood concentration, this sea iguana dragon lizard is completely inferior to the sea iguana flame dragon king. However, before the sacrifice, the sea iguana flame dragon king infused a part of the dragon blood in his body into its body in addition to the dragon horn. Purify its blood and increase the chance of evolving into a true dragon. And Chuan Yi's responsibility is to protect the sea iguana dragon lizard clan before its cultivation reaches 100,000 years. However, the problem is that Chuan Yi himself still needs to practice and does not have so much time to take care of these giant beasts. So, Chuan Yi had no choice but to rely on the power of his family. After consultation with the Flame Dragon King and his family, Chuan Yi decided to temporarily relocate the marine iguana lizards to the Blue Silver Island. The powerful Chuan Li will replace Chuan Yi to protect the marine iguana lizards. As for their original island, they can only be temporarily placed to wait for future reoccupation. The next day, more than 300 marine iguana lizards, led by Chuan Yi, swam to the Blue Silver Island in a mighty manner. Although the speed of the marine iguana lizards is not as fast as the demon soul great white shark, it is considered to be above average among the sea soul beasts. After a day and a night of sailing at a constant speed, the marine iguana lizards successfully arrived at the west side of the Blue Silver Island. The west side of the Blue Silver Island has not been developed yet, so there are few people, which is just suitable for the marine iguana lizards to live here. When Chuan Yi stepped on the beach of the Blue Silver Island again, he felt an inexplicable sense of peace in his heart. This feeling is like the ease when Chuan Yi returned home. Unconsciously, Chuan Yi also developed similar feelings for the Blue Silver Island. Compared with a few years ago, if you look closely at the seabed around the Blue Silver Island, you can find a layer of blue silver covering the seabed. This is the blue silver seaweed that has just sprouted. Seeing this, Chuan Yi also had to sigh at the tenacious and tough vitality of the blue silver seaweed. It is precisely because of them that Chuan Yi can foresee that in the near future, the island will reappear as a lush scene as a marine prairie. However, just as they were settling the marine iguana lizard tribe, a small black dragon suddenly jumped out of Chuan Yi's body. The Flame Dragon King looked at the beach with a solemn look and urged, "Chuan Yi, quickly focus on your left leg, the vibration emitted by this island is a bit unusual." Chuan Yi didn't understand why, but seeing that the Flame Dragon King was so uneasy, he felt that something was wrong. He immediately poured his mind into his left leg, and in an instant, the solid ground began to shake violently, as if a super large earthquake had occurred. Such a strong vibration! Before Chuan Yi could feel it carefully, an extremely strong vibration passed through his left leg and reached Chuan Yi's brain, which frightened Chuan Yi, who was not prepared. Chapter 429 The Brilliant Underground World. At this time, King Yanlong said, "You feel it? I really don't know how you found this island. The vibration of this island is too strong. It is obvious that the deep rock layers are colliding with each other. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, the deep position of this island may have accumulated a huge amount of energy, and the slightest carelessness may cause irreparable consequences. Chuan Yi, this island is not safe." As soon as this was said, it directly attracted everyone's attention. This island is directly related to the future development of the Chuan family, and its importance is self-evident. "Senior Yan, do you mean that there is magma hidden under this island that may erupt?" Chuan Yi asked solemnly. Although he felt an unusually strong vibration, Chuan Yi was still unable to analyze the hidden information. The Flame Dragon King shook his head and replied, "For the specific situation, we need to go deeper underground to make a more accurate judgment. However, the vibration is so strong just standing on the surface, which means that the rock activities here are very active. The development plan has begun to show initial results. This year's agricultural harvest alone can be exported on the premise of self-sufficiency. If we find that there are safety hazards on the island, we can only give up." "Okay. Then use the martial soul body." Chuan Yi also agreed with this. He lowered his head and looked at the Flame Dragon King and asked, "How deep do we have to dive to accurately detect the specific situation?" The warning of the Flame Dragon King was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue, hitting everyone's heart heavily. Chuan Yi did not hesitate too much and planned to dive underground to find out. The Flame Dragon King said, "The deeper the depth of the dive, the more accurate my judgment will be." Yun Qian calmed down at this time and analyzed in an orderly manner, "The most important thing now is to find out the situation, and then, on this basis, decide whether to choose to evacuate the island. Large disasters such as earthquakes and volcanic eruptions may occur in this land. However, the islands formed by plate collision are not all volcanic islands. In addition, the existence of the Blue-Silver Seaweed King proves that this island has not produced serious geological disasters over the long years." Then, she looked at Chuan Yi and the Flame Dragon King. She knew that only they were capable of doing this. However, now, due to the warning of the Flame Dragon King, all of this might be overturned. This means that the island is likely to be located in the collision position of plates. There are tens of thousands of people on this island now, and we must ensure their safety. Now that I think about it, there is a trace of all this. Xiao Bai once said that the area of this island is constantly expanding. Sufficient food ensures that they can absorb more people, and the Chuan family also began to pave the way in the Xingluo Empire for this reason, trying to absorb more poor people from the Xingluo Empire. For a time, everyone felt confused. Chuan Yi also fell into deep thought. When he realized this, Chuan Yi should have thought of the consequences that came with it. Combined with these situations, Chuan Yi decided to develop the Blue-Silver Island. But now it seems that the problem is more serious than imagined. "Xiao Yi, be careful." Huo Wu looked at Chuan Yi with a worried look on her face. Chuan Yi smiled back and comforted her, "Don't worry, with the volcanic field and the martial soul's true body, as long as the soul power is not exhausted, it can be guaranteed to be safe." After speaking, Chuan Yi summoned his martial soul and immediately activated the seventh soul skill, the Dark Gold Yang Dragon's true body. In an instant, dark gold and vermilion light spots burst, Chuan Yi's body and martial soul merged into one, turning into a dark gold Yang Dragon and drilling into the hard ground. When Huo Wu walked up to it, there was no trace on the ground, as if nothing had happened. But they all knew that Chuan Yi had used the volcanic field to dive to a very deep position. Underground world. Chuan Yi, wrapped in magma, swam quickly to the underground center of the island. In order to save soul power, Chuan Yi only wrapped the volcanic field on the surface of his body, so that only the contacted parts would be softened into magma, and the separated parts would turn back into hard rock. It took only a dozen seconds. Chuan Yi has already penetrated thousands of meters deep. Traveling underground, this is one of the applications of the volcanic field. However, although this ability can achieve the powerful effect of surprise and concealment, the most important problem is that there is no light when diving underground. Chuan Yi is in such a situation now. Even if he opens the red dragon eye, all he can see is the light he emits and the airtight hard rock. In this case, Chuan Yi can only rely on vibration. In Chuan Yi's mind, the Flame Dragon King shares Chuan Yi's senses while directing Chuan Yi to move in the right direction. It looks at Chuan Yi's terrifying diving speed and can't help but exclaim, "You have far exceeded me in terms of the depth and speed of diving. The material transformation of the volcanic field has been brought to the extreme in your hands." The Flame Dragon King had imagined what would happen if he used Chuan Yi's ultimate fire to perform the volcano field, but after actually seeing it, he realized that he had underestimated it. As he went deeper, the density of the underground rock layer would increase, and the consumption of transformation would increase sharply. If the return trip is to be considered, the depth that the Flame Dragon King can actually dive into is limited. However, the volcano field performed by Chuan Yi can easily transform the extremely dense rock layer with a negligible amount of soul power. It took less than a minute to dive into the depth, and the depth exceeded 10,000 meters. This has exceeded the maximum depth that the Flame Dragon King can dive into. However, this is just the beginning for Chuan Yi. Under the slightly excited command of the Flame Dragon King, Chuan Yi continued to dive deeper. In order to ensure that everything is foolproof, Chuan Yi directly launched all his skills. Energy, Dragon Transformation, Amplification Skills, Martial Soul True Body. Under the superposition, Chuan Yi's flame amplification reached 40 times. The ultimate fire in normal state alone can be more than 10 times stronger than the Flame Dragon King. Using the ultimate fire amplified by 40 times, the conversion efficiency of the volcanic field will be increased by hundreds or thousands of times. 2 minutes later, the dark gold Yang Dragon had penetrated about 30,000 meters underground. At this distance, the underground world, which should have been dark, began to emit bright light, and countless hot fire elements began to rush into the body of the dark gold Yang Dragon. However, Chuan Yi was completely attracted by the scene in front of him at this moment, and he didn't even want to activate the energy absorption of the red dragon horn to recover the soul power loss caused by activating the skills. In his mind, the Flame Dragon King also looked at the scene in front of him with an obsessed look, and murmured, "Is this the power of the earth?" At close range, Chuan Yi's red dragon pupil began to work. As a result, what appeared in the eyes of the two was the vast sea of lava. The brilliant, mysterious, but dangerous underground world appeared in front of Chuan Yi, which brought a great shock to Chuan Yi. Chapter 430 Discovery of Mineral Veins. This location is infinitely close to the upper mantle. The upper mantle is a transition layer composed of molten materials with a thickness of nearly 1,000 kilometers. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a sea of lava. The energy contained in it is beyond Chuan Yi's imagination. Unconsciously, Chuan Yi has already dived into the mantle layer. This depth is no longer a realm that living creatures can reach. After admiring for a while, Chuan Yi withdrew his mind and began to explore hidden dangers. Here, the high temperature brought by the high-pressure environment can even have an amplifying effect without Chuan Yi actively absorbing it. When Chuan Yi opened the red dragon horn, the majestic fire element energy was even more rapid. Transformed into Chuan Yi's soul power to replenish consumption. Senior Yan, if we are wrong, then is it the potential hidden danger of Blue Silver Island? Without the reminder of the Flame Dragon King, Chuan Yi used his dragon pupil to observe the abnormality. It was also the first time that Chuan Yi saw the quiet and calm Xiaojin behave so excitedly. When the dark gold Yang Dragon dived into the upper mantle, it was like a dragon returning to the sea, and it could roam deep underground without even opening the volcanic field. The Flame Dragon King also smiled and said, "Yes, fortunately it involves the problem of magma, otherwise, it will take a lot of effort to solve it. However, this matter still needs to be considered in the long run. Let's explore the specific situation this time." Yes, this tributary is constantly rising under the action of pressure. Unlike a river, this tributary that branches out from the sea of magma, then flows upward. Chuan Yi saves and restores soul power by repeatedly going back and forth between the solid layer and the molten layer, thereby achieving the effect of maintaining the martial soul true body for a long time. The high temperature cannot cause damage to it, and the pressure is small. This environment is simply a paradise for it. However, this magma does not seem to solidify. Most of them will cool down and solidify into solids on the way, but some will rush out of the surface and form volcanic eruptions. With the help of the upper mantle layer, Chuan Yi quickly inspected the geological conditions within a radius of hundreds of miles. The Flame Dragon King also felt something, and he said, "Chuan Yi, you are lucky." The conversation between the two was much easier than before. The high-temperature molten material of the mantle extended a long magma line along the fragile part of the crust. In order to further save soul power, Chuan Yi even embedded from the rock layer into the upper mantle full of molten material. Based on his experience, the Flame Dragon King analyzed the possibility of a volcanic eruption. It roared anxiously in one direction. Seeing this, Chuan Yi was not panicked. He watched quietly, and an idea came to his mind as the magma spread upward at an extremely slow speed. With the advantage of the environment, Chuan Yi can detect the situation underground for a long time. Senior Yan, if it is the hidden danger of the island, I think we should be able to solve this problem. Just as he was detecting intelligence, Xiao Jin, who was hidden in the martial soul, made an excited dragon roar. Just when Chuan Yi was confused, Xiao Jin conveyed his meaning through spiritual communication. It said that it smelled the smell it liked. It was at this moment that Chuan Yi suddenly realized what was going on. He didn't say much and swam directly to the upper layer. When the distance got closer, without the need for Xiao Jin's body, Chuan Yi himself felt a magnetic feeling with the help of the dark gold Yang Dragon's body. At the same time, Chuan Yi could feel the golden soul power in his body starting to jump. It was at this moment that Chuan Yi finally arrived at the target location. A huge mineral vein emitting metallic energy. Get rich. Chuan Yi was stunned on the spot, with only this sentence echoing in his mind. An hour later, on the west coast of Blue Silver Island, Huo Wu noticed a familiar breath in the sea several miles away. She immediately called Chuan Li and Yun Kaiyang, saying, "Look, Xiao Yi is out." The next moment, a majestic dragon with different eyes jumped out of the water and flew towards them. The dark gold Yang dragon was extremely fast. It reached the coast with a flick of its tail, and turned into fluorescent light in the air, returning to its human form. When Chuan Yi just landed on the ground, Huo Wu began to ask Chuan Yi, "Are you injured?" Chuan Yi rubbed Huo Wu's hair and smiled, "No, everything went well." Yun Kaiyang asked, "How is it? Is the situation serious?" "It's much better than expected. I think we don't need to move away from the island." Then Chuan Yi briefly described the underground situation and finally gave a solution. This is the collision of rock layers that caused the underground magma to flow out of the surface. Now its location is still very deep. In a short time, it will not affect the island. However, in order to better eliminate the hidden dangers, it is necessary to guide the magma to flow in other directions to prevent it from accumulating. Fortunately, the problem is not very serious at this stage. We have enough time to deal with it slowly. Now, everyone's heart is finally put down. At this time, Chuan Yi smiled slightly and continued, "Moreover, during this dive, we also discovered that there are many mineral veins under the Blue Silver Island. As long as these ores are mined, we don't need to go to great lengths to transport various metals from the land. We can directly build all the necessary equipment here." Really? The successive surprises made Chuan Li and Yun Kaiyang extremely excited. The lack of metal minerals is the biggest challenge facing the Chuan family. Iron ships, steam engines, agricultural machinery, and other things related to development all require a huge amount of metal. To be honest, the minerals purchased by the Chuan family in recent years can basically reach the metal consumption of a kingdom in 20 years. It is incredible that a family with a total population of only about 100,000 consumes such a huge amount of metal. However, the metal mining volume of the entire Douluo continent is limited, and in order not to be noticed by the authorities, the number of mineral veins controlled by the Chuan family cannot be exaggerated. This leads to their greater desire for metals. Now, they are of course happy to hear Chuan Yi say that there are minerals underground in the Blue Silver Island. "Well, I have memorized the location of the shallow mineral veins. When I gather enough people, I can try to mine and refine them." Detecting minerals is another application of vibration perception. The different transmission speeds of vibrations in different substances can detect different foreign objects buried underground. An ore is the most obvious substance among them. It was at this time that Chuan Yi truly understood the horror of vibration perception. Exploring geology and searching for minerals, these things that originally required various complex technical means and knowledge, Chuan Yi can do it easily by himself. Looking for minerals, what's the difference between picking up money directly on the ground? Chuan Yi increasingly felt that among the 100,000-year-old soul beasts, choosing the Sea Main Flame Dragon King first was the most correct decision he made. The other 300,000-year soul beasts combined may not be able to play the role that Flame Dragon King can play alone. Chapter 431 Land Reclamation. Sky, Ground, Underground, Underwater. It can be said that Chuan Yi has become an all-round soul master who can fight in any environment. After settling the sea iguana dragon lizard clan, Chuan Yi and others returned to their residence in the town and rested for a day. Early the next morning, Chuan Yi did not practice anything, but transformed into a dark gold sun dragon and swam underground again to further investigate the underground situation. With the experience of the first time, Chuan Yi became more comfortable the second time. This time, he not only relied on the guidance of Flame Dragon King, but first judged the vibration situation through his own feelings, and then compared it with the judgment given by Flame Dragon King. In this process, Chuan Yi was also growing rapidly, using vibration perception instead of vision, and gradually adapting to the dark underground world. After the second careful investigation, Flame Dragon King summed up a conclusion. It said, "It is basically certain that the magma flow this time is caused by the collision of two huge rock layers, which shattered the rock layers and caused the magma to gradually rise to the surface through the cracks in the broken rock layers. This process is irreversible, and this collision is likely to continue in the future. Therefore, the best way to solve this problem is to open a channel in advance and release the constantly stored magma energy in advance." At the same time, it was amazed by Chuan Yi's bold imagination. Reclaiming land is a path that the Flame Dragon King had never imagined before. When the Flame Dragon King said it was no problem, Chuan Yi also smiled slightly. "I wonder if it can be done." While thinking, Chuan Yi thought of the volcanic islands. Recalling the scene at that time, the Flame Dragon King grinned excitedly and replied, "Creating volcanic eruptions is my unique skill, and the principle of submarine volcanoes is the same. This can not only use seawater to cool the heat of magma, but also gently increase the area of the island. The Flame Dragon King's method is similar to flood discharge. By dredging the river channel, the constantly accumulated flood will flow smoothly into the sea." Chuan Yi agrees with this very much, but the question now is where to dredge the pipeline. It is obvious that the Flame Dragon King is also very clear about the principle that it is better to dredge than to block. Although, in the early days of its birth, the island was barren and lifeless, after a certain period of sedimentation, it will eventually become full of vitality. However, the Flame Dragon King has witnessed this scene countless times over the long years. A volcanic island is an island formed by the solidification of magma erupted by a volcano. If possible, I would like to artificially create a volcanic island surrounding the Blue Silver Island, just like the periphery of the volcanic archipelago. My suggestion is that we can build several channels from the center of the island to the seabed outside the island. Thinking in this way, this magma is the best material for making land in the ocean." The Flame Dragon King also understood Chuan Yi's idea in an instant. "Although I haven't tried it, it shouldn't be difficult to make a volcanic island with your cooperation." After thinking for a while, Chuan Yi said, "I want to open a magma channel in the sea area on the west side of the island and form an underwater volcano on the seabed. Even with seawater, magma is still a dangerous existence. It is best to stay away from people, or even away from the island. Okay, let's make land out of thin air." Time came a week later. Chuan Li, Yun Qiang and Huo Wu came to the west coast and looked at the endless sea with a group of marine iguanas. They held a faint expectation in their hearts and watched the miracle that was about to happen before their eyes. At the same time, Chuan Yi was already inside the accumulated magma. In his mind, the Flame Dragon King began to make the final arrangements for Chuan Yi. "Chuan Yi, once the action begins, you are a drill. The passage through which your dragon body passes will be filled with magma by itself, so your consumption will not be very large. The only thing to note is that you must ensure that your body does not deviate from the designated route, otherwise the magma is likely to flow to other places on the way. By then, the magma accumulated in one place will quickly spread to various places, causing more potential hidden dangers." "I know." Chuan Yi was highly focused, and his mind kept recalling the underground passage that he had repeatedly sneaked through in the past week. This passage was carefully planned by the Flame Dragon King, and all the structures could ensure that the magma would not flow out. Solid rock layer. When Chuan Yi was ready, his eyes were covered with cold brilliance. At this moment, Chuan Yi abandoned all distractions and returned to a very calm state. "I'm ready." When the Flame Dragon King heard Chuan Yi's emotionless tone, he knew that Chuan Yi had entered a highly concentrated state. While it was admiring Chuan Yi's strong mentality, it was preparing to lead Chuan Yi. If the Dark Gold Yang Dragon is compared to a racing car, Chuan Yi is the driver, and the Flame Dragon King is the navigator sitting beside him. It must also pay attention to the road conditions throughout the whole process and guide Chuan Yi in the right direction. Affected by Chuan Yi's emotions, the Flame Dragon King's heart gradually calmed down. When the spirits of the two reached the best state, the Flame Dragon King shouted, "Let's go!" The next moment, Chuan Yi, who was hidden in the magma sac, burst out in a specific direction. In an instant, the highly compressed magma, due to the gap that Chuan Yi broke through, gushed out in the direction where Chuan Yi passed. It's like a balloon that has been blown up, and the elasticity of the rubber squeezes the air inside out. The momentum of the magma eruption is very rapid. If Chuan Yi hadn't kept moving forward at a high speed, his drill would probably be covered by the magma. If this happens, the magma will stagnate in one position, causing the rock channel to be melted through, and will slow down the momentum of the magma, making it unable to reach the designated sea area. In order to avoid this situation, Chuan Yi must keep his speed faster than the magma eruption. Fortunately, Chuan Yi's red dragon eye gave him extremely powerful reaction ability, allowing him to maintain subtle operations while moving at high speed. "Chuan Yi, you are doing very well now, keep this trend." As a witness of Chuan Yi, the Flame Dragon King was extremely excited when he saw him traveling through the track with almost perfect control. It cheered Chuan Yi with an almost hysterical roar. 30,000 meters underground may be an extremely long distance for other creatures. But for Chuan Yi, there is not much difference between 30,000 meters underground and 30,000 meters under the sea. Under the jet-like propulsion of the flame, Chuan Yi was like a rocket, traveling rapidly underground. After a few minutes, Chuan Yi felt that he was very close to the ground. But even at the last moment, Chuan Yi's eyes still maintained a terrifying rationality, trying his best to ensure that the passage did not deviate. Gudong! Somewhere, in the calm seabed rock layer, white bubbles suddenly emerged with a gurgling sound, accompanied by a heat flow that was enough to burn the seabed. When the seawater temperature near the rock layer was rapidly raised to 100 degrees, a dragon shadow wrapped in thick magma jumped out of the rock layer. Chapter 432 Undersea Volcano Eruption. The dragon shadow rose rapidly in the seawater, and in the process quickly shed the outer layer of thick magma, revealing a flickering metallic fluorescence. After the dark gold yang dragon entered the seawater, its speed increased further, and the distance from the bottom of the water to the surface of the water was only a few thousand meters. In just a moment, the body of the dark gold yang dragon rushed out of the sea, and under the sunlight, it burst into a magical fluorescence. After rushing out of the water, Chuan Yi still did not dare to relax. His mental power surged wildly, and he tried his best to further compress and propel the flame, driving him to fly quickly to the blue silver island. Xiao Yi is out. The splash of water when the dragon shadow leaped out allowed Huo Wu to lock Chuan Yi at the first time. The location where the dark gold yang dragon rushed out was nearly 100 miles away from the blue silver island. However, under Chuan Yi's supersonic flight, the dark gold yang dragon successfully arrived at the beach in more than 10 minutes. Chuan Yi also changed back to his original form, stood in front of Huo Wu, and pointed to the sea in the distance. "Watch out, Xiao Wu, the volcano is about to erupt." Its shape is like a hideous and evil ancient giant whale, opening its huge mouth and swallowing the sky. Then, he led everyone to evacuate to a higher hill. The deep sound of the earth rumbled, like the cry of the earth, which shocked everyone's heart. Although the explosion on the sea surface did not seem to be very big, don't forget that the depth of the seabed is several thousand meters. Everyone's attention was turned to the sea surface again. This sound was just a vibration transmitted to the body after hundreds of miles of erosion. Chuan Yi's red dragon pupil kept scanning the bottom of the water. After observing that the magma energy on the seabed gradually became stable, he withdrew his sight with satisfaction. Undersea volcanic eruptions are often accompanied by other natural disasters such as tsunamis. At this time, the blue sea surface suddenly rose hundreds of meters high in a black smoke column with a diameter of several thousand meters. Including the marine iguana dragon lizard, only when facing a real natural disaster will they truly realize the insignificance of life. According to our calculations, this is just the beginning. Next, there will be a steady stream of magma, gushing out through this hole. Seeing this, Chuan Yi clapped his hands and reminded, "Everyone pay attention to the waves. In a while, this place is likely to be covered by the waves. If it explodes directly on the surface, it is very likely that the spreading high-temperature smoke and dust alone will annihilate all living things on the island." Sure enough, when everyone evacuated the coast, high waves that were big enough to cover people began to wash over the entire west coast. When the smoke from the explosion began to dissipate, the roar of the explosion reached their location. Is this the volcano that was supposed to erupt on Blue Silver Island? If it weren't for Xiao Ai, it's hard to imagine what kind of terrible disaster it would cause in the future. Chuan Li saw the powerful force of the volcanic eruption, and he couldn't help but feel scared. Fortunately, Kun Yi set the explosion site at a relatively far distance, otherwise, it would probably hurt Blue Silver Island. After the sound swept over, the waves washing the beach began to roll. The spectacular scene deeply shocked everyone, and in an instant, the entire coast fell into silence. The underground magma that had accumulated for endless years, under the guidance of Kun Yi, jumped out of the water in advance and showed its power to the world. However, since the accumulated pressure has been released, the next magma release will continue in an extremely gentle way. As long as it is given some time, it may become a guard island surrounding Blue Silver Island. And, most importantly, after this explosion, the magma energy at the bottom of the island will be completely released. The hidden danger of Blue Silver Island has been solved. Chuan Yi finally smiled, and his cold dragon pupils returned to their original state. Chuan Yi, who had returned to his original state, was so gentle and calm, but behind him seemed to be a towering mountain, making people look up to him. Just at this moment, the surrounding marine iguanas lowered their heads and paid tribute to Chuan Yi. At this moment, the Flame Dragon King in Chuan Yi's mind also admired sincerely, "Chuan Yi, from now on, the title of the King of Volcanoes will be left to you." Chuan Yi said modestly, "No, the title of the King of Volcanoes is ours. Without Senior Yan, I can't do this." "Haha, well, let us bear this resounding name together." After this sincere cooperation, Flame Dragon King and Chuan Yi developed a friendship similar to comradeship, which made the relationship between the two closer. The underwater volcanic eruption caused by Chuan Yi and Flame Dragon King was huge, but only a few people and hundreds of marine iguanas saw it. Even the residents on the east coast of the island did not notice this. At most, they could feel that the surrounding coast became turbulent and the waves became a little high, but they did not feel any other abnormalities. The dust and other eruptions brought by the volcanic eruption were far away from the Blue Silver Island under the influence of the sea breeze. When the sea surface returned to calm, a small red hill suddenly appeared in the sea hundreds of miles away. The hot magma slowly flowed out from the center, and under the cooling of the seawater, it solidified into hard rock. In this way, the fist-sized reef began to spread and rise. On the other side, Chuan Yi drove the Red Dragon and brought Huo Wu and Yun Kaiyang to the Ghost Island. Yun Kaiyang did not stay for too long, but left a dark mark that could teleport on the island, and flew to the next island on the Red Dragon again. Previously, Yun Kaiyang took back the marks engraved on the 3 islands in order to deal with emergencies. This time, taking advantage of Chuan Yi's return trip, she needed to engrave the marks on the island again. And Chuan Li did not return with them because he needed to guard the Blue Silver Island. After a day of sailing, Chuan Yi standing on the Red Dragon saw the continent in the distance. Finally arrived at Hanhai City. Just looking at the bustling city with bright lights, one will feel comforted. Ilong arrived at the Chuan family villa smoothly, and the family was finally reunited except Quan Li. Kun Yi took the opportunity to hug Kuan Yu, who rushed to him, and conveyed the good news of success to Solinger and Kun Yu. However, compared with the 100,000-year soul ring, they were more concerned about Kun Yi's safety. So when they saw Kun Yi's safe return, this alone was enough to make them happy. That night, at the reunion dinner, Kun Yu asked about Kun Yi's future plans. Kun Yi glanced at Huayu and said, "Huayu wasted a lot of time to help me this time. So, I want to accompany Huayu back to Sunset Forest again and go into seclusion again. Wait until Huayu breaks through level 70, then come out of seclusion to obtain soul rings. Moreover, my own cultivation speed has also been significantly improved with the breakthrough of the realm. Maybe, when I come out of seclusion, my cultivation will reach level 80. The reason why Chuan Yi returned to Hanhai City was to go into seclusion again. Chapter 433 Father and Son Confidential Talk. Chuan Yu paused for a moment after hearing this, and then asked, "When do you plan to leave?" Chuan Yi noticed that Chuan Yu seemed to have something to say, so he replied, "It's not confirmed yet, but we won't leave immediately, and there is still time. If there is anything, Father can tell me directly." Chuan Yu's face lit up, and then said, "Well, it just so happens that we will hold the martial soul awakening ceremony in a few days. If you have time, do you want to attend?" Chuan Yu's proposal immediately aroused the interest of Chuan Yi and Huo Wu. At this time, Chuan Yi seemed to have thought of something, and immediately asked, "I remember that this year should be the 4th year of the formal experiment. Starting from this year, the children who are awakening their martial souls are all children who have undergone 4 years of training, right? Yes, in the past 3 years, the awakening rate of innate soul power of children of school age in the family has been rising, and the birth rate of children has also been rising year by year. The combination of the two will increase the number of soul masters who can become in the future. After 4 years of training and feeding on soul beast meat, I am also looking forward to what surprises the children will bring this year. Chuan Yu's eyes were full of expectation. However, after Chuan Yu took a glance, he immediately turned to the next page. The martial soul awakening ceremony was scheduled for 3 days later. After exchanging opinions, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu agreed to stay. For the Chuan family, who run a jewelry business, painting skills are also very superb. You can intuitively feel the charm of jewelry without traveling far. While handing it to Chuan Yi, he said, "Here is all the information you need." Written, Blood Rose Heart. Chuan Yi took the booklet, opened it, and saw a vivid and exquisite ring on the first page. After the dinner, Chuan Yi paid special attention to Huo Wu returning to her room to rest, and quietly found Chuan Yu. After speaking, Chuan Yu took out a booklet from the storage soul guide on his left hand. Starting price, 100,000 gold soul coins. A rose-shaped storage soul guide ring carved from precious fire attribute blood gemstones. Chuan Yu smiled softly, and then whispered back, "Don't worry, with the intelligence network that our Chuan family has laid out all over the continent, your little thing will be easy to deal with." Just like that, after a while, Chuan Yi immediately flipped through the album of more than 50 pages. Looking at Chuan Yi, who put down the album with an expressionless face, Chuan Yu understood something in his heart. However, after reading the description below, Chuan Yi was a little disappointed and immediately turned to the next page. Chuan Yi asked first, "Father, how is the matter I asked you to do before? The storage space has 10 cubic meters, and can store a certain amount of fire attribute soul power, providing additional soul power supplement for fire attribute soul masters." The bright and delicate blood roses are perfectly presented in Chuan Yi's eyes through the delicate brush strokes of the painter. While speaking, Chuan Yi's tone is quite nervous, and there is no usual indifference. A few lines of words are attached below. In the office, 2 tall men shielded on the left and right and talked quietly. "Don't you like it?" Chuan Yu asked. Chuan Yi didn't flatter, but nodded directly. Although they are all rare ancient soul guides, compared with the heart of the scorching sun, they are a bit too ordinary. Although the shape is exquisite, it is still a bit lacking in function. It is not worthy of Huo Wu at all. When Chuan Yi rested in Hanhai City for a week, he specially commissioned Chuan Yu to search for all the jewelry soul guides on the market for him. The reason is very clear, that is, to search for treasures to be used as tokens of love when proposing to Huo Wu. However, these precious soul guides, which are regarded as treasures of the auction houses across the mainland, seem a bit flashy in Chuan Yi's eyes and do not meet Chuan Yi's requirements at all. However, to be honest, after seeing the real artifacts such as the heart of the scorching sun, Chuan Yi's vision has been infinitely raised. There are many soul guides worth millions of gold soul coins in these albums, but they are still not in Chuan Yi's eyes. Chuan Yu didn't seem surprised by this. He smiled and said, "I knew you wouldn't like these." As he spoke, he began to take out some things from the storage soul guide. Dong! 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 Chuan Yu took out 3 pieces of strange minerals with irregular shapes and placed them in front of Chuan Yi. Red, blue, and yellow. 3 crystal gems of different colors were placed in front of Chuan Yi. These minerals were not polished and looked very rough, but Chuan Yi was attracted by them in an instant. Because, these 3 ores of different sizes contained terrifying energy that surprised Chuan Yi. The ruby radiated scorching heat, and the sapphire, which was the opposite of cool, and the citron, which gave people a heavy texture. For a while, the windows of the whole room were covered by a thin layer of mist. Just when Chuan Yi was amazed, Chuan Yu began to explain the origin of these ores. For decades, our Chuan family has been committed to finding precious gemstone minerals. During the long search, our Chuan family was fortunate to have unearthed these 3 super rare treasures that are beyond the scope of ordinary gemstones. However, this kind of mineral, due to its terrifying material and characteristics, has extremely high requirements for the craftsman's cultivation. Moreover, it would be a pity if such rare gemstones were only used to make jewelry. Before, we have never been able to find a way to make use of these 3 gemstones. But now it seems that they may be waiting for you. Xiao, use them to make a treasure that satisfies you. Chuan Yu looked at Chuan Yi with kindness and support. At this moment, Chuan Yi's heart suddenly surged with a warm current, and his eyes became hot. Chuan Yu has always been like this. No matter what Chuan Yi does, he will silently support Chuan Yi and become his strongest backing. Thousands of words suddenly came to his mind, but in the end, they turned into one sentence. Thank you, father. Chuan Yu smiled and replied, Xiao Wu is a good girl, go for it bravely. I will, don't worry. With the support of his family, Chuan Yi's heart was suddenly filled with strength. After Chuan Yu's introduction, Chuan Yi finally chose the thumb-sized fire attribute ruby from the 3 gems. In terms of grade, the grade of these 3 minerals is comparable to the red magic essence used to make the Yang Dragon Lance. Gold is of the same grade. Even the conductivity of the fire element energy and fire attribute soul power inside it is better than that of the red magic gold. Also, although it is a ruby, its hardness is comparable to that of diamond. Ordinary soul Douluo cannot hurt it at all without the corresponding tools. Seeing such a good material, countless inspirations began to burst out in Chuan Yi's mind. However, there is only one material and only one chance. In order not to disappoint this intention, Chuan Yi intends to use this material carefully. For 3 days, Chuan Yi went to the gem workshop of the Chuan family every day to learn how to carve and process rubies, and practiced his skills with rubies of ordinary materials. Chapter 434 4 Years of Results, Finally Shining. Time quickly came to 3 days later. The Chuan family territory, the Awakening Hall. The desolate place where only cleaning staff could be seen in the past suddenly became bustling with people today. Inside the Awakening Hall, there is a circular stone platform surrounded by audience seats. Under the stone platform, 314 children of school age stood. Due to the continuous increase in birth rate, the number of school-age children in the Chuan family this year finally exceeded 300. More than 300 children, led by their teachers, formed several square formations around the stone platform. These children, who were only about 6 years old, showed a spirit that was not in line with their age. The straight posture was like a spear standing up to the sky, and it was difficult to hide its sharpness. From grandfathers to children who had just turned 1 year old, it can be said that all members were mobilized. There were nearly 1,000 people in the outer audience seats, most of whom were the families of these children. A gentle young woman in white in the audience pointed to the audience and asked the strong man next to her. On the other side of the audience, a lively family of more than a dozen people gathered and was discussing excitedly. In order to allow the children's families to watch the martial soul awakening ceremony with more peace of mind, the Chuan family arranged the martial soul awakening day on a rest day. However, despite this, there are too many uncertainties in the awakening of martial spirits, and the man is actually a little unsure in his heart. The man has a calm temperament, and there is a fierce light in his eyes that ordinary people do not have. Combined with his different physical fitness, all of this makes him extremely conspicuous. The man wisely analyzed the situation to his wife and dispelled her inner anxiety. Xiaoming can be said to be a combination of these 2 elements, so the probability that he can awaken the innate spirit power should be the greatest. The oldest octogenarian said with hope on his face. However, Xiaolin, who he is proud of, is thinking about other things at this moment. At this time, Xiaolin's father said, Xiaolin has been very hard-working in the past 4 years. A child who likes to eat so much has actually lost all the fat on his body. The old man has a prosperous family and a harmonious family. The only regret is that there is no soul master who awakens the innate spirit power in the family. I heard that Xiaolin has always performed well in class. Should we be able to produce a soul master this time? This man is a member of the Chuan family hunting team and a soul master who has reached level 29. According to the awakening rules of the previous 3 years, children with stronger physiques and children whose parents have soul masters have a greater chance of awakening soul power. The man looked at his slightly nervous wife with a gentle look in his eyes. Don't worry, our Xiaoming is the first in all grades. Look, our child is standing in the first row. Do you think our child can awaken the innate soul power? With so much sweat he has shed, he will definitely be able to do it. Xiaolin's father's face was full of pride in Xiaolin. In the first row, there was a simple and honest boy whose size and height were larger than other children. The boy stood straight, but his eyes were a little empty, and he looked like he was in a daze. At this time, there was only one worry in his mind. If the innate soul power is not awakened, he will not be able to continue to get free soul beast meat. He really couldn't imagine how miserable life would be without soul beast meat, so even for the sake of soul beast meat, he must awaken his innate soul power. Yet, thinking of this, Xiaolin nodded gently, his eyes became firm again. And Xiaoming, who was standing next to him, glanced at his friend's subtle movements with his peripheral vision. With his understanding of Xiaolin, he could even imagine that the other party's mind must be filled with soul beast meat. He sighed in his heart, and felt comforted at the same time. As the first in the whole grade, everyone had high expectations of him. Even though he performed extremely well on weekdays, he was still a child. However, when he thought of Xiaolin, he would feel very happy. Unconsciously, a subtle smile appeared on his face. Just at this moment, with the sound of a heavy door opening, the entire awakening hall fell into silence. Everyone's attention was attracted by a tall figure. A tall and majestic man in simple clothes walked up to the stone platform with a smile. This person is Chuan Yu. As the current head of the family, he will personally awaken the martial spirits for the children. Everyone present looked at Chuan Yu with extremely eager eyes, which was enough to prove his status in the family. Chuan Yu did not hesitate and announced loudly, "The martial spirit awakening ceremony begins now." In a closed observation platform in the audience, Chuan Yi and others were watching everything closely. Hearing Chuan Yu shouting to start, Chuan Yi immediately opened the red dragon eye. Under the watchful eyes of the red dragon eye, the first team began to board the stone platform in an orderly manner. The first boy stood in the magic circle in front of Chuan Yu. At this time, Chuan Yi in the observation platform suddenly announced, "Level 3. Not bad, it's a good start." Before anyone else could speak, Chuan Yu input soul power into the magic circle. A golden light shield instantly enveloped the child in front of him, and light spots appeared in the light shield, quietly merging into the child's body. Then, the influx of light spots gathered in the child's hands and suddenly golden light appeared. The next moment, his hands were covered with white. This is the Chuan family's family martial spirit, white gloves. However, this is not the end. Chuan Yu pointed to the crystal ball placed outside the magic circle and smiled, "Child, go test the soul level." "Yes." The little boy trotted to the crystal ball and nervously put his hand with the white glove martial spirit on the crystal ball. Unexpectedly, the transparent crystal ball lit up with fluorescence at the first touch. Chuan Yu announced with a look of surprise, "Martial spirit, white gloves. Innate soul level, level 3. For a moment, the whole audience was in an uproar. The little boy's family members stood up and cheered excitedly. In the observation platform, Chuan Yu stared with sparkling eyes and asked with admiration, "Brother, you are so amazing. You actually guessed the soul power level in advance." Chuan Yi said proudly, "Haha, amazing, do you want to know how I did it?" Chuan Yu shook his head repeatedly and said loudly, "I do." Chuan Yi picked up Chuan Yu, and then the majestic spiritual power penetrated his body and entered the minds of everyone present. Hua Wu, Yun Kaiyang and Solinger immediately understood Chuan Yi's intention and let go of their resistance to spiritual power. When Chuan Yi's spiritual power entered everyone's mind, the world in front of them suddenly began to change. The perspective also changed to Chuan Yi's perspective. Don't panic, pay attention to the scene in your mind. After completing the perspective sharing, the original physical world suddenly became colorful. Countless mottled fluorescent lights entered everyone's sight. Then, the second little boy walked onto the stage. However, strangely, the little boy's body actually contains light spots that are impossible to see on weekdays. Do you see these light spots? This is the innate soul power hidden in the body. Chapter 435 Two New Black Iron Gauntlets. Then, Chuan Yi's perspective turned to the child who had awakened soul power again. "Xiaoniu, do you see the difference?" Chuan Yu was very smart and saw the difference at a glance. She answered confidently, "Well, the first little brother has more light spots in his body than the second little brother. Yes, this also means that the second little brother's innate soul power is lower. According to the comparison of the number of light spots, he has about 2/3 of the first one. This also means that his innate soul power is roughly around level 2. When Chuan Yi finished speaking, the second little boy awakened the same white glove martial spirit. All those who accepted the visual sharing held their breath unconsciously and watched him touch the crystal ball. The crystal ball lit up again, and Chuan Yu's deep voice echoed again. "Martial soul, white gloves. Innate soul power, level 2. If the first time was surprising, the second time made everyone dare not believe it. However, although the martial soul is the most important factor, it is not the decisive factor. The martial soul awakening ceremony is still going on. From birth, our bodies will unconsciously condense this innate soul power. After this martial soul awakening ceremony within the Chuan family, Chuan Yi's inference was further confirmed. More than 100 people with innate soul power awakening made Chuan Yu a little numb. From level 0.5 to level 3, although no one has broken through the level 4 barriers so far, as long as there is innate soul power, no matter what, at least they can grow into a 29th level Great Soul Master. Such a sharp contrast makes everyone seem to really touch the innate soul power. Under the gaze of the Red Dragon pupil, it is no longer an illusory existence. At the same time, a picture that shocked everyone appeared in their eyes. 314 children, each child has more or less light spots in his body. Innate soul power is essentially based on martial soul, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth and converting it into energy for one's own use. However, due to various factors such as martial soul, body, nutrition, etc., each person's degree of condensation is different. Therefore, even if it is a white glove martial soul, as long as it can be properly exercised and supplemented before awakening, the possibility of awakening innate soul power will be greatly increased. Among them, the most profound influence is the strength of the martial soul. After opening the Red Dragon Eye, Chuan Yi gradually improved his understanding of concepts such as martial soul awakening and innate soul power by relying on the function of perspective energy. Chuan Yi's sight began to slowly spread, covering the entire child under the stone platform. Martial soul, white gloves, innate soul power, level 3. The stronger the martial soul, the greater the effect of condensing innate soul power. The additional supplementation of heaven and earth energy and physical exercise can promote the condensation of innate soul power to a certain extent. However, when the view expanded to the audience seats, there were only extremely dim and tiny spots of light in the bodies of those children's parents. If they were not magnified, they would be easily overlooked. See? This is why I can guess the level of innate soul power in advance. It's just the beginning, and 2 children with innate soul power have been awakened. Is this still the martial soul awakening ceremony they are familiar with? If you work harder, with the support of your family, it is no longer a fantasy to break through to a higher level with white gloves. In the awakening hall, there was silence, only Chuan Yu's voice was flowing. Time flies, and only the last class has not awakened. Under the instruction of the team leader, Xiao Ming, who was standing in the first row, raised his head and stepped forward and walked onto the stone platform. In the observation platform, Chuan Yu was surprised and said, "There are so many light spots in this little brother's body, and the total amount is at least twice as much as the previous person. Does this mean that his innate soul power can at least reach level 6? Chuan Yu rubbed Chuan Yu's little head lovingly and praised, "Really smart, he can calculate it by himself." This boy, named Chuan Ming, is the child of a member of the hunting team. His father is a level 29 Great Soul Master, and this child's various indicators are the best among his peers, even better than some older children. He is one of the members we are closely watching. Solinger revealed Chuan Ming's specific information to everyone, which gave them a deeper understanding of Xiao Ming. On the stone platform, Chuan Ming felt countless eyes around him, focusing on him. However, he did not look away, bowed to Chuan Yu without humility, and stood in the magic circle under invisible pressure. Chuan Ming's ability to withstand pressure at this moment made Chuan Yu's eyes light up. He didn't say much, and immediately injected soul power into the magic circle. The golden light shield enveloped again, but this time, the number of light spots in the light shield was obviously much larger. When these light spots merged into Chuan Ming's body, Chuan Ming's hands bloomed with a color that was completely opposite to white. A pair of black metal gauntlets suddenly descended in the sky. Black iron gauntlets. When Chuan Yu saw this familiar yet unfamiliar miniature black iron gauntlet covering the child's hand, he couldn't keep calm at all. At the same time, the atmosphere in the venue, which was suppressed to the limit, was suddenly detonated. Everyone present, teachers, classmates, and audiences, all stood up, trying to see the scene more clearly. Good, good, good. Our Chuan family finally awakened the black iron gauntlet again. Xiao Ming, come and test the soul power. Chuan Yu walked directly into the magic circle, personally pulled Chuan Ming over with his hand, and walked to the test crystal. When the black and thick hand armor was close to the crystal ball, the bright light instantly spread to the surroundings. Chuan Yu suppressed his excitement and announced loudly. Martial Soul, Black Iron Hand Armor. Innate Soul Power, Level 7. Great, innate soul power level 7, except for Xiao Yi, even the old man and Xiao Yu have not been able to reach this level. This talent is no less than the heir of a big family. For 4 years, it has not been an easy task to continuously provide these children with suitable soul beast meat. But at this moment, Yun Qiang suddenly felt that everything he had paid before was not in vain. You know, Chuan Li and Chuan Yu's innate soul power only reached level 6 back then. Chuan Yi was also relieved by the appearance of Chuan Ming. His appearance means that their Iron Fist family has successors and is no longer a single lineage. This is of great significance to improving the strength of the entire family. However, Chuan Yi suddenly interrupted and said, "Don't be too happy too soon." Before they calmed down, Chuan Yu had already started to awaken the martial soul for the next child. No matter how happy he was, the process could not be messed up. Chuan Yu controlled the situation steadily and continued to awaken the martial souls for the children behind him. And the next to Chuan Ming was Chuan Lin, who witnessed the birth of a genius right in front of him. Logically speaking, the child who ranked after Chuan Ming must be very stressed. However, Chuan Yu found that this child happily gave a thumbs up to Chuan Ming, who walked down the stone platform, and was not affected at all. This kind of innocent heart made Chuan Yu remember Chuan Lin at once. Chuan Lin walked into the magic circle, and the light shield rose again. This time, the number of light spots in the light shield was no less than Chuan Ming. When the light spots merged into the body, Chuan Lin's hands actually showed the same black metallic luster as Chuan Ming. This is another black iron gauntlet. Chapter 436, Using whale glue to penetrate the meridians of Kunyu. Great! Chuan Lin was extremely happy, clenched his hands, and roared to the sky. His voice was unusually deep, even faintly drowning out the noise outside. When he was excited, Chuan Lin unconsciously mobilized the soul power that had just awakened in his body and increased the volume, which scared him even by his own voice. What a spirited little guy! Chuan Yu smiled and shook his head, waving and shouting, "Don't be happy too early, come and test your soul power." Chuan Lin smiled embarrassedly, hurried to the crystal ball, and put his palm on it. There was nothing unusual, the crystal ball lit up with a flickering light, and Chuan Yu's announcement sounded. Martial Soul, Black Iron Gauntlet. Innate Soul Power, Level 6. Chuan Yi asked Yun Qiang curiously, "How does this child usually behave? Is he also included in the observation list?" From his personal perspective, Chuan Yu, who is only about to turn 2 years old, already has energy points that exceed Chuan Ming and Chuan Lin. Chuan Yi's eyes moved to Chuan Lin again, revealing a thoughtful look. He was thinking about a problem. And these Yuan Li, under the surge of Chuan Wei's magnificent blood, naturally flowed through her meridians. He looked at Chuan Wei in his arms obscurely. However, if someone could reversely accelerate the condensation of the innate soul power in the body through artificial means, could it have a counter effect on the martial soul and make the martial soul evolve to a higher level of existence? Chuan Yi could not come to a conclusion about this question, but he knew that the answer to this question might not be far away from him. In this process, the Yuan Li of heaven and earth was subtly integrated into her body and condensed into potential energy points. The 2 children who awakened the mutant martial souls in succession, listening to Yun Qiang's story, can know that they showed different qualifications from other children before awakening. The whole audience was boiling again. In the audience, more than a dozen relatives and friends of Chuan Lin cheered in unison, and Chuan Lin's grandfather was even more excited and shed tears. Is this a change brought about by the mutant martial soul, or is it because of the improvement of physical fitness that caused the martial soul to mutate? During the training, he showed extraordinary perseverance, and today's result should be regarded as the result of this child's hard work. Combined with the children's innate soul power level, it seems that the strength of the martial soul is restricting the upper limit of the innate soul power. Under chance or external stimulation, the martial soul will change. In the observation platform, Chuan Yi and others, even if they predicted the awakening result in advance, were also happy to see the dust settled. Having personally experienced several martial soul evolutions and witnessed Huo Wu's martial soul awakening, Chuan Yi deeply realized that martial souls are not fixed. Yun Qiang smiled and replied, "This child is called Chuan Lin. In terms of physical fitness, he is the little guy second only to Chuan Ming. Moreover, unlike Chuan Ming, he is a child who has made rapid progress from the middle and lower ranks to the second place. Moreover, through the energy perspective, Chuan Yi can observe that the heaven and earth elemental force around Chuan Yu is attracted by her small body. However, when he looked at Chuan Yu, he briefly hid the scene he saw and replaced the real scene with the picture he constructed. It is worth noting that when the heaven and earth energy naturally flowed into the Ren and Du meridians that were connected by Chuan Yi, the hidden meridians exerted extremely terrifying digestion and absorption capabilities. This is only the effect in the passive state. If the operation of the heaven and earth energy can be actively controlled, the condensation speed will definitely be terribly improved. In fact, when Chuan Niu was just born, the energy in her body had not reached this level. However, during the growth process, the speed of energy accumulation became more and more rapid. According to this trend, she will reach the 10th level in less than a year. No, maybe less than a year. Chuan Yi naturally moved his eyes away and resumed normal spiritual sharing. The following martial soul awakening did not continue to bring other surprises, but this does not mean that everyone is no longer paying attention. Because they are witnessing another miracle. That is, all the children in the same class have awakened their innate soul power. Innate soul power, level 1. With Chuan Yu's last announcement, the 314 martial soul awakening ceremony officially came to an end. 314 people participated in the martial soul awakening, and all 314 awakened innate soul power. Such a terrifying awakening rate did not occur in the direct bloodline, but in the collateral bloodline and other production family members, which is enough to be called a miracle. This means that the number of future soul masters in the Chuan family has increased from the original 100 to more than 400. This is just this year. Starting from next year, each class will be the same children who have been trained for 4 years. After seeing the miracle of this class, won't they work harder? In this way, in a few years, their Chuan family will experience an explosive growth in the soul master population. When Chuan Yi reaches 50 years old, this group of children will become the mainstay of the Chuan family. Yun Kaiyan complained happily, "Now, I have to provide food and drink for so many children. I, an old man, have no free time at all." Although it was a teasing tone, it was hard to hide Yun Kaiyan's high spirits. The impact of this martial soul awakening ceremony is not only reflected in the number, but also in everyone's heart. This matter has greatly helped the family to enhance cohesion and self-confidence. After the martial soul awakening ceremony, Chuan Yu, in the name of the clan leader, once again issued a clan gag order, strictly prohibiting family members from revealing information about the awakening ceremony. As early as 4 years ago, when the test was conducted, he issued it once. However, unlike before, Chuan Yu added extremely harsh penalties to the gag order this time. The more at this time, the more the Chuan family should keep a low profile. If it attracts the attention of the outside world, it is likely to bring unnecessary trouble. This is not what they want to see. After the martial soul awakening ceremony, the entire Chuan family's territory returned to its former tranquility. Although under the water, the undercurrent is surging, but from the outside, the spring water is still the same spring water. That night, the family gathered in Chuan Niu's room, gathered around the bed, and watched Chuan Niu who had already fallen asleep. The moonlight fell on Chuan Niu's delicate face, which melted the hearts of everyone present. Of course, everyone gathered here at this time, not just to appreciate. Chuan Yi took out an exquisite box from his chest. When the box was opened, a crystal-clear golden gelatinous object was revealed. 10,000 years of whale glue. This is the whale glue that Chuan Yi extracted from the evil killer whale. Except for the part that the family members took at the beginning and the part that was distributed to the Huo family when they returned to Shiwo Academy for leave, the amount of 10,000-year whale glue is much less. However, today they took out this rare 10,000-year whale glue, not for anything else, but to use the energy of whale glue to help Chuan Niu penetrate the remaining hidden meridians. Chapter 437, Spirit, Qi and Spirit, the Unity of the Three. Before Chuan Niu was born, Chuan Yi penetrated 2 hidden meridians. If he had not only known the roots of 2 hidden meridians at that time, he could have penetrated all of them at once. Fortunately, 2 years later, he was lucky enough to penetrate all the hidden meridians because of the strange mushroom. If it were someone else, it would be impossible to complete this task with the energy of 10,000-year whale glue alone. However, for Chuan Niu, who has not yet become a soul master, the energy of the 10,000-year whale glue is undoubtedly extremely huge. Without help, a small mouthful of whale glue will be oversupplemented and cause blood collapse. But, on the other hand, this also means that now is the perfect time to penetrate the hidden meridians. Chuan Yi glanced at Huo Wu and nodded to her. Huo Wu immediately understood, quietly squatted beside the bed, and a pink flame lit up in her hand. The gentle light illuminated Chuan Yu's face. Huo Wu used the fire of peach illusion to temporarily isolate Chuan Yu from the outside world. It's time to start. Under high temperature, the whale glue melted quickly, but under Chuan Yi's perfect soul control, the fragrance and medicinal power were firmly locked inside. As the whale glue flowed into Chuan Yu's stomach, Chuan Yi used the gold soul power to completely cover all the meridians, and then used the fire soul power to divide the 6 uses and drive the energy of the whale glue to flow to the entrances of the 6 hidden meridians. This is also one of the benefits of Tongtian. She reminded, little salamander's spiritual power is increasing at an extremely rapid speed. This spiritual power has surpassed the Soul Master and reached the realm of the Great Soul Master. When it is through the sky, it improves not only the physical attributes and soul energy. Chuan Yi received Huo Wu's order, and his empty hand condensed the fire attribute soul power in the air to completely wrap the whale glue. Transform the essence into qi, and transform the qi into spirit. This energy, under the unconscious flow of qi and blood in Chuan Yu, flows into all parts of the body along the meridians of the whole body. The pink light in Huo Wu's hand is slightly strengthened, stabilizing Chuan Yu's mental state. A very significant suction force burst out from Chuan Yu's body, and the surrounding heaven and earth elemental energy began to rush into Chuan Yu's body crazily. It can also rely on the energy of the body and soul power to feed back to the sea of spirit and enhance the spiritual attributes. An hour later, Chuan Yu's state gradually returned to calm, and Chuan Yi saw that the energy in Chuan Yu's body had reached a certain limit. The energy of whale glue strengthened the original meridians and stabilized the newly opened hidden meridians. Without Chuan Yi's control, her body was regulating everything. The 3 elements of spirit, energy, and spirit were harmoniously unified at this moment. Chuan Yu, whose perception was blocked by Huo Wu, did not notice all this. With the improvement of cultivation and physical body, mental power will also increase. Afterwards, Chuan Yi sent the melted whale glue, along with soul power, into Chuan Yu's mouth. A quarter of an hour later, when the remaining 6 hidden meridians were completely connected, Chuan Yu's body underwent a very mysterious change. Under the flushing of huge medicinal power and Chuan Yi's precise control, the hidden meridians were connected one after another. At this time, the pink light in Huo Wu's hand fluctuated slightly. Chuan Yi immediately released the control of the remaining whale glue energy. However, the body's absorption did not stop. In Chuan Yu's unconsciousness, it was still automatically refining the energy of heaven and earth at a steady speed. However, because the refined energy was blocked by some kind of restriction, these energies flowed into the sea of qi, blood, and spirit throughout the body along the hidden meridians. Through the hidden meridians, this excess energy was not wasted, but nourished the qi, blood, and spirit of Chuan Yu. In addition, the penetration itself has caused a drastic change in all aspects of Chuan Yu's attributes. Moreover, this change is not a one-time change. The suction and digestion power of Tongtian for the elemental power of heaven and earth will only become stronger as Chuan Yu grows older. The innate soul power may not be able to continue to improve, but the unrestricted elements such as qi, blood, and spirit will continue to grow. At this point, even Chuan Yi is a little envious of Chuan Yu. After confirming that everything is over, Chuan Yi signaled Huo Wu to end the anesthesia of Chuan Yu. After withdrawing the fire of peach illusion, Chuan Wei's senses and body reconnected. In her sleep, Chuan Wei was not aware of what was happening to her, but the comfortable feeling made her smile sweetly unconsciously. Everyone was completely relieved to see this. After leaving the room, Chuan Yi began to explain the situation to others. I have penetrated all the hidden meridians in Xiao Wei's body, but more than half of the whale glue energy has not been completely digested and is hidden in every corner of the body. In the future, these energies will continue to subtly enhance Xiao Wei's physical fitness. With you here, we are relieved. Solinger didn't worry too much about the whole thing, but she was confused. But, this matter is also it can be done when Xiao Ni wakes up, why do you have to do it so secretly? Chuan Yi replied, in fact, I don't want Xiao Niu to know her talent in innate soul power so soon. To be honest, with Xiao Niu's energy reserves, there is no problem at all to carry out the martial soul awakening ceremony now. However, she will be 2 years old this year, and she will also start training next month. If she knows this in advance, she is likely to become lazy. Soul masters are not just talented, but also have internal factors such as character and perseverance. I hope Xiao Niu can become a real strong man through training and tempering his character. Chuan Yi's remarks made everyone present deeply aware of Chuan Yi's good intentions. Solinger gently stroked Chuan Yi's face and admired, "You think so far, Xiao Niu is really lucky to have a brother like you." Chuan Yi smiled softly and said, "No, it is my blessing to have you all." He was busy with cultivation and could not stay with Chuan Niu for a long time, so he could only use this method to fulfill his responsibility as a brother. A week later, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, after trying hard to coax Chuan Niu, who was reluctant to leave, flew away from Hanhai City and returned to the Fountain of Ice and Fire. Passing through the poison barrier, Chuan flew all the way to the foot of the central hill. I wanted to say hello to Douluo first, but there was no one in Douluo's laboratory, leaving only a letter. Chuan Yi opened the letter and it said that he was out for something and there was no need to worry. According to the envelope, the dust and the time of writing the letter should be consistent with the time when Chuan Yi and others left. It seems that he waited until they left before leaving. Chuan Yi did not think much. With Douluo's strength, there is nothing in the world that can stump him. Adding Douluo's cautious character, there should be no danger to his life. At this time, a black dragon shadow appeared on Chuan Yi's forehead. The Flame Dragon King felt the extremely hot and cold air in this space. It looked towards the direction of the spring with excitement and sighed, "Is this the place where the Dragon King fell?" Realizing that no one was there, the Flame Dragon King could not help but jump out of Chuan Yi's body. Chapter 438 Flame Dragon Ancestor Worship. The Dragon King has a special meaning to all dragon soul beasts. It is no wonder that the Flame Dragon King lost his composure. In this case, let's visit the Ice and Fire Spring first. Chuan Yi grabbed Huo Wu's hand and flew to the top of the mountain together. Breaking through the Soul Saint realm, Chuan Yi could fly with only soul power control. When the two figures slowly descended from the mist, the two familiar energies rushed into their bodies frantically. They skillfully operated their soul power to absorb the extremely hot breath and expel the extremely cold breath. When the extremely cold breath was completely expelled, a perfect balance was formed inside and outside, achieving the effect of automatic operation. However, it is worth noting that Chuan Yi's absorption speed of the extremely hot elemental force was more than 10 times faster than before he left. The speed at which the elemental force of heaven and earth was converted into soul power reached a level visible to the naked eye. This is my original practice speed. The spirit of the Flame Dragon King, seeing the red and white spring water, only felt two pure extreme energies. After the ceremony, the Flame Dragon King returned to his usual state. After learning the information about the Dragon King from the Flame Dragon King, Chuan Yi saw the spring water again and felt differently. However, due to the lack of perfect coordination between the body and the extreme attributes, the speed of cultivation was barely increasing at a crawling speed. Based on the most intuitive feeling now, Chuan Yi felt that he still underestimated it. Now, the speed of cultivation has returned to the level it should have reached, and Chuan Yi felt indescribably happy. At the same time, she also determined to break through to the Soul Saint as soon as possible. Chuan Yi, who stood behind and watched the Flame Dragon King, felt an inexplicable sadness from it. Ancestor worship is a big deal, we can afford this time to wait. Among them, the biggest feeling is that the god-level strongman is not invincible. However, the throbbing from the depths of the soul made it instinctively perceive the dragon breath contained in the spring water. After speaking, the Flame Dragon King performed the ceremony of worshipping ancestors with the unique ritual of the Dragon Clan. By then, her body should be able to reach Chuan Yi's current level. According to the introduction of the Flame Dragon King, the Dragon King is obviously the immortal realm strongman that Chuan Yi pursues. The Flame Dragon King flew away from Chuan Yi, crawled by the spring, and shouted, "Unfilial younger generation, the sea main Flame Dragon, came to worship." According to Chuan Yi, after reaching the Soul Saint realm, the martial soul and the body will complete the transformation, and at the same time, a closer connection will be formed between the two. This is undoubtedly a great impact on Chuan Yi, and this incident once again sounded the alarm for Chuan Yi. Huo Wu felt Chuan Yi's siphon-like absorption efficiency, and an envious look appeared on her face. However, the Dragon King with such strength eventually fell into the mortal world. "Sorry to have kept you waiting." It turned and replied. In the top-level mimicry training environment of the Blazing Sun Spring, with the excellent training assistance of the Red Dragon Horn, it is not impossible for Chuan Yi to upgrade 10 levels in a year. Chuan Yi, if I am not mistaken, the bottom of this spring may very likely be buried with the bones of the Dragon King. With the cultivation of the Fire Dragon King, soul bones will definitely fall from the bones, and it is very likely that they are god-level soul bones that exceed the million-year level. With your martial soul true body, this water pressure is nothing at all. The voice of the Flame Dragon King, the sound was inexplicably full of bewitching power. Its voice obviously did not change, but the word God-level soul bone alone was full of endless temptation. However, Chuan Yi did not lose his mind. He asked doubtfully, Senior Yan, don't you mind if we disturb the bones of our ancestors? The Flame Dragon King replied in a strange way, you have absorbed the dragon soul of the Fire Dragon King, so what's the point of absorbing the soul bone? Instead of letting the bones be buried underground for a long time, it is better for you to absorb them and become nutrients to nourish the dragon soul. In the future, when you become a god, you may be able to completely restore the soul of the Dragon King with the help of the Dragon Soul origin. The Flame Dragon King is not a pedantic person. At the same time, as a soul beast, their way of thinking is simpler and more direct than that of humans. Chuan Yi was originally worried that the Flame Dragon King would have a grudge, but it seems that he was worrying too much. However, Chuan Yi disagreed with the Flame Dragon King's statement. He turned to look at Huo Wu and whispered, I already have 3 soul bones. Why don't you absorb this one, Xiao Wu? Faced with the temptation of the god-level soul bone, Chuan Yi did his best to stick to his heart. To be honest, Chuan Yi wanted to absorb it himself, but the god-level soul bone was not as important as Huo Wu in his heart. Chuan Yi's decision shocked the Flame Dragon King. Every time, Chuan Yi's decision was beyond his expectations. Huo Wu looked at Chuan Yi's loving eyes, and her heart seemed to melt slowly. The feeling of being unconditionally spoiled made her want to sacrifice everything she had to the other person. No. Although she was very moved, Huo Wu still rejected Chuan Yi firmly. She pointed at Chuan Yi with anger on her face and retorted, Xiao Yi, don't lose your mind. This soul bone is obviously suitable for you. On the contrary, if I absorb it, whether I can absorb it is one thing, and whether it is suitable is another. Even if it is a god-level soul bone, it has a degree of adaptability. We must focus on maximizing benefits. In this case, you are the most suitable candidate. Besides, if it weren't for the soul bone I wanted, I would fight for it myself, and there is no need to do this. So, this soul bone should be absorbed by Xiao Yi. Huo Wu's eyes were full of arrogance that Chuan Yi admired very much. She had many reasons to reject Chuan Yi, and maximizing benefits was one of them. However, the more fundamental reason was her inner pride, which stopped her. She didn't want her relationship with Chuan Yi to fall into an unequal relationship. She hoped to face Chuan Yi in parallel, rather than standing behind Chuan Yi and accepting Chuan Yi's protection. It's my fault. I ignored your feelings. I won't do that again. Chuan Yi could understand Huo Wu's pride. Although he meant well, his gift stimulated Huo Wu's proud heart. Huo Wu looked at Chuan Yi with an apologetic face and felt a little distressed, but she still suppressed her anger and patted Chuan Yi on the shoulder. Said, I'm glad you know. Okay, let's go down and check if there are any soul bones and what position of soul bones they are. If the position is not suitable, then I won't be polite to you. Huo Wu pushed Chuan Yi towards the direction of the blazing Yang Chuan. Chuan Yi had no choice but to be pushed into the Yang Chuan. What Huo Wu said made sense. It was really inappropriate to start a big discussion before the soul bones were confirmed. Okay, wait for me, I'll be back soon. 7th Soul Skill, Dark Gold Yang Dragon. Chuan Yi instantly turned into a dark gold Yang Dragon and drilled into the Yang Chuan, swimming quickly to the bottom. At this time, the Flame Dragon King in Chuan Yi's mind said with emotion, Chuan Yi, this is a good girl, you must cherish her. Chuan Yi replied solemnly, I know it even if you don't say it. Chapter 439 Torso Bones of the Fire Dragon King. The tough body of the dark gold Yang Dragon made Chuan Yi easily cross the depth of the original martial soul remodeling. Moreover, the speed of diving was very fast. 10,000 meters. 20,000 meters. At this depth, the invasion of high temperature is more terrifying than pressure. However, for Chuan Yi who has fire immunity, the high temperature has no effect at all. When the diving depth reached 30,000 meters, Chuan Yi's red dragon pupil passed through the vermilion spring water and finally saw the bottom of the spring water. 10,000 feet in the abyss of 10,000 feet is 30,000 meters. This depth can be said to be very close to the upper mantle. It is hard to imagine that the depth of a spring can reach this level. However, what surprised Chuan Yi even more was that when he looked at the dragon bones gave him a strange sense of familiarity and intimacy. At this time, the Flame Dragon King in his mind called out, look, there seems to be a different energy fluctuation under the dragon bones. Before entering the cave, Chuan Yi noticed that the spring water of the yin spring had completely solidified. If Chuan Yi had not been in the yang spring, he really couldn't enter this space. The white bones were slightly dim under the reflection of the red light, but the remaining power of the dragon hidden under the bones was still full of courage. I saw a huge skeleton suspended at the core of the bones. Chuan Yi passed through the rugged forest of bones and entered like the Yang Chuan. The bottom of the Yinquan also buried a giant dragon bone thousands of meters long. Although Quan Yi had fire immunity, he did not have ice immunity. Through the Ice Dragon King's corpse, he felt the horror of a god-level strongman. However, even so, a deep red light penetrated the lights of the same color and reflected into Quan Yi's pupils. It was as if he was looking at his own corpse. This feeling was indescribably weird. Quan Yi swung his dragon tail and accelerated to the bottom. If he accidentally got contaminated by the Yinquan here, just a wisp of cold air could freeze Quan Yi's body. It turned out that at the bottom of the spring was an extremely spacious circular cave. This attraction seemed to be calling Quan Yi. Quan Yi's attention returned to the Yang Chuan again. From the perspective of the red dragon eye, this space was filled with extremely pure fire elements, and due to excessive concentration, the energy perspective was occupied by a red light. Even the ultimate fire seemed extremely weak in this situation. Just at this moment, the slightly narrow spring channel suddenly became clear. When Chuan Yi approached the bottom of the spring, the dragon soul and his martial soul began to get excited. At the same time, a strange attraction came from the bottom of the spring. Entering the cave, the first thing that caught his eye was the dense dragon bones that were several thousand meters long. On the contrary, when Chuan Yi looked through the vermilion and looked at the milky white spring water on the other side, the piercing cold that seemed to freeze the soul surged into his heart. The temperature of the Yinquan at the bottom has reached absolute zero. It is indeed a trunk bone, and it is not just the spine, but the entire trunk bone. Such a complete trunk bone is worthy of being the soul bone produced by the Fire Dragon King. The voice of the Flame Dragon King with emotion echoed in Chuan Yi's mind. Ordinary torso bones generally refer to the spine, but the Fire Dragon King's torso bones include not only the spine, but also the sternum and ribs. Even if the soul bones are in the same part, there will be differences in completeness depending on the age of the soul bones. Generally speaking, the more complete the soul bones are, the rarer and more powerful they are. It can be said that the torso bone dropped by the Fire Dragon King is the best in terms of age and completeness. No wonder Senior Yan refused to condense the torso bone at the beginning. It turns out that you have already thought of leaving a place for this torso bone. Hearing the Flame Dragon King's sighing but not surprised tone, Chuan Yi immediately understood his intentions. The position of the soul bone that falls naturally is consistent with the characteristics of the soul beast when it was alive. Spirit-type soul beasts will drop head soul bones, strength-type soul beasts will drop arms, speed-type soul beasts will drop legs, and torso bones are generally only produced by soul beasts with strong comprehensive strength. As one of the 9 dragon kings of the dragon clan, the soul bone produced by the Fire Dragon King is very likely to be a torso bone. If the shape of the soul bone had not been controlled through sacrifice, the soul bone I dropped would also be likely to be a torso bone. In this way, you will completely lose the opportunity to absorb this god-level soul bone. Also, you don't have to feel psychologically burdened. You have also seen that god-level soul bones are not so easy to absorb. If you hadn't absorbed the dragon soul origin of the Fire Dragon King by mistake, it would be difficult to absorb the god-level soul bone even with your physical strength. What's more, Huo Wu's physical fitness is far inferior to yours. Letting her absorb it is harming her. The far-sighted character of the Flame Dragon King can be said to be fully reflected at this moment. Since the decision to sacrifice Chuan Yi, the fate of the two of them has been firmly tied together. Therefore, it began to make plans for Chuan Yi early on, but the only thing it missed was the importance of Huo Wu to Chuan Yi. Fortunately, Huo Wu's character is no less than Chuan Yi's, and she decisively rejected the soul bone. Although, it knows that in the end, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu will still find that this soul bone can only be absorbed by Chuan Yi. However, through this incident, the Flame Dragon King can better understand the character of the two. A host that pays more attention to feelings than interests is obviously more to its taste. Chuan Yi fell into a period of contemplation after hearing the explanation of the Flame Dragon King. After a tug of war between reason and emotion, Chuan Yi finally decided that he would absorb this soul bone. However, now is not the best time to absorb this soul bone. Chuan Yi, who has the dragon soul of the Fire Dragon King, is not an exaggeration to say that he is the Fire Dragon King in the world. So, when he arrived at the place where the Dragon King was buried, everything here would give him a sense of familiarity. Especially when he saw the soul bone, he felt as if he was about to merge into its body in the next moment, which was not the case when absorbing other soul bones. However, since he had decided to absorb it, he had to maximize the benefits. In addition to the fire element, the soul bone of the Fire Dragon King also contained the extremely pure dragon blood breath. Just as the dragon blood mixed in the spring water, the soul bone also contained pure dragon power. This breath made all the soul bones on Chuan Yi's body become a little restless. They were like sharks that smelled blood, sending eager movements to Chuan Yi. Among them, according to the strength of the dragon blood, the left leg bone had the strongest reaction, followed by the external soul bone, the right arm bone was the third, and the right leg bone was the weakest. The right leg bone was taken from the flame spirit shadow leopard, which can be said to have nothing to do with dragons, but even so, the dragon blood still has a strong attraction to it. Feeling this, Chuan Yi temporarily suppressed the desire in his heart. After saying this, he was about to move closer and the bones were stored in the heart of the fiery Sunday. However, the heart of the fiery sun rejected the torso bone of the Fire Dragon King and refused to accept it. Facing the heart of the fiery sun, the torso bone of the Fire Dragon King also burst out with a very strong will to resist. Chapter 440 Phoenix Blood Ruby. It was the first time that Chuan Yi encountered such a situation. The will of the Fire Dragon King seems to be rejecting the aura of the necklace. If it is forced into it, the energy burst from the soul bone may cause the entire storage space to collapse. This is bad. The heart of the fiery sun, which looks extremely stable, showed its fragile side to Chuan Yi for the first time when facing the torso bone of the Fire Dragon King of the same level. Even if it is a divine weapon, does it have a limit? Although there was an accident, Chuan Yi was not too panicked. Since it cannot be stored in the heart of the fiery sun, it is better to put the soul bone at the bottom of the spring. The high temperature and high pressure spring water does not have the fire-free attribute, and even the peerless Douluo cannot reach this position. Besides, who else but him could have thought that the soul bone of the Fire Dragon King would be buried here? Thinking of this, Chuan Yi turned around and left the bottom of the spring after soothing the soul bone. After a while, Chuan Yi's dragon head poked out of the spring water and turned into a human form in the air. This looks like a selfless act, but in fact, in a sense, it is the most selfish behavior. After completing the exploration mission, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu returned to the wooden house to tidy up their room. He gently lifted Huo Wu's cheek, facing her tender eyes, and kissed her lips affectionately. Without words, the two knew each other's feelings. How could her slightly clumsy acting skills be hidden from Chuan Yi's eyes? How is it, do you have a soul bone? Huo Wu was suddenly hugged, and her brain suddenly crashed, and the excuses she prepared in advance were completely blocked. Chuan Yi smiled and replied, yes, and it is a precious torso bone. Xiao Wu, I will absorb this soul bone. After a simple arrangement, they officially entered the state of closed-door cultivation. Huo Wu asked Chuan Yi expectantly. Huo Wu showed a regretful attitude. Chuan Yi loosened his arms, looked down at Huo Wu who blushed and lowered her head, and showed a sly smile on his face. Because, in the subconscious of both of them, the other party had already become a part of themselves. Until just now, Huo Wu, who seemed carefree, revealed a shy moan in Chuan Yi's arms. Chuan Yi quickly stepped forward, hugged Huo Wu tightly, and said distressedly, I know your intentions, so there is no need to do this. Yet. However, because he had been away for more than a month, there was not even much dust in the closed house. Huo Wu nodded and responded, it should have been so long ago. Just as Chuan Yi decided, Huo Wu was also considering him, and this kind of mutual cherishing emotion was interlinked. What a pity, it's just a vacant position. After parting their lips, Huo Wu's delicate body collapsed in Chuan Yi's arms, panting slightly. Huo Wu's training task is relatively simple, as long as she maintains the previous training content. In 10 months, Huo Wu's body has been able to fully adapt to the flushing of the extreme heat force. In this state, she can stay around the spring for a long time without using the 6th soul skill, the protection of the phoenix. This also means that Huo Wu can maintain the state of automatic training for a long time. Relying on this, Huo Wu can definitely train to level 70 in the next year. After talking about Huo Wu, it's time to talk about Chuan Yi. After Chuan Yi's breakthrough, his physical fitness has increased sharply. Only when all the equipment is added together can Chuan Yi barely feel the burden. However, in this way, the overly bloated weight will hinder Chuan Yi's movements. Under the premise that the metal density cannot be further compressed, Chuan Yi can only search for another body training method. Fortunately, Chuan Yi has found another, more efficient and comprehensive body training method. That is the water pressure body training method. The water pressure at the bottom of the spring water with a depth of 30,000 meters will reach an extremely terrifying level. Chuan Yi looked very relaxed before, but that was only possible with his dragon body made of extreme gold. If he only relied on his physical body, Chuan Yi's current limit was that he could only barely dive to a depth of 10,000 meters. At this depth, the power of the water pressure exceeded the level of 1 million kilograms. Even if Chuan Yi's body was as indestructible as diamond, he could not hold on for long under the pressure of 1 million kilograms. However, the water pressure can be adjusted according to the depth, and this pressure comes from all directions. Physical exercise in a water pressure environment close to the limit is definitely more effective than on land. Not long ago, Chuan Yi just completed the Soul Guide version of the oxygen mask, which just happened to support him to conduct high-intensity training underwater for a long time. In addition to the water pressure, Chuan Yi also thought of the bodybuilding effect brought by the strong vibration when he recast his martial soul. If the water pressure is the squeeze from the outside, then the vibration is the power that can reach the inside directly. Under the extremely penetrating vibration, all the vulnerable parts of the body will be exposed. Therefore, Chuan Yi intends to use the power of vibration under the water pressure environment to exercise the body both inside and outside. As for how to cause vibration, don't forget that Chuan Yi just got the left leg bone of the Flame Dragon King. Left leg bone soul bone skill, Dragon Scale Shock Turbulence, can generate extremely powerful vibration force. Through fine soul power control, Chuan Yi can control the intensity and direction of vibration. Soul bone skills are not necessarily only used for fighting. As long as you change the way of thinking, it can also be a tool for training. After determining the physical training method, Chuan Yi took out a ruby from the heart of the sun while Huo Wu was not around. This ruby was the one Chuan Yi got from Chuan Yu. When the Chuan family got this ruby, Yun Qiang gave it a unique name to distinguish it from other rubies. Phoenix Blood Ruby. This is the name of this ruby. Generally speaking, the mineral ruby is extremely rare because of its extremely harsh birth conditions. It can only be excavated in specific areas. Moreover, most of the excavated rubies are extremely broken or have obvious flaws. Therefore, there are very few that can be used as gems. Ordinary rubies are graded according to their colors. The top grade rubies are called pigeon blood red. This type of ruby has a bright color with a deep red hue, which gives people a pure, bright, and saturated feeling. However, due to the special environment in which the mineral ruby was born, there must be impurities inside that are invisible to the naked eye. Some are other metals, or other gases, or solids. Even rubies with the highest transparency and purity can still be seen if they are carefully magnified. This kind of flaw in rubies can be said to be inevitable. Even sometimes, this kind of flaw can better prove the naturalness of rubies. Therefore, as long as it is not a flaw visible to the naked eye, it will not affect the value of rubies. However, the Phoenix Blood Ruby in Chuan Yi's hand is not only brighter in color than the highest grade pigeon blood red, but more importantly, there is no impurity inside it. Chapter 441 Formal Forging. Even under the magnification of Chuan Yi's red dragon eye, this ruby is still pure and clear. This is different from any ruby that Chuan Yi had seen in the workshop. When Chuan Yi explored how this ruby could ensure its purity, the heat emitted by the ruby itself answered the question. The high temperature emitted by the fire element compressed to the extreme eliminated all impurities in the ruby during the crystallization process. With the addition of the fire element, this ruby achieved true purity. This would have been impossible in the previous life. This deep ruby, which seemed to be condensed from pure fire elements, showed its extraordinary side under the sunlight. The sunlight during the day, shining on the transparent gem, made the scorching ruby even hotter. When the sunlight passes through the ruby, it will be repeatedly refracted inside it, which greatly increases the temperature of the sunlight. Most of the fire attribute soul guides on the market basically do not have strong fire resistance. Even a slight sweep of the extreme fire may cause irreparable damage. The purified fire element will in turn promote the material of the gem to become more condensed. Fortunately, as the gem slowly sank, the deep red color gradually submerged in the vermilion. This is the unique characteristic of this ruby. In this regard, the Phoenix Blood Ruby barely met Chuan Yi's requirements. When Chuan Yi carefully tested it with the ultimate fire, it easily withstood the scorching of the ultimate fire. Not only sunlight, but all fire elements will produce a great amplification effect when passing through gems. The extremely pure fire element in the Yang Chuan makes its color even deeper. After doing all this, Chuan Yi opened the red dragon eye and carefully observed the changes in the ruby. Originally, Chuan Yi planned to make an exquisite ruby ring in this direction. Back to the present, Chuan Yi took advantage of Huo Wu's absence and immediately put the phoenix blood ruby in his hand into the vermilion Yang Chuan. This is its limit. This alone is enough to prove the strength of its material. The full deep red ruby, entering the vermilion spring water, still cannot conceal its pure color. It's like a drop of rich phoenix blood dripping into the spring water. However, during the test, Chuan Yi discovered that when the phoenix blood ruby was subjected to the ultimate fire, the internal fire element would be purified. Of course, this amplification characteristic also has its limits. However, even so, Chuan Yi can still use the powerful fire attribute amplification to create a special soul guide that can amplify the external fire element and replenish its own soul power, just like the red dragon horn. However, although the fire resistance has reached the standard, it cannot produce an amplification effect on the ultimate fire. Observing this change, an idea suddenly emerged in Chuan Yi's mind. Of course, this change is too slight. If Chuan Yi had not opened the red dragon eye, he would not have observed this. The temperature of the shallow spring water is still within the tolerance range of the phoenix blood ruby. You should know that among all jewelry, the hardness of ordinary rubies is second only to diamonds, and the melting point is also extremely high. Rubies with fire attribute characteristics have stronger fire resistance. What's more terrifying is that in Chuan Yi's sight, he can see that in the hot spring water, the volume of the phoenix blood ruby is shrinking inward at the rate of molecular size. This means that its material as it is becoming more stable. The processing of the phoenix blood ruby has come to an end for the time being. However, to make a ruby ring, it is not enough to have a ruby alone, but also a matching ring. Fortunately, Chuan Yi is more confident in this part. After all, Chuan Yi is more experienced and has more advantages in processing metals than in processing gemstones. Moreover, since Chuan Yi recast his martial soul, his understanding of forging has obviously been raised to a higher level. During the recasting process, Chuan Yi touched a higher level of barriers with the help of the Dragon Soul integration. Taking this opportunity, Chuan Yi intends to try to take his forging skills to a higher level. For this reason, Chuan Yi brought a complete set of forging tools and sufficient metal materials from home. Before Huo Wu packed her luggage, Chuan Yi rushed back to the wooden house first and set up a miniature forging table for one person next to the wooden house. After Huo Wu sorted out the sundries, she saw various professional forging props as soon as she came out, and she was puzzled. She asked Chuan Yi, "Why are you so interested in forging all of a sudden?" All along, Chuan Yi used to forge huge amounts of metal with his fists at once, but the display Chuan Yi put on was obviously not like that. Chuan Yi smiled and replied, "While I am practicing, I want to study the soul guide device." Chuan Yi certainly couldn't tell Huo Wu about the ring, but what he said was not a lie, as he had planned to engrave some soul guide functions on the ring. In order to divert Huo Wu's attention, Chuan Yi made an interesting suggestion. He took out a piece of black iron the size of an adult's fist from the heart of the blazing sun and placed it on the forging table. Then, Chuan Yi raised his eyebrows to Huo Wu and said, "Today I will show you what real forging is." Looking at Chuan Yi's smug expression, Huo Wu said with interest, "Please come in, Master Chuan." Chuan Yi took a deep breath, and the relaxed look on his face was gone. The solemn look immediately froze the air around him. Huo Wu also lost all interest in playing. She knew that Chuan Yi had entered a state of full concentration. After adjusting his mentality to the best state, Chuan Yi first summoned the dark gold Yang Dragon Claw, and then opened the red dragon eye and red dragon horn. Under the perspective of fire element perception and energy perspective, Chuan Yi stretched out his right hand and released scorching heat to the black iron. Under Chuan Yi's exquisite control of the fire element, although his hand did not touch the black iron, it made all parts of the black iron evenly heated. After a while, the dark ore was evenly dyed with fiery red. Without a furnace, Chuan Yi could burn the metal red with just his hands, and it was more perfect than putting it in a furnace. Under Chuan Yi's control, the softening degree of the metal inside and outside reached exactly the same degree. At this point, the black iron reached the best state for forging. Chuan Yi immediately stopped releasing high temperature, and then whispered, "Xiao Jin, Xiao Hong, turn the hammer into a hammer." The metal film covering Chuan Yi's hands turned into liquid and separated from the body. Then, Two balls of liquid metal suspended in the air sounded two dragon roars and changed into the shape of two small hammers. When the liquid metal was completely formed, Chuan Yi stretched out his hands and held the two hammers again. Although the shape has changed, the feeling of being one has not changed at all. This is still Chuan Yi's dark gold Yang Dragon Claw. Chuan Yi did not stop at all, raised the two hammers, and gently knocked on the red-hot black iron. Ding, ding, ding. Huo Wu on the side immediately noticed the difference in forging techniques. Chapter 442 Give Life to Metal. Chuan Yi's usual forging techniques can be said to be miracles. Using the combo method, the strongest force is completely poured into the metal. However, Chuan Yi now is more like throwing stones to test the water. Huo Wu saw it very accurately. Chuan Yi was using continuous and light strikes to test the characteristics of the metal. The two light hammers seemed a little small compared to Chuan Yi's big hands, but they were stronger than any metal. The vibration transmitted by the hammer handle and the keen perception of the metal breath brought by the martial spirit gave Chuan Yi a deeper understanding of the metal in front of him. Vibration perception and metal breath perception were abilities that Chuan Yi did not have 2 months ago. They gave Chuan Yi a different perspective on metal. Chuan Yi was not anxious. He still tapped the metal slowly and took enough time to fully understand the black iron. Dang, dang, dang. More importantly, during the whole process, Chuan Yi did not input soul power into the metal. He completely relied on his strength and understanding of the metal to stimulate its own spirituality. A quarter of an hour later, Chuan Yi had a full understanding of the veins and patterns of the entire metal. Just at this time, Xiao Jin, hidden in the left hammer, burst out with a crisp dragon roar. When the light of the black iron began to dissipate, the same spirituality as the Xiang dragon lance sounded inside the metal, but this spirituality was still very weak. A very heavy roar echoed in the forest. Such a vivid vision can be said to have never been seen before. Dang! The force of the hammer began to become stronger and stronger, but the dull roar became even stronger. More crisp. However, Chuan Yi's method is a tricky way. Although it improves Chuan Yi's connection with metal, on the other hand, it will erase the characteristics of the metal itself. The dull sound of heavy hammers played a more exciting music score. It was like the layers of underground rock after a long time. A large piece of the bulging black iron collapsed directly, but this was just the beginning. Just at this time, Chuan Yi's eyes focused and his right hand was raised high. Under the rapid but rhythmic hammering, the black iron collapsed inward at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the metal itself began to release its own light. More importantly, the texture on the surface of the black iron became delicate and regular. Previously, the soul guide metals forged by Chuan Yi all had the characteristics of fire attributes. This is because Chuan Yi infused his own extreme fire soul power when forging. In this sense, Chuan Yi's understanding of forging has undoubtedly risen to a higher level. After only 20 heavy hammers, the black iron, which had shrunk by 1/3, suddenly made a sound of joy, and then burst into a 5-foot black light. Under the sunlight, Chuan Yi's shadow gradually became crazy, but each hammering did not deviate at all. As proof, after Chuan Yi completed the sublimation of the metal, its surface did not produce such a bright metallic light. The moment the right hammer was swung away, the left hammer followed. This sound was not physical, but spiritual. When Xiaojin's spiritual fluctuations swept across the black iron, Chuan Yi could feel that the spirituality hidden inside the black iron began to become active. It seemed to be responding to Xiaojin, but at the same time, they seemed to be longing for something. Xiaojin's spiritual transmission echoed in Chuan Yi's mind, saying that this piece of metal was still very weak and was longing for his infusion. Seeing this, Chuan Yi raised his left hammer again, and with a stronger hammering, Chuan Yi input the gold soul power that had increased by 200% into the black iron. It was like injecting chicken blood into the black iron, which instantly raised the spirituality inside. Huo Wu, who was standing by, saw it more clearly than Chuan Yi. At some point, Huo Wu's pupils turned golden red, and a phoenix shadow passed through her eyes. Huo Wu, who had opened the Holy Spirit's perspective, could clearly see the faint soul light born inside the metal. This light was extremely small. Compared with the human soul, it was at most a little spiritual light, and it didn't even take shape. However, when Chuan Yi's soul power was injected into the inside, the spiritual light obviously spread a little, and the light became brighter. Chuan Yi could feel the joy and excitement inside the black iron. He couldn't help but speed up the hammer in his hand, but Chuan Yi's hammering didn't become messy and disordered because of the speed up. While injecting soul power, he was still combing its veins along the original veins of the metal. However, after the spiritual light burst out, the strength of the black iron was obviously improved by a level, which allowed Chuan Yi to increase the strength a little bit. Through hammering and soul power infusion, Chuan Yi continuously maintained communication with Xiantai. Unconsciously, the number of hammering increased from 20 times to 1,000 times. From the perspective of the Holy Spirit, the spirituality in Xiantai seemed to have reached a critical point. Huowu was extremely surprised. She thought to herself, am I witnessing the birth of a living being? Chuan Yi had no time to care about anything else at this time. His mind was completely immersed in Xiantai. At this time, even without Xiao Jin's guidance, he had achieved in-depth communication with the spirituality of Xiantai. However, on the verge of this last step, Xiantai showed a trace of cowardice and hesitated to take this last step. In response, Chuan Yi did not show a trace of anxiety. He relied on his extremely huge mental power and soul power reserves to maintain a certain output and maintain smooth communication with the spirituality. For this last step, Chuan Yi's hammering times gradually accumulated to 5,000, and the energy and mental strength that Chuan Yi infused during this period also reached an extremely terrifying level. The volume of the black iron was reduced to 1/4 of its original size, and the metal surface was covered with extremely orderly lines. On top of the deep black, there was a touch of dark gold fluorescence. As the saying goes, quantitative change leads to qualitative change. The joy of the spirit has undoubtedly reached its peak at this point. When the 501st hammer fell, the trace of cowardice was completely covered by the extreme joy. The spirit also completed its transformation at this moment. Boom! As the last hammer fell, a dark gold light column burst out from the black iron. At this time, Chuan Yi quickly changed the small hammer in his hand, turned it into a sharp blade, cut open his palm, and dripped blood on the black iron. The bright blood dripped on the hot black iron and began to sizzle, but at the same time, the blood merged into the black iron at a very fast speed. When the light column dissipated, the black iron once again revealed its dark body. Feeling the vigorous breath of life inside the black iron, Chuan Yi's mouth finally raised a happy arc. Chuan Yi stretched out his bloodless palm and gently stroked the dark black iron. At the moment of touch, Chuan Yi felt the close connection of blood. Just when Chuan Yi was thinking of picking up the black iron to observe its characteristics more carefully, the black iron placed in the palm of his hand suddenly turned into a black light and melted into Chuan Yi's body. Hey? What's going on? Chuan Yi looked at the empty palm and instinctively swung his arm. Chapter 443 Dragon Scale Shakes the Body. At this time, Huowu's reminder came into Chuan Yi's ears. Xiao Yi, it seems to have merged into your body, I can feel it. Chuan Yi felt that there was a consciousness body connected by blood inside his body. This was the black iron forged by him. He communicated with it through his mind, then stretched out his hand and turned it over. Black light flashed again in his palm, and the black iron reappeared in Chuan Yi's hand. How magical! It's just like a martial soul, which can be integrated into a person's body. Huowu's sigh sounded again. That's right, this is not the function of the storage soul guide, but the complete integration with the body. Just like taking the martial soul into the body, the black iron was taken into the body by Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi also felt very novel and even amazed at this situation. I didn't expect that hammering the metal to the extreme would produce such an effect. It seems that this retreat will not be as boring as before. The life in the black iron also echoed Xiao Jin, showing emotions of joy and gratitude. The next day, the closed-door practice officially began. However, at this moment, Chuan Yi's strong body was forcibly squeezed into the shape of bones by the strong water pressure. I don't know either. I need to summarize this forging first, and then study the characteristics of this metal carefully. Muscles, internal organs, blood vessels, meridians, and even bones are all bearing the huge force coming from all directions. Now, looking back at the Xiang Dragon Lance, the Red Dragon Burning Heaven armor and other weapons and equipment, Chuan Yi can feel their immaturity. In fact, Chuan Yi was able to achieve this step by following Xiao Jin's guidance during this forging. However, there is one thing Chuan Yi can be sure of, that even the heart of the fiery sun does not have the intelligence of this piece of black iron. Chuan Yi looked down at Xiao Jin floating on the left, only to see it swimming happily in the air, celebrating the birth of a new life. Chuan Yi showed an excited look at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Yi, how are you going to deal with this piece of black iron? Chuan Yi immediately changed his attitude to that of a researcher. He needed to be cautious about new things. Chuan Yi dived alone to the bottom of the spring, about 10,000 meters away. In the spring surrounded by a faint red light, Chuan Yi wore a red dragon burning sky helmet and lay naked in the water. If it weren't for Chuan Yi's extremely tough body, it would definitely be a dead end if his body was transformed into this state. The full, firm muscles turned into a thin layer of muscle skin under a water pressure of more than 1 million kilograms. Chuan Yi felt the extreme compression brought by the water pressure, and finally felt a sense of crisis on the verge of the limit again. In a sense, this life was bred by Chuan Yi and Xiaojin together. Chuan Yi originally wanted to stop when the spiritual light first burst out. However, Xiaojin can communicate with the spirituality of metal, and it is precisely because of its guidance that Chuan Yi realized the guidance of spirituality. Different from the previous time, during the weight training time, only Huo Wu was running outside. In this state, the blood, soul power, qi, and blood and other energies will be greatly hindered when flowing in the body. Without making any additional movements, just being in a high-pressure state, every cell in his body will autonomously make movements to resist the pressure. At the same time, this will also speed up Chuan Yi's physical energy consumption. When Chuan Yi is exhausted and unable to resist the external pressure, he is likely to suffocate to death because the blood stops flowing. This is the most terrifying part of this training. However, although it is so dangerous, if Chuan Yi can fully adapt to the high-pressure environment, his body will be improved in all aspects. Chuan Yi's physical fitness is among the best in the entire continent. He has the attribute bonus of 7 super-year soul rings, a body made of the flesh and blood of countless soul beasts, and the increase of 2 10,000-year and 1 200,000-year soul bones. At this point, ordinary training methods can't be effective at all. However, now there is a training method that can continue to improve the body, and Chuan Yi there was more joy and excitement. Under the mask, Chuan Yi, even though he was in a state of congestion, he kept smiling. After years of living with pain, he had adapted to it and even enjoyed it. Besides, this level was far from Chuan Yi's endurance limit. Chuan Yi struggled to mobilize the soul power in his body and transported it to his left leg. The meridians that used to be extremely smooth became extremely blocked in this state. Although it took a little time, fortunately it was still able to flow smoothly in the meridians. When the soul power flowed smoothly into the left leg, Chuan Yi immediately communicated with the soul bone skill hidden in the left leg, the dragon scale shock turbulence. I saw that the surface of the skinny left leg was suddenly covered with rows of dark golden dragon scales. Inside each dragon scale, there was a concentrated fire power. At this time, Chuan Yi detonated one of the dragon scales. Instantly, a dull explosion sounded through Chuan Yi's mind. At the same time, Chuan Yi's body was suddenly swept by a strong vibration. The body was compressed to the extreme, and the density increased a lot. The explosive force of the dragon scales was transmitted to every corner of the body without loss. The terrifying vibration almost interrupted the flow of Chuan Yi's soul power. Fortunately, this was only the explosive force of a dragon scale. If it was a complete dragon scale shock turbulence, even Chuan Yi would not be able to escape the situation of blood and flesh, broken bones. When the vibration completely dissipated, Chuan Yi did not stop and immediately detonated the second dragon scale. In order to resist the vibration, Chuan Yi must consume extra strength to resist. In this process, the vibration perception ability attached to the soul bone will still play its role. Just like using vibration to perceive the texture of metal, Chuan Yi used vibration to feel his own texture. Those relatively fragile parts will reveal their weak side in the face of vibration. Chuan Yi, who noticed the weaknesses, can strengthen the resistance of the weak parts and exercise these weaknesses that he would not notice at all on weekdays. When the thousands of dragon scales covering Chuan Yi's left leg all exploded, Chuan Yi's body entered a state of paralysis. At this time, the Flame Dragon King reminded, "You can't go on. In the paralyzed state, your body can't gather resistance. Continuing will only hurt your body." Chuan Yi also realized that his body had reached its limit, so he called out Xiaojin and Xiaohong to take him out of the water. Splash! After his body jumped out of the water, Chuan Yi collapsed on the shore. He was even unable to take off his helmet. His body gradually regained its senses on the way up, but after regaining its senses, his body could not continue to gather a bit of strength. It can only be said that in order to resist the water pressure and vibration, his body exhausted the last bit of strength. He fell into paralysis because his body reached its limit. Chapter 444 Black Iron Forging Hammer. However, although his body was tired, his mood was still very good. He could feel that the effect of this exercise was far better than any previous one. Those fragile parts, because of the sudden increase in exercise strength, suffered a soreness and numbness that they had never had before. When the body is fully recovered, these sore and numb parts will become tougher, and eventually, his body will not have so-called weaknesses. After finishing the physical exercise, Chuan Yi began to prepare food to supplement nutrition. Fortunately, there was still a lot of meat left from the more than 50 evil killer whales he brought with him. The average length of the evil killer whales is more than 20 meters, and the weight reaches more than 40 tons. The weight is not exaggerated, but its meat is rich in extremely abundant energy. According to Chuan Yi's previous food intake, he can only consume a maximum of 450 kilograms a day, and Huo Wu can consume a maximum of about 300 kilograms a day. However, if Chuan Yi's current exercise intensity is followed, the amount of meat consumed will become even more terrifying. Perhaps in a few years, the huge whale meat will also face the end of complete consumption. When Chuan Yi was about to pass through the molten wall, a narrow door suddenly appeared in the enclosed space for Chuan Yi to pass through. Fortunately, at this stage, Chuan Yi does not need to worry. Under the control of the volcanic field, the softened ground turned into red magma, and suddenly it rose from the ground, completely enveloping him and the forging table. After eating and drinking, Chuan Yi planned to continue studying iron forging. From the outside, Chuan Yi was completely enveloped by a rectangular magma. In this state, eating food will further promote the flow of blood and qi. Then, Chuan Yi turned his back to the direction of the spring and walked slowly from the closed magma space. Leaving Huo Wu to continue to cultivate soul power in the spring, Chuan Yi came to his forging table. After finishing the hard physical exercise, the two hungry people buried their heads and began to eat the food piled up into a small mountain. Just after the hard physical exercise, the speed of soul power condensation will maintain a high growth rate for a certain period of time. Therefore, nutritional supplements at this time can maximize the recovery of the body. When Chuan Yi passed through the small door and turned back, the magma solidified into a hard rock layer again in an instant. Looking at the forging table exposed in the open space, Chuan Yi felt that it was a little inappropriate. When Chuan Yi finished the food, Huo Wu's training was just over. Volcano Field. Chuan Yi activated the left leg bone soul bone skill. Around the spring, because the soul power in the body will enter the state of automatic operation, the body will automatically stimulate the blood to assist in digesting the energy in the body. Then, he stepped lightly with his left foot, and the hard ground began to soften like mud and water in an instant, and exuded a hot breath. In an instant, this space covered by rock layers turned into a simple forging space. This should be due to your extraordinary perception and control of the fire element. The Flame Dragon King saw Chuan Yi's meticulous and exquisite control and directly praised, "Your application of the volcanic field is even more delicate than mine." The Flame Dragon King felt the most deeply in Chuan Yi's body, but it was actually the talent gap between humans and soul beasts. The flexible body and meridians seemed to be born to gather soul power. At the same time, human talent and wisdom, exploration and desire are stronger than soul beasts. Looking at Chuan Yi, even at this level, he still explored and trained tirelessly. The Flame Dragon King couldn't help but reflect on his past self. Chuan Yi was not proud, but humbly accepted the praise and continued his work. Walking back into the forging room, Chuan Yi first summoned the black iron from his body. Although the impurities of this black iron were removed, it became heavier. About 50% heavier than before. The weight of the black iron now reaches about 600 kilograms. This weight increase is related to the metal put into Yangchuan before is different, which is the characteristic change accompanying sublimation. After thinking about this commemorative metal all night, Chuan Yi decided to make it into a forging hammer. This is because Chuan Yi wanted to compare it with the dark gold Yang Dragon Claw. Xiao Jin helped Chuan Yi a lot in yesterday's forging, but this also made Chuan Yi wonder if this change in the metal was due to Xiao Jin. He wanted to try to repeat yesterday's process alone without Xiao Jin's help. Ding ding dang dang. A crisp sound of blacksmithing rang out in the forging room. After a morning of hard work, Chuan Yi forged the black iron into a slender round-headed forging hammer. Although Chuan Yi rarely does shaping, quenching, and polishing work, it does not mean that he can't do it. Although it is a bit unfamiliar, with the help of the Red Dragon Eye, Chuan Yi still successfully made a forging hammer of his own. Chuan Yi couldn't wait to hold the hammer handle and gently swung it. As it swung, the dark shadow of the hammer passed through the air, causing a small whirlwind. The material of the hammered black iron has far exceeded the scope of ordinary metals. Chuan Yi can easily make ordinary black iron into a discus. Of course, Chuan Yi did not dare to use it to his full strength. Now his limit strength even exceeded the level of 1 million kilograms. Except for the dark gold Yang Dragon Claw, there is no metal that can withstand his huge force. However, now, this black iron forging hammer has shown extremely strong toughness that it does not have, and can withstand part of Chuan Yi's strength. Well, good, I'll use you to forge it today. Holding the hammer, Chuan Yi couldn't wait to test its specific effect. He immediately took out a piece of black iron from the heart of the sundae. The process was the same as yesterday. First, use fine fire control to soften the black iron. The red dragon pupil and vibration perception helped Chuan Yi deeply understand the internal texture of the metal from both internal and external levels. However, at the last moment of hammering, Chuan Yi retracted his martial spirit and tapped the black iron with the black iron forging hammer. While tapping, Chuan Yi focused on the metal in front of him and listened to the special sound of the hammer in his hand. It was at this moment that Chuan Yi completely understood what the characteristics of this hammer were. Transparent, according to Chuan Yi's judgment, the characteristic of the black iron forging hammer is force penetration. If Chuan Yi had not been able to sense the changes inside the metal through vibration, he might not have been able to judge it so quickly. It was obviously only a very slight force, but Chuan Yi found that his force actually penetrated the hard outer layer of the black iron and penetrated deep into the inside. In silence, this actually changed the texture inside the metal. Fortunately, this was still in the stage of testing the water. Otherwise, if Chuan Yi had rashly forged without mastering the characteristics of the black iron forging hammer, it would probably make the situation out of control. Chuan Yi's brain worked quickly and immediately began to analyze and adapt to the characteristics of this hammer. After calculation, this iron hammer can make 10% of the force penetrate into the interior. This terrifying characteristic is also an extremely powerful ability when used in battle, which can weaken the enemy's physical defense. Chapter 445, Level Up in March. However, in forging, this characteristic is likely to cause direct damage to the internal texture of the metal. However, for Chuan Yi, who has a strong vibration perception ability and can accurately perceive the internal texture of the metal, the penetration characteristic may become his help. With the experience of the last time, Chuan Yi's hammering time this time will be shortened by more than half. A few minutes later, Chuan Yi raised the iron hammer high and boldly hit his first hammer. With just one hammer, the volume of the black iron was greatly reduced, and the depth of the hammer mark was a few points deeper than normal. The force that should have been spread to other parts penetrated into the interior of the black iron through the penetration characteristic. Don't look at it as only 10% of the force, but this is the force that reaches the inside of the metal without being dispersed on the surface. Therefore, its efficiency is much higher than it looks. Moreover, under Chuan Yi's vibration perception, the changes inside the metal are clear, so for Chuan Yi, mastering the black iron forging hammer is extremely easy. Next, what Chuan Yi has to do is to maintain spirituality as long as possible while maintaining communication. In terms of soul power reserves, they may still be able to persist, but in terms of mental power and blood reserves, they can only persist for 5,000 hammers at most. The texture on the surface of the metal will produce natural wrinkles like real rock formations. Without any effort, the black iron is shrinking by itself. However, seeing the spiritual light blooming, Chuan Yi's face did not smile. On the contrary, his expression became more serious. The joyful atmosphere conveyed by the black iron became more and more vivid, and the breath of life it exuded became more and more intense. The black light of the black iron became deeper, which made the dim forging room even darker. Finally, the number of hammering exceeded 10,000. Chuan Yi's golden eyes remained calm, and the hammer in his hand combed the metal's lines with extremely delicate techniques. He knew the real problem was still to come. The 13th hammer fell, and the black iron burst into a 3-foot bright light again. Unconsciously, the number of hammer strikes accumulated to 10,000. The dark black iron forging hammer was raised high, and the surface of the hammer head gathered dark gold and vermilion soul power. During this period, Chuan Yi poured in a terrifying amount of energy. Although it was just a drop in the bucket for him, for some weak soul saints, such consumption might cost their lives. Mental power, soul power, and blood, 3 kinds of energy poured into it. Unconsciously, the distracting thoughts in Chuan Yi's mind gradually dissipated. Chuan Yi's sincerity brought him a deep communication with the metal. Gradually, Chuan Yi began to devote himself to forging iron. However, without Xiaojin, Chuan Yi found that it was not as smooth as the last time to guide the spirituality inside the metal. Although Chuan Yi was more skilled than yesterday, the more important reason was the penetrating characteristics of the black iron forging hammer, which improved the efficiency of purification. However, Chuan Yi did not show any impatience. He maintained the greatest patience and kindness, accumulating the connection with the black iron one hammer at a time. The force with which he struck the metal became weaker and weaker, but the black light emitted by the black iron became stronger and stronger. Sincerity is the key to success. Although it took more time and energy, he finally reached this step. With the last hammer, Chuan Yi called out in an extremely kind voice, "Come out!" A dragon roar sounded, like a baby crying, and a strong breath of life came to his face. Along with the sound, a gorgeous light mixed with dark gold and vermilion rose into the sky, and in the light and shadow, a dragon shadow passed by. The salty blood poured on the hot black iron and gradually merged with it. After maintaining for dozens of seconds, the flame gradually extinguished, revealing its truest appearance. On the pitch-black black iron, there was a faint flow of gold and red, because Chuan Yi injected the soul power of gold and fire this time. It's not an isolated case. Even without Xiaojin, I can do this. This successful forging is of great significance. It means that Chuan Yi has completely mastered this amazing forging technology. At the same time, with this technology, Chuan Yi can further improve the performance of weapons and equipment, and even make the armor have the function of integration. By then, weapons and equipment can be worn at will. Chuan Yi suddenly had an extra task to complete in his mind. It seems that I can't be idle during this retreat. After Chuan Yi sighed, he immediately began to shape the brand new black iron while there was still time. This time it was still a forging hammer. Chuan Yi, who was equally flexible in both hands, was still too inefficient with a single forging hammer. After spending some effort, a brand new black iron forging hammer appeared in Chuan Yi's left hand. The shape and appearance were the same as the first forging hammer, but the weight was slightly lighter than the first one, but it was also 500 kilograms. And the most important feature of this forging hammer is the dual attribute amplification. The amplification ratio is a terrifying 100%. Without using martial spirits, the function of this forging hammer is fully sufficient. After finishing the forging in the morning, Chuan Yi dived into the 10,000-meter deep spring again to practice the dragon scale body shaking method. In the afternoon, Chuan Yi was completely immersed in iron forging practice. Chuan Yi first used various metals to practice his iron forging skills. At the same time, he also tried to collect various data. The level of the metal will change according to the height and number of spiritual light bursts from the metal. The initial realm is the purification of metal, the second realm is the spiritualization of metal, and the third realm is the creation of metal. Previously, the metal forged by Chuan Yi using the combo method was considered a quasi-spiritual metal. Although it has characteristics, it is a metal that Chuan Yi forcibly raised with the ultimate fire and powerful force, and the spirituality contained in it is very thin. Moreover, now it seems that although Chuan Yi's purification method at that time can effectively remove impurities, it will inevitably destroy the unique texture inside the metal. This will in turn consume the metal spirit, and then affect the metal's entry into the third realm of creation. When discussing the metal spirit, Chuan Yi also found that there is a very obvious difference between using other forging hammers and the forging hammer transformed by Xiaojin. In guiding and condensing spirit, Xiaojin has an extremely powerful guiding role. With it, the metal spirit can be stabilized, the spirit's activity can be enhanced, and the success rate of advancement can be increased. Without it, Chuan Yi might still be hovering at the level of spiritualization, feeling complacent about his forging ability. As the dragon soul that controls the ultimate gold, Xiaojin's ability is far more than it seems. Through this forging, Chuan Yi clearly realized Xiaojin's potential ability. In the next 3 months, Chuan Yi practiced and forged iron. Although it was only a short 3 months, both physical fitness and forging technology were improving at a high speed visible to the naked eye. What is more noteworthy is that Chuan Yi's soul power level was raised by 1 level after 3 months of retreat. Chapter 446 Soto Great Fighting Spirit Arena. Perhaps to outsiders, this speed of improvement is extremely terrifying. However, for Chuan Yi, who has reached the pinnacle of various factors such as environment, nutrition, exercise, and talent, this is not incredible. It is said to be 3 months, but to be more precise, it should be 70 days to reach level 76. Moreover, in terms of the degree of improvement, this seemingly more conspicuous soul power is the least worth mentioning. Compared to soul power, Chuan Yi's adaptation to vibration is the most significant. Dragon scale vibration body, forging iron requires Chuan Yi to use the ability of vibration. After 3 months of training, Chuan Yi's body has completely adapted to vibration. Every day, he tortures his body in all directions with strong vibration. With such high-intensity training, as long as he is not dead, even any other creature will adapt. After experiencing real vibration, the sensory stimulation brought by vibration perception seems extremely child's play. Therefore, this makes Chuan Yi's mastery of vibration perception reach a very high level. When he heard about the soul ring and soul bone, he should have a flame of desire in his heart, but facing Chuan Yi, this flame could not rise at all. Focusing on the changes in the texture inside the metal, Chuan Yi can judge the feedback of vibration more accurately. Not to mention other things, he is not Chuan Yi's opponent. It seems that I have gained a lot in the past few months. On this day in March when the retreat time came, Douluo, who was wandering outside, finally came back. The Flame Dragon King did not expect that Chuan Yi would quickly master the ability that he spent countless time to hone in this way. Different paths lead to the same destination. The two abilities are essentially the same. The progress in this area is largely due to forging iron. To celebrate the reunion, Chuan Yi prepared a table of sumptuous food. After not seeing each other for several months, Chuan Yi missed him very much. At the table, looking at the meat mountain in front of Chuan Yi, which was about twice as high as his, Douluo's eyes trembled a little. So, Douluo now only has admiration for Chuan Yi in his heart. He can do things that others cannot do. This alone is worthy of his admiration. Looking at Chuan Yi, Douluo felt a sense of vastness like the abyss and the sea. In theory, his old bones are no match at all. The toxins he is proud of can't play any role under the suppression of the extreme fire. He can no longer see the gap between the two, and can't help but feel that he is out of reach. Sure enough. You are a young boy, but you have big ambitions. You dare to take a 100,000-year soul beast as your 7th soul ring, and you succeeded. Douluo praised. These are all 100,000-year soul rings, brought by soul bones, which are worthy of praise. As for the feelings, Chuan Yi dared to reveal so generously, obviously trusting him. Within the extreme perception range, Chuan Yi can judge the direction of the earth veins and the subtle movements of underground creatures. Chuan Yi said modestly. Chuan Yi waved his hands repeatedly, modestly attributing everything to his family and luck. Let's not talk about me. Senior, you rarely go out for many days this time. Is there something important? If it is a difficult problem, I can help. Chuan Yi was quite curious about Douluo's whereabouts. Douluo replied while enjoying the food, nothing, just dealing with some old things, and most of the time, I was instructing Yan. Looking at Chuan Yi and Huowu, Douluo felt that he had neglected his guidance to Yan. It just so happened that during this period, Douluo's understanding of poison techniques had improved to a higher level, and he could just pass on the results of this period. More importantly, the problem of toxins had been completely solved, and he no longer needed to rely on spring water to suppress the toxins in his body, which made Douluo more free in his mentality. So that's the case, but why did the senior choose to come back at this time? Has he finished teaching? Douluo's face suddenly fell, and he said rather dissatisfiedly, it was those guys from the Royal Academy. They said they would take the team members out for training, and Yan also followed them to other cities. Douluo joined the Tiandu Royal Academy and served as the vice-captain of the academy team. Therefore, it was appropriate to go out for training with the team, and although Douluo looked dissatisfied, he did not stop it, which showed that he also recognized the arrangement of the academy. The experience of going out is also very important for soul masters. Douluo obviously has a very clear understanding of this aspect. By the way, the All-Continental High-Level Soul Master Competition will start soon. Will you too participate? Speaking of the team, Douluo suddenly thought of the Soul Master Competition. He knew that Chuan Yi and Huowu were from Shuo Academy, so he asked a question. Chuan Yi and Huowu looked at each other and then nodded at the same time. Of course we will participate, and our goal is to be the first in the whole continent. However, if we meet Sister Yan at that time, we will show mercy. The All-Continental High-Level Soul Master Competition is a feast for the whole continent. In this feast, Shuo Academy has not received enough attention for a long time. As the daughter of the Dean, Huo Wu naturally has to fight for Shuo Academy, and Chuan Yi himself holds the same opinion. Douluo couldn't help but smile strangely and said, with the participation of you two, this competition is definitely worth watching. At Douluo's level, the all-continental Soul Master competition is relatively unattractive. However, when he thought about the participation of these two outliers, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, he suddenly became very interested. Douluo's arrival did not cause much commotion. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu still completed their training plans step by step. However, it was Douluo who looked as if his worldview had collapsed after seeing Chuan Yi's amazing forging techniques. Chuan Yi has completely mastered the forging techniques of the third realm. No matter what metal it is, he can create it 100%. However, Chuan Yi did not stop his steps, because he could feel that the creation of metal was far from reaching its limit. Now Chuan Yi has begun to move towards the realm above creation. On the other side, Douluo's granddaughter, Douyan, a member of the Tiandu royal team, arrived at Soto City under the leadership of the team leader. Soto City is located in the south of the Tiandu Empire and is one of the important cities of the Barak Kingdom. The Barak Kingdom is one of the four kingdoms under the Tiandu Empire. Because it is directly adjacent to the Xingluo Empire, the military strength of the Barak Kingdom is the strongest among the four kingdoms. Soto City is located in the center of the most fertile plains in the kingdom, so it is called the Barak Granary. It is an important town second only to the kingdom's capital Barak. The important geographical location has made this city develop into one of the largest cities in the Tiandu Empire. Because of this, a large fighting spirit field named after the city is built in this city. The purpose of Douyan and his party is the Soto Great Fighting Soul Arena in the city. Chapter 447 Royal Fighting Team. At the gate of the quiet Soto City, a luxurious carriage convoy slowly drove into Soto City. Inside the huge carriage, a handsome young man looked at Soto City through the window, but a subtle disdain flashed across his face. The handsome man, named Yu Feng, is a member of the Tiandu Royal Academy team. His martial soul is Wind Chime Bird, and he is a 36th level agility attack soul master. Yu Feng turned to look at the carriage and complained to his team members in a low voice, "Why did the teacher bring me to such a remote place? Can I really get experience here?" A young man dressed in black and with a face comparable to a beautiful woman whispered a reminder, "Are you doubting the teacher? Since it is the teacher's arrangement, there must be a deep meaning behind it." The black-clothed young man is named Oslo, his martial soul is Ghost Leopard, and he is a 36th level agility attack soul master. Having said that, all the members, including Oslo, actually did not have much expectation for Soto City. If it were not for the teacher, they would not come here. At this time, a lazy voice came. A heroic woman with black hair and black eyes leaned lazily on the shoulder of a man in blue clothes, playing with her nails dyed green, and persuaded Yu Feng. "We have to wait until the battle to know what the situation here is. It's too early for you to say these words now." As soon as they got off the car, 2 rows of hotel staff were waiting for everyone respectfully. Martial Soul, Jade Phosphorus Snake, 39th level control system battle soul master. Douyan looked out the window calmly, expecting this experience to bring her more training. However, this did not make her feel proud or complacent, because she knew that there were still aliens beyond common sense in this world. What was even more surprising was that they did not need to spend a single copper soul coin to live in this hotel. After a night of rest, Douyan's team, under the name of the Royal Fighting Team, participated in the soul fighting competition at the Soto Grand Soul Fighting Arena. Her level is not worth boasting about. Because they came here at the invitation of the nobles of Soto City, so all expenses were paid in advance by those nobles. The convoy that arrived at Soto City arrived at the most luxurious hotel in Soto City. The Soul Master level team with all members having silver badges, and the Soto Grand Soul Fighting Arena, which can only obtain bronze badges at the same level, is a completely one-sided situation. Because the gambling fight involves a huge amount of money, the soul fighting venue is arranged in the central soul fighting arena where only a few people can watch. Especially in recent months, Douyan's growth can be said to be rapid, and this progress is not only reflected in poison, but also in other aspects. If you only look at the strength, this crazy fighting team is one of the best Soul Master level teams in the entire Soto Grand Soul Fighting Arena. The result of the first soul fighting is obvious. It was also this battle that directly caused huge losses to the Soto Grand Soul Fighting Arena. The reason why this group of nobles specially invited them was also very simple, that is, they wanted to use them to win huge amounts of money in the gambling battles in the Grand Soul Fighting Arena. Although the Mad Battle team was only a bronze soul, this was because they had participated in the soul fighting for a short time and had not accumulated enough winning rates and points. There was no other reason why the jumpy Yufeng could be calm immediately, all because Duguyan was stronger than Yufeng. In order to regain the place, the Soto Grand Soul Fighting Arena arranged a Soul Master Bronze Soul team called the Mad Battle Team in the Soul Fighting the next day. As soon as Duguyan spoke, Yufeng immediately became obedient. The woman's lazy tone carried a different deterrence. This woman was the deputy captain of this team and also the granddaughter of Dugubo, Duguyan. However, the highly anticipated crazy team was still completely suppressed by the royal fighting team. Even though they were at the same Soul Master level, martial souls and soul ring configurations, they were completely crushed by the royal fighting team. The royal fighting team still won the second soul fight. That night, Director AO of the Soto Soul Fighting Arena looked through all the team information recorded in the Soul Fighting Arena with a serious expression. He was looking for a team that could compete with the royal fighting team. If they could not contain the royal fighting team, the losses of their Soul Fighting Arena would continue to expand. The power behind the Great Fighting Soul Arena is extremely powerful, but the origin of the royal fighting team is also not simple, so Director AO did not dare to use means outside the rules and could only look for a suitable team. Finally, after some research, the name of a team came into Director AO's eyes. Director AO put the information on the top, and saw that it was written in 5 big characters, Shrek 7 Devils Team. The next night, in room 3 of the high-end VIP area, the royal fighting team was waiting for a group battle. Yufeng leaned leisurely on the huge crystal window of the VIP room and said to Duguyan, "Yanzi, I said that no one here is our opponent." In 2 days, Yufeng believed that he had figured out the situation of the Soto Great Fighting Soul Arena, without any surprises or accidents. Therefore, Duguyan had nothing to say. At this time, the long-haired young man in blue, who had been sitting next to Duguyan and resting his eyes, said calmly, "Yufeng, no one can be sure whether there will be a stronger person on the opposite side of us, so don't make a habit of underestimating the enemy. During this period, it is better to conserve your energy." The young man in blue is called Yu Tianheng, the captain of the royal fighting team. His martial soul is the world's #1 beast martial soul, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, and he is a level 39 strong attack system battle soul master. At the same time, he is also Duguyan's boyfriend. He heard that Duguyan was at a disadvantage, so he immediately stood up to defend his girlfriend. After hearing the captain's speech, Yufeng suddenly wilted, drooped his head and sat down on the sofa. As Yufeng's bad friend, Oslo looked at Yufeng with a gloating look on his face and smiled secretly. Yufeng wanted to get angry when he saw it, but he didn't dare to disobey the captain just now, so he could only look at Oslo with gnashing teeth. Yu Tianheng looked at this pair of funny people and shook his head helplessly. At this moment, the door of the VIP room was opened, and a middle-aged man with ordinary appearance and clothes walked in. All the team members immediately stood up and saluted the man respectfully, saying, "Teacher." This man was the respected leader of the royal fighting team, Qin Ming. Qin Ming, 34 years old, had just broken through level 60 and became a Soul Emperor at the beginning of the year. He is the second youngest Soul Emperor in the history of the Spirit Hall. He is also the goal of all the royal fighting members. Qin Ming walked into the room with a weird expression, and a deep meaning flashed in his eyes. He directly put the information on the table for everyone to see. When Duguyan scanned the information, she first showed a look of surprise on her face, and then, when she read the whole information, her face finally showed a different look. It seems that this Soto Great Soul Fighting Arena is not full of boring guys. Today, an interesting team finally came. This is the information about the Shrek 7 Devils team. Yufeng saw the average soul power level in the information and said in disbelief. "Interesting? Yanzi, are you right?" Chapter 448 Pre-Match Analysis. Duguyan chuckled and replied, "Don't be blinded by the level. Have you read this information carefully? What's so good about this? 4 Soul Masters, 3 Great Soul Masters, and 3 of them seem to have just broken through. I think the Soto Great Soul Fighting Arena has run out of tricks. How dare they use such a team to fight us?" Yufeng completely disdains the Shrek team. However, Yufeng is not an exception. Except for Duguyan and the silent Qin Ming, the other 6 people more or less despise the Shrek team. Qin Ming looked at Duguyan with an approving look, and nodded, "Yanzi, tell me what you think." "Yes. Duguyan faced everyone and explained with a calm look. Everyone's attention is attracted by the soul power level, and no one has carefully observed the martial souls. When you see these martial souls, don't you think of anything. The first one is fine, but it is this second information that directly caused everyone to laugh at it at the beginning. The unique martial soul fusion skill of the Dai and Zhu families, the Nether White Tiger, is not an ordinary martial soul fusion skill. The second information is that the control type combat soul master, the thousand-handed Shura with the blue silver grass martial soul, needs to pay special attention. Didn't you all notice it? Yu Tianheng looked at Duguyan and said, Yan Yan, don't keep us in suspense. What did you notice? Yes, if the two martial souls appear independently, it is not worth our attention, but when they appear in the same team, we must pay attention to them. Everyone looked down at the martial souls and fell into deep thought, but apart from the 7 treasures glazed pagoda martial soul, they did not notice anything. Duguyan smiled slightly and replied, although the White Tiger and the Nether Spirit Cat rarely appear in Tiandu, in Xingluo, these two martial souls mean something very important. As soon as this was said, except for Qin Ming, all the team members couldn't help but shrink their pupils. Its lethality and defense are at the top level among all the martial soul fusion skills. Yan Yan, are you saying that these two people are likely to be from the Dai family and the Zhu family? However, it's not his fault. Who would have thought that the royal family of Xingluo would appear in Tiandu? Such an obvious feature should have been immediately realized by him, but because he underestimated the enemy, he subconsciously ignored the hidden information conveyed by the information. Yu Tianheng was the first to regain his composure, and at the same time, he felt guilty for his negligence. At the bottom of the information, there was a line of annotations. And you didn't notice that? Do you care about the line at the bottom? The first piece of information is that the Shrek 7 Devils have won all team battles since this month. However, Duguyan's words have not yet ended. Duguyan's analysis immediately attracted everyone's attention. After all, these two martial souls have the possibility of martial soul fusion. If the 7 treasures glazed tower is added, then this martial soul fusion skill alone may completely defeat us. However, now, combined with Duguyan's analysis, looking at this line again, everyone realized that something was wrong. Among all the martial souls, the blue silver grass should be the weakest, but it was singled out for a warning. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Without the contemptuous mentality, everything became clear. Yanzi, according to the mystery of the gods, these Shrek 7 Devils are really not an ordinary team. I'm sorry, I underestimated the enemy. Yu Feng also realized his mistake and apologized to Duguyan sincerely. Pa. Qin Ming clapped his hands and praised, Yanzi, with just such a small amount of material at the moment, you can analyze so many hidden details. As a control-type soul master, your analytical ability has indeed made great progress. I am very relieved to have you control the battlefield. The Soto Great Soul Fighting Arena dared to send them to the field, and must have a certain degree of confidence. Don't forget this. Finally, there is one more thing, which is a personal request to you. No matter what the outcome of the soul fighting is, I hope you are not allowed to kill or even injure the opponent. Especially Yanzi, if the opponent is poisoned by you, detoxify them immediately after the soul fighting ends. Why? On weekdays, doesn't the teacher always teach us to go all out? The Shrek 7 Devils are not as simple as they seem. If we don't hurt the opponent, we will be in danger. Even the calm Duguyan was surprised. Qin Ming smiled bitterly and said, this time is different. I will tell you the answer after the soul fight is over. You don't need to know this now. Okay, the time is almost up, it's time to set off. After saying that, Qin Ming turned around and left, but at the same time, he was tangled in his heart. Originally, he wanted to experience the character of the royal fighting team through this soul fight, but after Duguyan returned from vacation, the whole person seemed to have changed. Let the royal fighting team, who were in a frivolous state of mind, calm down completely. With Duguyan, a clear-headed control system soul master, the strength of the royal fighting team will be completely improved to a higher level. It was for this reason that Qin Ming realized that this soul fight might no longer be a training for the royal fighting, but for the Shrek 7 Devils. Shrek 7 Devils, I hope you can withstand the impact of the royal fighting team. Soto Grand Soul Fighting Arena, the main soul fighting arena in the center. In an extremely quiet venue, there are only countless closed boxes surrounding it. Since civilians were not allowed to enter this place, the area of the entire fighting arena was greatly expanded. The brightness of the giant light soul guide suddenly increased above the fighting arena, which was 70 meters in diameter. At this time, from the center of the fighting arena, as the ground bulged, a young lady slowly rose to the stage. The girl held the loudspeaker soul guide and introduced the two sides of the fighting soul to the guests in the box. After a skillful explanation, the host fully introduced the members of the Shrek team and the Royal Fighting Team. Then, a pair of white wings suddenly appeared behind the host, and as the third soul ring lit up, the host quietly ascended. At this time, the doors on both sides of the fighting arena opened at the same time. On the right, it was the Shrek 7 devils wearing uniform black clothes and green masks. Their clothes concealed their figures and appearances, making it impossible to judge their entities. And it was the Royal Fighting Team that entered from the left. Yu Tianheng, as the captain, walked in the front, Duguyan leaned on his side, and following the two were the Shi brothers, who were defensive combat soul masters with the Black Tortoise martial soul. Their soul power levels were 38 and 37 respectively. Then came Yu Feng and Oslo. Walking at the end of the team was a mysterious and arrogant girl. This was Ye Lingling, an auxiliary combat soul master with the 9-heart begonia martial soul. As the only auxiliary soul master, her soul power level was the lowest in the team, reaching level 35. Chapter 449, The 7 Monsters of the Royal Battle. Moreover, Ye Lingling's 9-heart begonia martial soul was a miracle among the martial souls. Its ability was only one, and that was range group healing. As the level and soul rings increased, its effect would become stronger. In addition, this kind of martial soul had another special point: the 9-heart begonia was passed down from one generation to another, and there could only be one successor in one generation, that is, only when one died could another one appear. In other words, when Ye Lingling awakened her martial spirit at the age of 6, one of her parents must have died. This also stained the gorgeous crabapple flower with a bit of sadness. Walking up the steps and standing on the fighting spirit stage, Yu Tianheng, who was at the front of the two teams, met the eyes of Dai Mubai, the owner of the White Tiger martial spirit on the opposite side and a strong attack system soul master of level 38. The powerful momentum of both sides collided, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. The moment froze. Yu Tianheng instantly realized that this White Tiger spirit master was not simple at all, and it was foreseeable that a fight between dragons and tigers was inevitable. At this time, the host who flew into the sky said, "You have 1 minute now, summon your martial spirit, and you can attack only when I announce the start." Because there was no prior reconnaissance, she also determined the position of Thousand Hands Shura at this moment. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty of winning invisibly. Unlike what Tang San expected, the Royal Fighting Team did not despise them because of their lower level. Until one side admits defeat, is completely defeated or falls off the fighting spirit stage. And Yu Tianheng, hiding behind 2 tortoise shells, released a blue-purple electric current. The Thousand Hands Shura on the opposite side, Tang San, felt something was wrong when he saw Duguyan's scrutinizing eyes. Before releasing the martial spirit, Thousand Hands Shura's presence was undoubtedly the lowest among the Shrek 7 devils. Duguyan's eyes were like cold poisonous snakes, chilling people. Although her eyes were extremely obscure, they still did not escape Tang San's eyes. From this point alone, Duguyan knew that this Thousand Hands Shura was not simple. Instantly, the fighting spirit stage was fluorescent, and almost at the same time, the 14 people on the stage summoned their martial spirits. However, when Duguyan observed the eyes of Thousand Hands Shura through the mask, she saw calmness, composure and the burning fighting spirit hidden in the deepest part. At the same time, his right arm had long lost its human form and completely transformed into a purple-blue thick dragon claw. When the Royal Fighting Team arranged the formation, it was not Yu Tianheng who stood in the front row, but 2 defense-type soul masters with the Black Tortoise martial spirit. Standing next to Yu Tianheng, Duguyan immediately set his sights on Thousand Hands Shura, a 32nd level control-type combat soul master with the blue-silver grass martial spirit. Because he had been paying close attention to Duguyan from the beginning. From a high altitude, the most noticeable change is the ground on the Shrek 7 Devil's side, where a layer of blue quietly covers a large area of the fighting arena. Dragonization. Their bodies are covered with a thick layer of dark yellow tortoise shell, and they have an unshakable aura like a mountain. Compared to other plant-based weapon masters, the blue-silver grass martial soul has an unparalleled advantage in quantity. This is one of the reasons why the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul is known as the world's #1 beast martial soul. This layer of blue is the long covered by the delicate blue-silver grass. Compared to the whole body changes of Dai Mubai on the opposite side, Yu Tianheng's beastization is completely concentrated on his right arm. However, due to the concentration, Yu Tianheng's dragonization is more thorough than Daimyo Bai's. It can be expected that the strength of this dragon arm in all aspects will far exceed that of beast masters of the same level. Standing behind Yu Tianheng was Duguyan. Her changes were no less than Yu Tianheng's. Green light flashed on her body, and her legs merged into a thick snake tail. Because she needed to use her snake tail to support her body, her upper body began to sway back and forth. Her body was pressed against Yu Tianheng's back, staring coldly at the front. Both sides were ready. 1 minute passed in a flash. The host announced without hesitation, "Begin." The first to explode was Daimyo Bai of the Shrek 7 Devils. With a powerful tiger roar, a layer of golden light enveloped his body. With the blessing of the first soul skill, the white tiger body barrier, he rushed towards the sheep brothers in the front row. Facing the powerful Daimyo Bai, the sheep brothers stood still, but the first soul ring on their bodies quietly lit up, ready to resist the first wave of impact. On the eve of the collision, Daimyo Bai stepped hard, and his body suddenly flew into the air. The 2 sharp tiger claws were ready to go, heading straight for the 2 heads with exposed tortoise shells. At this moment, 2 rays of light shot out from behind Daimyo Bai and merged into Daimyo Bai's body. This was the power and speed increase from the 7 treasures glazed tower. Although Ning Rongrong, who performed the increase, was only level 27, due to the powerful auxiliary effect of the 7 treasures glazed tower martial spirit, Daimyo Bai's 2 attributes were instantly increased by 30%. Moreover, the opponent chose the right time very cleverly, just before the attack fell. The double superposition of power and speed is likely to catch the defenders off guard. However, the sharp tiger claws that suddenly accelerated did not panic the sheep brothers at all. They retracted their heads into the huge tortoise shells and hid their heads directly in the hard tortoise shells on their bodies. The sharp metal sound instantly swept the whole scene. The tiger claws and the tortoise shell collided fiercely, and sparks flew out. The tortoise shell was so hard that Daimyo Bai did not cause any damage to it. On the contrary, the recoil force hidden in the tortoise shell shook Daimyo Bai's arms, causing his middle door to open wide, and he had no defense in front of him. Yu Tianheng would not let go of this gap. A blue figure appeared in front of Daimyo Bai at some point, and the thick dragon arms were surrounded by blue lightning. Yu Tianheng waved his dragon claws, and the first soul skill condensed by blue lightning, the Thunder Dragon Claw, instantly erupted forward. As early as when Daimyo Bai rushed forward, Yu Tianheng, who was behind the sheep brothers, also launched a charge. However, because he was blocked by the huge tortoise shell, the Shrek 7 Devils in front did not see it. Therefore, at the moment when Daimyo Bai was knocked away, Yu Tianheng had already arrived behind the sheep brothers. He only needed to follow with a leap of momentum. The enemy who had lost his guard appeared in front of him. All of this can be said to be a routine designed by the Royal Fighting Team. However, with this careful coordination, Yu Tianheng's Thunder Dragon Claw, which was determined to win, actually missed. The speed of thunder was extremely fast. Originally, Daimyo Bai could not avoid it in his current condition. Even if he barely protected his body with his hands that were shaken away, he would be paralyzed by thunder. At this time, Yu Tianheng continued to pour out his offensive and could defeat the opponent's first combat force. More importantly, taking down Daimyo Bai would eliminate the possibility of the opponent using martial soul fusion skills. Chapter 450 White Tiger's Crisis. However, just when the Thunder Dragon Claw was about to touch Daimyo Bai, his body disappeared in front of Yu Tianheng. This scene made Yu Tianheng slightly stunned. When Yu Tianheng quickly scanned the situation, he realized that Daimyo Bai, who was in the air, was instantly pulled back to the ground by some force. The Thunder Dragon Claw almost slid through the air just past Daimyo Bai's scalp. And the mysterious power was the slender blue-silver grass wrapped around Daimyo Bai. It was the control-type soul master named Jian Shaoshura who controlled Daimyo Bai and helped him avoid his attack. At the same time, 2 agile attack-type soul masters of the Shrek team, Xiaowu with the soft-bone rabbit martial spirit and Zhu Zuqing with the nether spirit cat martial spirit, went around from both sides to the back, trying to cut into the back row. After landing, Daimyo Bai did not stop at all. He kicked out a powerful sweep at the first time, aiming directly at the exposed leg under the tortoise shell. However, the sheep brothers had long been accustomed to this kind of attack that directly targeted the weakness. They had already dropped the tortoise shell to the ground without having to stick their heads out. However, at this juncture, Daimyo Bai's body unexpectedly moved back 1 meter out of thin air. At that time, Yu Tianheng, who was still in the air, could continue to chase. Take the pill. The action that the royal fighting team had taken before was to take the antidote for the green phosphorus poison in advance. Therefore, even if the poisonous fog swept through, they could still remain unchanged. The Shrek 7 devils on the opposite side smelled a dizzying fishy smell from the fog. The next moment, the second soul ring behind Duguyan flashed, and green mist was sprayed out of his mouth. It was the blue silver grass and Tang San again. If Dai Muabai's attack fell on the tortoise shell, he would definitely hurt himself. The second soul skill, the green phosphorus poison, controlled the battlefield with a wide range of poisonous fog. This is the poison control method that Duguyan and Dugubo are proud of. The appearance of the green fog caused a brief stagnation in the entire battlefield. Because the Shrek 7 devils on the opposite side also made the same action as the royal fighting team, and they also put something into their mouths. Yu Tianheng finally understood why the Thousand Hands Shura was specially written into the materials for warning. Although it was only the second soul skill, her poison could not be cured by ordinary medicine. Without targeted research, it could only suppress the toxins at most, and could not completely detoxify them like them. The mist floated, and under Duguyan's control, the green mist quickly spread around and enveloped the entire venue. The exquisite control method once again prevented Dai Mubai from falling into crisis. Yu Tianheng's eyes condensed, and his eyes were firmly locked on Tang San. Just as he tried to use the tortoise shell as a stepping stone and rush forward, Duguyan's voice suddenly rang out. Thousand Hand Shura is undoubtedly the core figure of the team. As long as he is there, the Shrek 7 devils can gather the strength of all members and exert a power beyond their level. It looks like some kind of detoxification drug, but Duguyan is not worried. Let his sweeping leg attack miss directly. All the royal fighting teams were shocked and stuffed something into their mouths. Shrek was not at an advantage to begin with, and now the poison mist had lowered its overall state. The situation on the entire fighting arena suddenly tilted towards the imperial fight. Duguyan shouted to Yu Tianheng, deal with the white tiger first. Yu Tianheng's brain instantly regained consciousness. He was attracted by the Thousand Hands Shura and almost forgot the main goal. Blue electric snakes raged all over Yu Tianheng's body, and the tiny electric snakes also quickly enlarged at this moment, turning into countless sharp lightning arrows to attack Dai Mubai. This is Yu Tianheng's second soul skill, Thunderbolt, which is a large-scale group attack skill. However, under Yu Tianheng's control, all lightning arrows fell towards Dai Mubai. At the same time, the Shi brothers behind Yu Tianheng stretched their heads and legs out of the tortoise shell. At the same time, their second soul rings lit up together. Transform into a shield. The two brothers moved in perfect tacit agreement. Almost at the same time, the tortoise shells on their bodies separated front and back and turned into two large shields with a diameter of 1 meter. At the same time, the two brothers looked at each other and threw the two shields in their hands forward together. The 4 huge shields spun wildly in the air. Their target was none other than Dai Mubai in front of them. In order to deal with Dai Mubai first, the royal fighting team concentrated all the attacks of the 3 front row on Dai Mubai from the beginning. During the rotation of the shield, the edge showed unusual sharpness. At this time, the Shrek 7 devils were shocked. They did not expect that the opponent would deal such a heavy blow to Dai Mubai from the beginning. What they didn't expect was that the 2 defensive soul masters standing in the front row could also use terrifying offensive soul skills. Facing the overwhelming thunder arrows and giant shields on all sides, even thousand-handed Shura's blue-silver grass control could not directly make Dai Mubai escape from the attack range instantly. At this moment, Kyunjua Shura, who was still calm, suddenly shouted, "Fat man, Phoenix Firewire!" At the critical moment, Dai Mubai was well aware of his situation, but he did not flinch. He looked up to the sky and roared, his body instantly expanded, and countless black horizontal stripes appeared on the white tiger skin. This is his third soul skill, the white tiger Vajra transformation. Within half an hour, the attack power, defense power, and strength of the abnormal state of hell will be doubled at the same time. It is an extremely powerful self-strengthening amplification skill. At this critical moment, Dai Mubai could only unleash his full potential. After completing the transformation, Dai Mubai spit out a ball of milky white light forward. The second soul skill, the White Tiger's Fierce Light Wave, which was formed from the soul power of the whole body, was amplified by the White Tiger Vajra transformation and the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, and emitted an extremely bright light. At the same time, a purple fire burst out from behind Dai Mubai, and Ma Hung Jun, a great soul master with the evil fire phoenix spirit, used his second and first soul skills one after another. Phoenix in Fire, which increases the power of fire by 30%. With the blessing of the second soul skill of the amplification type, Ma Hongzhen's first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Wire, erupts from his mouth. The amplification of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda has already been integrated into Ma Hongzhen's body. With the blessing of strength and speed, the blazing flames and the white tiger's fierce light waves rushed forward together. Both attacks are extremely condensed one-way long-range attacks, and they are full-scale explosions in times of crisis. In terms of attack power and penetration, this ranged skill is stronger than Yu Tianheng's Thunderbolt. The sky was full of thunderstorms, and 2 attacks opened up a big hole, leaving just enough space for Dai Mubai to avoid harm. Moreover, the penetrating attack was not dispersed by the thunder curtain. It passed through the hole and flew towards Yu Tianheng behind. However, the Royal Dou team's attack is not just one. Of the 4 rotating shields, 2 of them strangely changed their flight direction in the air, blocking Yu Tianheng's face and hitting 2 purple and white rays of light. The sharp giant shield easily cut through the 2 attacks while rotating, and took advantage of the trend to fill the hole in the middle of the thunder curtain.